Chapter 1 Encounter, First Night. Magic City. Bulgari Hotel. Fong Mu woke up groggily, rubbing his head. Looking at the expensive crystal chandelier above my head, I couldn't remember where I was for a moment. At the same time, the sound of running water in the bathroom stopped quietly. With the soft light, a slender figure walked out of the bathroom. She held her bathrobe with her left hand and wiped her hair with her right hand. Crystal clear water drops slowly flowed down her shoulders. Yi Wanchuang. Fong Mu recognized the other person, and his memory suddenly went back to last night. He was originally just one of the millions of workers in Shanghai, working hard for a few pieces of silver. Although it's hard work, after get off work I can sit on the curb and drink a bottle of beer and feel happy and comfortable. But last night, the section of the road that Fong Mu sat on every day was occupied by someone, and that person was Yi Wanchuang. Yi Wanchuang, CEO of Yi Group. Because the position of chairman of the group is vacant, she, the CEO, is the highest-ranking one. Yi Wanchuang was not as aloof as rumored to be. She didn't keep others away from her. Instead, she waved to Fong Mu and asked him to come over and drink with her. Oh, by the way, the reason why Fong Mu knew Yi Wanchuang was because he also worked in Yi Group. It can be said that the few tales of silver that Fong Mu pursued were also given by this cold and noble goddess in front of him. After a brief conversation, Fong Mu found that Yi Wanchuang was in a bad mood and seemed to be under a lot of pressure. It turns out that the life of rich people is not happy every day. Yi Wanchuang treated the square wood as a tree hole and confided a lot to it. Later, under the stimulation of alcohol, Yi Wanchuang liked Fong Mu more and more. Then the two came to Bulgari, and then Fong Mu became Yi Wanchuang's toolman to relieve stress. Initiative? Passive? Never mind her, at worst we can move together. Let us bring our thoughts back to the present. Yi Wanchuang didn't say a word after coming out of the bathroom, but just kept blowing her hair. Fong Mu looked at the beautiful back and felt that it was a little outrageous. Especially the plum blossoms and bloodstains on the bed. It was time to change clothes, so Yi Wanchuang told Fong Mu to turn his head. Listening to the rustling sound of people putting on clothes behind him, the hot-blooded boy felt a little crazy. After all, that was Yi Wanchuang, an absolute goddess. Even with her back turned to her, ultra-clear images automatically appeared in my mind. After a while, Yi Wanchuang pushed open the door and left, leaning against the wall, leaving Fong Mu alone. Time always slips away inadvertently. Today is September 22nd, and it has been 3 months since that unspeakable night between Fong Mu and Yi Wanchuang. Fong Mu was still the same as usual, working, attending meetings, getting off work, drinking beer, going home to play games, and finally going to bed. He never had any contact with Yi Wanchuang again. If I have to say something, it is that I often hear about Yi Wanchuang from my colleagues. Perhaps because the two had had sex more than once, Fong Mu obviously paid a lot of attention to topics related to Yi Wanchuang. But he did not pin his hopes on becoming a huge success overnight, as that was the plot development that only happened to the male protagonists in Tomatoes novels. He was just a lousy worker, a useless beast of burden. But Fong Mu never expected that on this day, he actually received a friend request from Yi Wanchuang. Blank avatar, blank nickname, friend request note, Yi Wanchuang. No one in the Yi group would believe it, but Fong Mu was convinced that it was definitely Yi Wanchuang herself. But why did she add herself? Is it because of too much pressure? Just thinking about it made Fong Mu, who had too much yang energy, feel his blood boiling. He could only say that Yi Wanchuang was too much of a woman and too foul. After approving the application, Yi Wanchuang sent a message, the old place. Old place? Fong Mu immediately thought of the Bulgari Hotel and turned around to ask, which room number? Yi Wanchuang? Mine is on the roadside. What are you thinking about? Square timber. Ahem, I'm not thinking about anything. What are you thinking about? Yi Wanchuang did not answer. Fong Mu also secretly began to look forward to getting off work. Finally, it was time to get off work, and before other colleagues had time to turn off their computers, he had already run out of the company building. However, Yi Wanchuang was not at the old place, only a red Ferrari. The car window rolled down, and Yi Wanchuang waved to Fong Mu again, just like the first time they met. Get in the car. Good. Sitting in the passenger seat and fastening his seatbelt, Fong Mu asked back. Where to go? Let us go have a meal. Yi Wanchuang started the car, and the roar of the engine aroused envy from the workers who had just got off work. Destination, Old Restaurant, this is the name of this restaurant. It was obvious that Yi Wanchuang was a regular customer, and the waiter led the two of them directly to a private room. Just as Fong Mu was about to order, Yi Wanchuan snatched the menu away and sent the waiter away. Fong Mu was puzzled. Yi Wanchuan immediately took out a piece of paper from her bag and took a closer look. It was the examination result from the Magic City Maternal and Child Health Hospital, Department, Obstetrics and Gynecology. Then Yi Wanchuan's pleasant voice was heard, and from the sound of her voice, there were some fluctuations, or perhaps her mood was fluctuating. Fong Mu, I'm pregnant, the baby is yours. You are the only man who has touched my body since I was a child, and I have only had sex with you, that night, and those few times. If you don't believe it, you can do a paternity test. Yi Wanchuan seemed to be repeating a fact. Fong Mu was stunned after hearing this. Could it really be so accurate? Fong Mu, are you wondering why I didn't abort the baby? Yi Wanchuan asked again. Fong Mu nodded when he heard this, then quickly shook his head and advised, don't have an abortion, it's too harmful to your body. Hearing this, Yi Wanchuan felt a warm feeling in her heart. This meant that someone cared about her, even if it was just a few words. Yi Wanchuan was silent for a moment, then as if she had made up her mind, she raised her head and looked at Fong Mu with burning eyes. Fong Mu, will you marry me? We can get married first and then fall in love. I can give you money, I can give you everything I have, and you just need to give me a home. After hearing this, Fong Mu subconsciously wanted to ask, why are you looking for me? Then my eyes fell on the examination report from the Magic City Maternal and Child Health Hospital, which said, 13 weeks pregnant. I almost asked a stupid question. Isn't it natural for you to look for me? Ding! The Life Winner system has been successfully activated 99.9%. Main mission, choice. After the host agrees to marry Yi Wanchuan, the Winner in Life system can be fully activated. This shows that reading tomato novels is useful. It really called me to activate the system. However, even if he did not activate the system, Fong Mu felt that he would not refuse Yi Wanchuan. If for no other reason than for her to be pregnant with his child. Right system? Ding! It was detected that Yi Wanchuan was pregnant with the host's own child. That's enough. Chapter 2, 500 for acquaintances, 2000 for the first time, extra charge for overnight stay. Yi Wanchuan has complicated family relationships. To be precise, the Yi group was founded by her grandfather. Although her father was still under him, the old man chose to leave the group to his granddaughter. It's not for any other reason, just because Yi Wanchuan's father Yi Ru is not suitable to be the helmsman. If the Yi group is handed over to him, it would be tantamount to destroying the foundation. But Yi Ru didn't think so, and was very dissatisfied with the old man's decision to hand over the Yi group to Yi Wanchuan. After the old man passed away, Yi Ru always wanted to snatch the Yi group back from Yi Wanchuan. It is rare in the world to find someone who plots against his own daughter in this way. Although Yi Wanchuan is the eldest daughter in the family, Yi Ru married his current wife after his biological mother passed away. Later, his stepmother gave birth to a son and a daughter for the Yi family. Yi Wanchuan became even less welcome in the Yi family. Not loved by her father, disliked by her stepmother, and made things difficult for her younger brothers and sisters. This was Yi Wanchuan's situation in the Yi family. Perhaps because it was too hard to be alone, Yi Wanchuan couldn't bear to abort the fetus after learning that she was pregnant. When the baby is born, you will have a family. Before confronting Fong Mu, Yi Wanchuan had prepared for the worst. If Fong Mu didn't want to, she wouldn't force him. It wouldn't be a problem for her to raise the child with her own abilities. Yi Wanchuan was waiting for Fong Mu's answer, and to be honest, she was a little nervous. She was a little worried. Was her request too much? Was she not considerate of Fong Mu's feelings? Or would she be seen as disrespecting him? The more she thought about it, the more nervous she became. Yi Wanchuan wanted to explain, but she didn't know how to start. Finally, Fong Mu moved. He picked up the inspection report on the table, then raised his head and looked at Yi Wanchuan. I agree, let's get married. Although there were only 6 short words, they still made Yi Wanchuan feel relieved. Fong Mu continued. I need to be responsible for you both morally and logically. In the final analysis, I am the one who has let you down. I'm not afraid of you laughing at me, I'm a very traditional man. Since you are pregnant with my child, I will take care of you and your daughter for the rest of your life. What's more, having the beautiful Yi as my wife is a great bargain for me, isn't it? Finally, Fong Mu made a joke, and a blush quietly appeared on Yi Wanchuan's cold and beautiful face. She felt even sweeter in her heart. After all, there is no girl who doesn't like to hear sweet words. Thank you, Fong Mu. Okay, no need to say thank you, we are a family. Fong Mu spoke gently, and Yu Wanchuang felt warm in her heart after hearing it. Afterwards, the two ordered food and ate. Yu Wanchuang obviously had a poor appetite, but she was very happy. It must be said that Yu Wanchuang looks particularly beautiful when she smiles, much more beautiful than when she looks cold. Fong Mu also knew that being at the helm of such a huge E-group at such a young age would definitely be very stressful, and his cold appearance made people look like he was not easy to bully. After dinner, Fong Mu pondered for a moment and then asked, "Schwanger, should I move in and live with you?" As soon as these words were spoken, Yu Wanchuang's pretty face turned red, as if she had misunderstood something. Fong Mu also hurriedly explained, "I don't mean any other thing. I just thought that you are pregnant and it would be inconvenient for you to be alone. I will move in with you and take care of you to some extent." I thought it would take some more talking, but unexpectedly Yu Wanchuang actually nodded in agreement. Then she took out a bunch of keys from her Chanel bag. "This is the key to my house. You can just move in tomorrow. I have a meeting tomorrow night and will be back a little late." "Okay." Fong Mu took the key and added, "Don't be too tired, I'll prepare dinner and wait for you to come back." With just this one sentence, Yu Wanchuang actually began to look forward to it, and her beautiful eyes lit up. Good. After coming out of the old restaurant, Fong Mu put his coat on Yu Wanchuang. Maybe he didn't feel anything before coming, but now he just wants to take good care of this girl who looks strong but lacks security on the inside. Men's thoughts are not complicated. Once they set their eyes on a girl, they will put all their attention on her. Fong Mu, don't catch a cold. Yu Wanchuang struggled, but Fong Mu had already zipped up his coat. "I am young, strong, and not afraid of the cold." Looking at Fong Mu showing off his body, Yu Wanchuang smiled gently, and the night seemed to become a little brighter. Yu Wanchuang drove Fong Mu back to his rented place and waited until Fong Mu walked in. Only when she could no longer see his back did she turn around and leave. Fong Mu started packing his things after returning to the rental house. Men take moving much easier than women. They take the useful things with them and throw away the useless things without thinking, what if they are useful? After all, it was a rental house he had lived in for a while, so Fong Mu cleaned it thoroughly from inside to outside. Afterwards, I lay down on the bed and Yu Wanchuang also sent a message at this time. "I'm home, don't worry." "Okay, take a rest now." "Okay, good night." "Good night." Even if the two have established a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, they are not yet very familiar with each other. They may say a few more words face to face, but on WeChat, they have nothing to say. This is what it's like to get married first and fall in love later. It takes time to get familiar with and understand each other. Fong Mu looked around the rental house to see if anything had fallen. Suddenly the phone rang. It was his mother. "Son, have you talked to the blind date that Mom found for you?" "How do you say it?" It would have been fine if my mother didn't mention it, but when she did, Fong Mu felt a little upset. Some time ago, he couldn't persuade his mother and had to add that girl. He just said introduced by an acquaintance and the other party actually gave him a quote directly. 500 for acquaintances, 2,000 for the first time, extra charge for overnight stay. Fong Mu felt numb immediately. Later, the other party realized that Fong Mu was a blind date partner, and quickly withdrew the price and made a new offer. The bride price is 500,000 yuan, a house in the city, and the car cannot be less than 300,000 yuan. Wow, nowadays prostitutes don't treat men as turtles in a wishing well anymore, they treat them as cuckolds directly. At that time, Fong Mu blocked and deleted this guy. Ahem, Mom, who found that woman? She is a lady from a wealthy family. Isn't that good? Ma Xiaochang, the mother, asked doubtfully. Then, as if suddenly awakened, he confirmed, a lady from a wealthy family? That's right, the sentence is divided like this, a wealthy family is a club. Fong Mu told the truth, after all, that woman's WeChat profile picture said can fly all over the country, which is really not a good match. The mother on the other end of the phone was silent. Based on Fong Mu's understanding of his mother, she should have turned on the mute mode to curse the matchmaker. Ahem, Mom, you and Dad don't have to worry about me. I have a girlfriend, really. If you don't believe me, I'll send you a photo. As soon as he said this, Fong Mu regretted it, because there was not a single photo of Yu Wanchuang in his phone. Is it okay to put the staff introduction portraits on the wall of On Company? Chapter 3. What internet picture? This is what my girlfriend just took. Although Yi Wanchuang's ID photo is also very beautiful. But if I send this ID photo to my mother, she will definitely feel that I am insulting her intelligence. Sure enough, Ma Xiaochang spoke after hearing this. Really? Send it to me soon so I can see it. Beep beep. Fong Mu hung up the phone directly. Mom, I'm going downstairs to get the takeout and will send you the photos when I come back. This excuse is the same as shit. Ma Xiaochang didn't reply, but Fong Mu knew that his mother would definitely wait, even until tomorrow morning. What we need to do now, of course, is to ask Yi Wanchuang for the photo. Schwanger, are you asleep? Not yet, what's wrong? Yi Wanchuang replied quickly. Without asking, I knew that she was busy with work. Busy with work? Yeah, but I'm almost done. Rest early after finishing your work, your health is the most important thing. Okay, I understand. By the way, do you have something to talk to me about? Yi Wanchuang asked sharply, and also sent a question emoticon. Yes, there is something. I told my mom about our relationship and she wanted to see your photo. I don't have it here, I only have your ID photo on the wall of the company. Ah, I see. Wait a moment. I'll send it to you. Good. After waiting for only 3 or 2 minutes, Yi Wanchuang sent a message with one photo after another. I clicked on it and saw, wow. It's freshly baked. In the photo, Yi Wanchuang was wearing pajamas and posed for the camera. Each one is very beautiful. Before forwarding it to his mother, Fong Mu saved it in his own photo album. Received. Looks great. I'm going to get busy now. If you need anything else, please tell me. Okay, that's enough, go ahead and have some rest. Aha! Although Fong Mu repeatedly reminded her to go to bed early, Yi Wanchuang did not perfunctorily respond but listened attentively. On the other side, Fong Mu sent Yi Wanchuang's photo over. Then, before he could set Yi Wanchuang's photo as his phone wallpaper, he was bombarded with calls from his mother. Good boy. You dare to fool me with pictures from the internet? Eh? Why can't I find where these photos are from using L-search? Ma Xiaochang, who came to question, was confused. Fong Mu couldn't help but feel a little amused. His mother really kept up with the times and even knew about the L-picture search function. Mom, can you find the photos my girlfriend just took on the internet? Eh? Really? Guaranteed authenticity. Ma Xiaochang hesitated for a moment and asked again. What is your name? Frost on Leaves. How old are you? Born in 1998, zodiac sign is Tiger, 26 years old, the same age as me. Fong Mu answered quickly, which dispelled his mother's suspicion. In case his mother didn't believe him, Fong Mu used his ultimate move directly. Mom, we are planning to get our marriage certificate soon. If you are free in the next 2 days, please mail the household registration booklet to me. Ma Xiaochang? Son, are you serious? Of course. Ma Xiaochang was silent again. This time he didn't turn on the mute button, but was really silent. After a long time, Ma Xiaochang laughed loudly. Okay. Mom will send you the household registration booklet tomorrow. But our two families have never met each other, and you two have already obtained the marriage certificate. Will their families agree? She has no family. Fong Mu said this, but in fact, Yi Wanchuang said this to him personally. Alas, poor child, you must be nice to others, do you understand? Don't worry, Mom. I will definitely treat her well. That's good. That's good. After a while, Fong Mu hung up the phone. He knew that his mother would be so happy that she would not be able to sleep for half the night. Just when Fong Mu was about to go to bed, the system in his mind suddenly made a sound. I almost forgot about the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully activating the Life Winner system. It is detected that there is a new member gift pack available. Do you want to claim it and use it? Yes. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the genetic modification drug 1. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 pair of vision eyes. Congratulations to the host for receiving the novice gift of 10 million. Note, 10 million. The channel is legal and compliant. Please feel free to use it. It's different from playing games, the novice gift package given by the system is very generous. Fong Mu asked back, and at first he thought it was snobbish. After possessing the vision eye, the host can see the benefits of the target object. Fang Mu understood that it was a cash ability that was used to make more money. In this way, the contents of the novice gift package can be explained as a good body, money, and the ability to make more money. Ding! The host has triggered the main task, Fission Entrepreneurship. Host, please choose a day to start the main task. Hearing this, Fang Mu couldn't help but feel a little emotional. The Life Winners system is truly worthy of its name. With the system, even a pig can become the richest pig. The next day came in a blink of an eye. Fang Mu got up and took a shower, and drank the genetic modification potion at the same time. It is written in novels that taking genetically modified drugs will excrete toxins from the body and make it stink, so Fang Mu went into the bathroom and made preparations in advance. However, it wasn't until I finished taking a shower that I realized that everything in the novel was fake. It showed that the author had no experience at all and was just talking nonsense. Apart from the fact that the medicine tasted sweet and sour, nothing happened. There was no detoxification, no floating feeling, but I just felt a lot lighter. After returning the house, Fang Mu came to the company. As soon as I sat down, Yuan Shuang sent me a message. Fang Mu, have you arrived at the company? Here we are. It's working time now. Please call me by my title. Xiao Fang? Hey, Mr. Yi is here. Cac. After just a few words, Yuan Shuang was so delighted by Fang Mu's teasing that she was in a good mood for the whole day. For pregnant women, the most important thing is to maintain a good mood. Yuan Shuang went to a meeting, and Fang Mu also had to busy himself with his work. Although he can code very fast now, he studied civil engineering in college. While he was busy, a cup of milk tea was suddenly placed in front of him. When he looked up, it was his colleague Lao Gao. Brother Gao? Xiao Fang, have some milk tea, I won a small prize on the scratch lottery last night. Gao Lei said happily, and all 13 people in the office had some milk tea. When Gao Lei went to deliver milk tea to other colleagues, Fang Mu had an idea. Scratch lottery? Lottery! I don't know about other things, but Fang Mu knows how to play the double color ball. Besides, I have a keen eye, so it would be a shame if I didn't give it a try. Thinking of this, Fang Mu searched the internet for all the combinations of the double color ball. You won't know until you search, and you'll be shocked to find that the number of combinations of the double color ball is as many as 17,721,088. In other words, it would cost more than 35 million to buy each set of numbers. Chapter 4: Getting to know each other, falling in love. It cost 35 million to buy it, and the prize money after winning the first prize is 10 million, not including taxes. All I can say is that playing like this is undoubtedly doing charity. Fortunately, there are always more solutions than problems. Fang Mu copied all 177211088 combinations into the table, then opened Vision Eye to see the profits. Although the number of combinations is as large as 177211088, it is not difficult to lock in the number with the highest return rate. You just need to read from the beginning to the end. If you only win a blue number, the return rate is 250%. However, the return rate of the first prize is as high as 5 million%, which means winning 10 million with only $2. Fang Mu opened his memo, wrote down the first prize, and prepared to buy it after get off work. One bet is 10 million, and the return rate is as high as 5 million%. What about 10 times or 100 times? Thinking of this, Fang Mu used his sharp eyes to look again, but the rate of return had changed. The return rate of buying the 100x first prize number has become 0. The return rate of buying 10 times the first prize number is also 0. This is not difficult to understand. After all, lottery is something with insider information. The lottery officials will not allow someone to buy so many times and win the first prize, otherwise they will lose everything. Finally, Fang Mu locked in the best profit, which was to buy 3 times the first prize number and finally get a bonus of 30 million before tax. That's already a lot. The lottery officials would never have imagined that the situation between them and a certain lottery player had changed. Buying lottery tickets is simply like rock, paper, scissors. If a lottery player wins, he can take away 10 million yuan, but if he loses, he will lose 2 yuan. With low risk and high returns, lottery players are willing to try their luck. However, there is a hidden rule in the rock, paper, scissors game set by the lottery officials, which is that the lottery players go first. It is very confusing. No matter what the lottery players do, the officials have a countermeasure. In other words, whether the lottery players win or lose is up to the officials. But the official is destined to lose tonight. Because Fang Mu has the system, he can win the first prize no matter what. This is the power of the system, there is no solution. Yi Wanchuang is really busy. At noon, Fang Mu wanted to invite her to have lunch together, but was told that she didn't have time. After get off work in the evening, Fang Mu took a taxi to Yi Wanchuang's house alone. It was a single-family villa with a great location, in an area where every inch of land is valuable. Before going home, Fang Mu went to the nearby vegetable market and lottery station and bought fresh ingredients and triple-double color balls. When you enter the villa, you can see a minimalist decoration style with black, white and gray as the main colors. The pink water cup on the coffee table is one of the few other colors in the house. Usually, Yi Wanchuang focuses most of her energy on the Yi group, which also leads to her paying little attention to other things. It is not difficult to see her mood from the decoration style. Although the villa is nice, it looks empty. Fang Mu felt uncomfortable when he thought that Yi Wanchuang usually lived alone in such a large and empty house. If the Yi family treated her better, why would Yi Wanchuang hide here? There is a shallow indentation on the sofa. Fang Mu could imagine Yi Wanchuang leaning there, working on her notebook. Although there was not much contact between the two, Fang Mu couldn't help but feel distressed. Because Fang Mu was moving in tonight, Yi Wanchuang didn't stay in the company for too long. After finishing work, she drove straight home. When parking the car, Yi Wanchuang couldn't help but smile at the bright lights in the house. In the past, I only saw lights on in thousands of homes, but now my home also has a light that is on for me. That feeling is so good. When I walked into the house, the originally cold room seemed to have a touch of warmth. Not only that, there was also the aroma of food wafting through the house. Yi Wanchuang hung up her bag, changed her shoes, walked in, and saw the sumptuous meal on the table at a glance. Although they were all home-cooked dishes, they were so delicious and tasty that she couldn't help swallowing a few more times. At the same time, Fang Mu came over from the kitchen carrying a casserole. When Fang Mu saw Yi Wanchuang coming back, he went to greet her with a smile. "Schwanger, you're back. Go wash your hands quickly, then we can have dinner." "Yeah, okay." Yi Wanchuang nodded and went to the bathroom. While washing her hands, she kept looking outside, especially when she saw Fang Mu's back. She couldn't help but feel moved and wanted to laugh. It feels so good to be at home. As far as I can remember, the last time I felt the taste of home was when my grandfather was still alive. Ever since my grandfather passed away, the entire Yi family has been full of hostility towards me. Not to mention home, there is not even a hint of human touch. Now that she felt the long-lost taste of home again, Yi Wanchuang suddenly felt like crying. Returning to the dining table, Fang Mu pulled out a chair and asked her to sit down, then served her a bowl of black chicken soup. "Try it and see if the flavor suits you." "Good." Yi Wanchuang took a sip from the soup bowl. The sweet and delicious black chicken soup instantly conquered her. Fang Mu also did what he said and took good care of her. She helped him pick up food and asked about his well-being. When she was about to remove the rice grain stuck to the corners of Yi Wanchuang's mouth, the girl suddenly burst into tears. "Woo! Fang Mu, thank you. Silly boy, I told you not to be polite to me." Fang Mu smiled and handed the peeled shrimp to him. Open your mouth." "But I'm really touched. This is just the beginning. There is still a long way to go. If you are so easily moved, won't you cry every day in the future?" Fang Mu said with a teasing smile. "Will you always be so nice to me in the future?" Yi Wanchuang asked again. Seeing the girl suddenly becoming insecure again, Fang Mu pondered for a moment and replied. "Although we got married before falling in love, this does not affect our understanding of each other. From acquaintance to understanding, and then to love, this is a process that everyone will have. Don't be afraid, we have time, so take it slowly." "So what is acquaintance?" Yi Wanchuang asked. Fang Mu smiled and explained, "You know my name is Fang Mu, and I know your name is Yi Wanchuang. This is what we call acquaintance. What about knowing each other? Of course I know you are my wife, and you know I am your man. What about love? If we are in love, it is enough for you to fall in love with me and cannot leave me." Fang Mu was talking nonsense seriously. Yi Wanchuang was stunned for a moment after hearing this, then burst out laughing. "Fang Mu, I suspect you are fooling me." "No way. It's unfair." Fang Mu showed an exaggerated expression, although he was really trying to fool the girl. Yi Wanchuang immediately put down her bowl and chopsticks, then propped her chin up with both hands and looked at Fang Mu and spoke seriously. "Yes. What I asked you was love, but you just said I'm in love with you. Is this mutual?" Well, to be precise, it should be I fall in love with you and can't leave you, and you also fall in love with me and won't leave me. This is called love. Chapter 5 Yi Wanchuang, no, the baby is the most important. Hearing this, Fang Mu was stunned. It took him a moment to realize that he was being teased. He never expected that Yi Wanchuang could actually joke. It was really strange. Yes, you are right. As he spoke, Fang Mu picked up the water glass and clinked it with Yi Wanchuang's. Come, I hope we can reach the stage of falling in love sooner. Yi Wanchuang's face turned slightly red, but she still clinked glasses with Fang Mu. To be honest, she was also looking forward to it. I don't know if it's because Fang Mu is too good at talking, or if he is slowly getting closer to Yi Wanchuang's heart, but the relationship between the two has obviously become a lot closer. After dinner, Yi Wanchuang stood up to clear the dishes and was about to wash them when a hand grabbed her from the side. I'll do it. No, you've already cooked, let me wash the dishes. Yi Wanchuang refused and wanted to pull her hand away, but she couldn't. Naturally, she couldn't beat Fang Mu. The reasons given by Fang Mu are even more confusing. The kitchen is my territory, and I don't like others entering my territory. As soon as these words were spoken, Yi Wanchuang burst out laughing. She was not stupid and knew why Fang Mu said that. It was naturally to prevent her from getting tired. But the more this happened, the more embarrassed Yi Wanchuang felt. So, Fang Mu finally gave in. You can watch from the door. Huh? Just watching? Yi Wanchuang asked back. What else? After saying that, Fang Mu picked up the clean dishes and walked towards the kitchen. Yi Wanchuang really followed him obediently. However, Fang Mu only allowed her to stop outside the territory, which was the doorframe. Pregnant women are most afraid of being tired, so just rest peacefully, it's not a big deal. Fang Mu said truthfully that he had been looking up relevant information since he knew Yi Wanchuang was pregnant with his child. Douyin's big data is also amazing. After searching, the recommended videos are now directly related to mothers and babies, accounting for 8 out of 10 videos. Yi Wanchuang felt warm in her heart after hearing this. Looking at Mu's busy figure in front of the pool, a smile flashed across her beautiful eyes. She suddenly discovered that there seemed to be an indescribable feeling about Fang Mu, as if even he himself looked better. Thinking of this, Yi Wanchuang's face turned slightly hot. During the dinner, the famously cold and beautiful female president of the Yi group blushed several times and felt embarrassed. Apart from anything else, if her teasing of Fang Mu were to get out, many people would probably be shocked. Outsiders only know that Yi Wanchuang is a cold and beautiful woman who seems to keep everyone at a distance, but they forget that she is also a woman. The injustice she encountered and the dislike of her family were the reasons why she disguised herself with indifference. Now that she has met Fang Mu and is pregnant with his child, the little girl side of her that was hidden deep inside has been released. Ever since Fang Mu promised to be responsible for her, Yi Wanchuang's cold heart has become more tender, and she has given it to the man in front of her. While washing the dishes, Fang Mu turned his head to look at Yi Wanchuang. Since the latter didn't say anything, he thought she had left. But every time I turned my head, Yi Wanchuang was standing quietly at the door, as if she was distracted. Schwanger, is your husband handsome from behind? How come you can look at him without blinking? Yi Wanchuang was awakened by these words, and then she realized that she had been distracted by thinking about something just now, and then she hurriedly explained. No, there is no talent, okay? It's okay, watch it if you want, it's not against the law and I won't lose weight. Fang Mu had no intention of arguing with her and simply turned around and continued with his work. After seeing Fang Mu's shameless side, Yi Wanchuang spat lightly and turned away. Fang Mu was busy in the kitchen. Yi Wanchuang also planned to help him clean up a bedroom. The two bedrooms are opposite each other, with doors facing each other. When Fang Mu came out after washing up, Yi Wanchuang was throwing the sheets onto the bed. Seeing this, Fang Mu turned and went to the bedroom opposite. Should I sleep here tonight? Yes, that's right, no. That's my room, you sleep over here. When Yi Wanchuang looked up and saw Fang Mu enter her bedroom, she felt a little shy. After all, it was her boudoir. But then again, when they have time and get their marriage certificate, they will be a legal couple. Not to mention Fang Mu entering her bedroom, even if he slept in her bedroom, it would be reasonable and legal, right? Now, you should take it easy and wait until you accept it. Yi Wanchuang was quick and agile. She spread the quilt and hurried to her bedroom, then pushed Fang Mu to the opposite side. You sleep here. Okay, I'll walk by myself, don't push me, be careful not to fall, ouch. My little ancestor. Fong Mu hurriedly helped Yi Wanchuang sit on the bed. Seeing this, Yi Wanchuang asked like a little woman. Fong Mu, are you concerned about me or the baby? I am also a fool, why am I jealous of the baby? However, as soon as Yi Wanchuang asked the question, he regretted it and quickly changed his words. Fong Mu answered without even thinking. Of course I care about you, but my wife is the most important. Although she had heard many sweet words, Yi Wanchuang inexplicably had a different feeling when she heard them from Fong Mu's mouth. But she was not a woman who would make unreasonable demands. She quickly corrected him. No, the baby is the most important. No, the wife is the most important. Fong Mu repeated Yi Wanchuang's words and sat down next to her. Children will grow up and have their own families, but only my wife can accompany me until old age. From this perspective, do you think my wife is the most important? Yi Wanchuang was very happy to hear this. Even if Fong Mu said it on purpose to make her happy, she would not be angry. After a moment, Yi Wanchuang suddenly asked. Fong Mu, can I lean on you? Certainly. After getting permission, Yi Wanchuang leaned forward gently. Fong Mu's chest was very strong, which made her feel at ease. But Fong Mu didn't know where to put his hands. He raised them, put them down, and raised them again. When Yi Wanchuang noticed this, she chuckled, pulled his hand up and placed it on her belly. For a moment, even through the clothes, Fong Mu could feel Yi Wanchuang's smooth and delicate skin, and smell the faint fragrance on her body, which inevitably made him distracted. Fong Mu, the baby is here, can you feel it? Fong Mu nodded, because he could really feel it. After all, you can see the system's prompts just by looking up, and the top one is the baby's development, good. Although the two didn't speak, their feelings were heating up. After a moment, the system prompts. Ding! The intimacy value between the host and Yi Wanchuang has reached 95. Reward secret red envelope 1. Chapter 6. The goddess is pregnant with my baby, and she wants to support me? Intimacy value. 059 is the passerby value. 6069 are ordinary friends. 7079 are familiar friends. 8089 are close friends lovers. 9100 are couples. At the moment, the intimacy value between the two has reached 95, which means that Fong Mu really occupies a large place in Yi Wanchuang's heart. Fong Mu did not feel proud or happy about this. Instead, he felt a little sorry for Yi Wanchuang. He knew that if it weren't for Yi Wanchuang's experience in the Yi family, it would not be so easy for him to enter her heart. As early as their first meeting, Yi Wanchuang said that she wanted Fong Mu to give her a home. She said such a simple request in a serious manner, no doubt because she was very eager for it. Thinking of this, Fong Mu frowned, and the hand on Yi Wanchuang's lower abdomen also held her hand. Fong Mu, what's wrong with you? It's okay, I was just wondering what would happen if I didn't take good care of you. It's already good enough. Yi Wanchuang whispered what was in her heart, because she really didn't want much. After a moment, Yi Wanchuang stood up from Fong Mu's arms and pointed to the lady's watch on her wrist. It's getting late, you should go to bed early. Good. After washing up, the two returned to their bedrooms, but Fong Mu did not close the door. Fong Mu, don't you close the door before you sleep? Fong Mu shook his head. No, I'm afraid you'll call me for something and I won't be able to hear you with the door closed. Oh, don't worry, I'm still in my early gestational age, it's okay. Go to bed now. Yi Wanchuang nodded and closed the door, but a few minutes later, she changed into her pajamas and opened the bedroom door again. Both doors opened and the two of them got closer. If Fong Mu wanted, he could turn his head and see Yi Wanchuang's exquisite jade feet. Her fair skin really made her look whiter. A night in silence. The next morning, when Fong Mu got up, he suddenly smelled a fragrance. He ran to the kitchen without even bothering to put on his shoes, and sure enough, he saw a beautiful figure. The charming figure was wearing an apron and a high ponytail. She was standing in front of the gas stove frying eggs. Didn't I tell you that the kitchen is my territory? Fong Mu walked forward and snatched the spatula from Yi Wanchuang's hand. Oh, it's almost fried, don't fight with me for it. Go out. Helpless, Yi Wanchuang had to go outside. I have to say, the eggs fried by Yi Wanchuang were quite delicious. It was mainly surprising that a rich lady like her could actually make these things. Yi Wanchuang came back quickly and brought a pair of slippers for Fong Mu. Why are you looking at me like that? Well, I have to eat, too. Otherwise, why would I need a kitchen when I buy a house? The clever Yi Wanchuan could naturally see the meaning of Fong Mu's expression, and was suddenly at a loss whether to laugh or cry. The two sat opposite each other during breakfast. Milk, fried eggs, and dumplings are all made by Yi Wanchuan herself. Looking at those exquisite dumplings, Fong Mu was slightly surprised. Yi Wanchuan couldn't help but feel a little confused and asked, "Why don't you eat?" "It's so exquisite, I can't bear to eat it," Fong Mu said seriously. "Okay, eat it quickly. If you like, I'll make it for you tomorrow morning." In the workplace, Yi Wanchuan is a work expert. In life, she is also a delicate girl who gets up early to cook, and even the bun skins and fillings are made freshly. So much so that Fong Mu couldn't help but feel curious, when did she need the dough? It's really good. The breakfast made by Mr. Yi himself tastes different. Poor mouth. No, I'm telling the truth. The two of them joked with each other, and it was as warm as a family. After dinner, Yi Wanchuan packed up and prepared to go to the company. Only then did she find out that Fong Mu had taken a leave of absence today. Eh? Why are you taking leave? Go and claim the prize. Fong Mu confessed that he bought the double color ball yesterday, and hey, he won. So amazing? How much did he win? Yi Wanchuan looked surprised. After all, most Chinese people knew that the lottery was unreliable. Now Fong Mu was going to claim the prize, so she was naturally a little surprised. Fong Mu raised 3 fingers, and Yi Wanchuan was even more surprised. 30,000 is really a lot. It's amazing. I thought I would never win the lottery. As she spoke, Yi Wanchuan actually took out a bank card from her bag and handed it over. Here, Fong Mu, this is my supplementary card. The credit limit is shared with my main card. You can buy whatever you want by yourself. Hearing this, Fong Mu laughed immediately. The beautiful female CEO is going to support me. Will you support me? Unexpectedly, Yi Wanchuan actually nodded and said with a little seriousness, "Well, as I said, I will give you money and everything I have." Silly girl. Fong Mu scolded her with a smile, then took Yi Wanchuan's supplementary card. I did this to stop her from thinking too much. After all, I am not short of money and I won't be short of money in the future. Then I went to the company. Okay, be careful on the road and let me know when you arrive. Yi Wanchuan nodded, changed her shoes and prepared to go out, when Fong Mu behind her suddenly called her. Wait a moment. What's wrong? Yi Wanchuan turned around subconsciously and was hugged by Fong Mu. Of course I give you a hug before I go out. Go ahead, I'll wait for you at home. Fong Mu's gentle voice sounded in her ears, and Yi Wanchuan was stunned. Yi Wanchuan was deeply moved, not knowing whether it was the warmth of Fong Mu's embrace or his refreshing words. Yeah, okay. She smiled at Fong Mu like an innocent little girl, and even stood on tiptoe to give him a light kiss on the cheek. I originally wanted to kiss Fong Mu's mouth, but suddenly I felt embarrassed, so I had to settle for the next best thing and choose his cheek. Then Yi Wanchuan ran away, making Fong Mu anxious. Slow down. Don't run. You stupid girl. Yi Wanchuan came to the car and put down her bag. She touched her cherry lips, which seemed to still have the warmth of Fong Mu. Fong Mu's voice is still lingering in my mind. I'll wait for you at home. This made the beautiful Yi Wanchuan extremely moved. The land of gentleness will make people linger, and the same is true for the female president of the Yi group. It's just that she can act like a little girl in a gentle place, but in the company, she has to appear cold and beautiful. The Yi group is not stable now. There are the restless Yi family members at home and rival companies eyeing them covetously outside. If you are not careful, the family business left by grandpa might be destroyed. Thinking of this, Yi Wanchuan has regained her former cold and elegant appearance that kept people at a distance. Although it will be physically and mentally exhausting, there is nothing you can do about it. On the way to the company, Yi Wanchuan received a call from her secretary, who informed her of bad news. The thing she least wanted to see finally happened. The Yi family and the rival company have joined forces. Chapter 7 Yi Wanchuan of Yi Group? Ah, then my wife. After seeing Yi Wanchuan off, Fong Mu checked last night's winning numbers for the double color ball. He compared the first number to the last number, and they were exactly the same. Although I knew this was inevitable, I still couldn't help feeling happy. For ordinary people, winning the first prize is undoubtedly a great fortune. Even if life will not bring about earth-shaking changes, it can improve a lot. Fang Mu is also an ordinary person and would be overjoyed, but as he is equipped with a system, he knows that this is just an appetizer. After leaving the villa, Fang Mu rushed to the prize redemption center. When the staff learned that Fang Mu was the winner of the triple jackpot last night, they all became enthusiastic. The manager led him into the office, and the girl at the service window began to flirt with him. After all, Fang Mu was handsome and young enough, and now he had become rich, so it was impossible for an ordinary girl to control herself. This is reality, not the comments section of TikTok. 30 million is already a huge sum of money. Refusing to be photographed, Fang Mu left the prize redemption center after receiving the prize. On the way, he thought about his life plan. The system triggered the main quest, entrepreneurship through fission, which just happened to coincide with his idea. Being kept by someone is good, but eating too much free food can easily give you a stomachache. At worst, you can wait until your business fails and then be kept by someone again. After finding a quiet park to sit down, Fang Mu took out the secret red packet, rewarded by the system. Last night, he saw it wrongly and thought it was a secret burger. He complained about the system in his heart for a long time. What can you get? Don't give me 0.01. Ding. Return to host, red envelope reward is random. The system only gave one explanation, which was that it all depended on luck. Then open it. Opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining one investment company. Please name the company and select the company address. Seeing the reward, Fang Mu's face immediately lit up with joy. The system was really sensible. It knew to send a pillow when the host was sleepy. And the rewards are very matching. After all, I have a sharp eye, so it's even more matching. Name, Fang Yuan Investment. The sky is round and the earth is square, encompassing everything. Since it is an investment company, we must invest in everything. The address was chosen in Shanghai so that it would be convenient for me to take care of my wife. Applied. All of a sudden, Fang Mu had some more information in his mind. The Fang Yuan building where Fang Yuan Investment was located was in Huangpu district. The company was rewarded with a building. It is truly a system for winners in life. Since he had nothing to do anyway, Fang Mu took a taxi and rushed to Fang Yuan Investment. It is still somewhat inconvenient, so Fang Mu plans to discuss with Yi Wanshuang in the evening and let him drive her Ferrari from now on. If you go to work, you can pick yourself up. Huangpu district is one of the most prosperous areas in Shanghai. The Fang Yuan building is located in it, and its value is immeasurable. To Fang Mu, it seemed to appear out of nowhere. But to others, it is a well-known grade A commercial building, favored by companies from all walks of life. In front of Fang Yuan building is Fang Yuan Plaza, with complete surrounding facilities and comprehensive supporting services. Apart from anything else, the rent from all parties alone is a considerable income for Fang Mu. It is precisely because of the existence of these rents that Fang Yuan Investment has strong capital. Fang Mu walked into Fang Yuan building and came to the floor where Fang Yuan Investment was located. Everyone who comes and goes greets Fang Mu. In the eyes of many employees, Fang Mu is their boss. The power of the system is fully demonstrated at this moment. If Fang Mu wanted, he could clearly see the entries above each employee's head. 5-star secretary, 5-star investor, 4-star planner, even the cleaning lady has 3 stars. Star rating is a reflection of personal ability. Fang Yuan Investment has many 5-star elites, so even if Fang Mu has always been a hands-off manager, the company can still operate well. Looking through the quarterly report of Fang Yuan Investment, the rate of return is as high as 65%. Such achievements are among the best in the industry. Arriving at the office, Fang Mu sat in the boss chair and looked at the investment project brought by the 5-star secretary. At a glance, you can clearly see which one will make money and which one will lose money. Is Yes Group going to terminate its investment in this project next quarter? After all, his wife is the CEO of Yi Group, so Fang Mu naturally attaches great importance to Yi Group. Now that I saw the report on termination of investment brought by the secretary, I naturally had to ask about it. To answer the boss question, the Yi Group is now facing internal and external troubles, and the Yi family has even teamed up with a rival company to bring down the current head, Yi Wanshuang. In order to avoid losses for our Fang Yuan Investment, we will terminate the investment and cooperation in the next quarter. Fang Yuan Investment is not just about stupid people with a lot of money. As for which projects to invest in and which projects not to touch, the many 5-star investors in the company will make decisions after in-depth investigation and research. It can be said that Fang Yuan Investment is very good at intelligence research, so what happened in the Yi Group could naturally not be hidden from their eyes. If it weren't for Yi Wanchuang, Fang Mu would naturally not take it seriously, but he certainly couldn't turn a blind eye to it now. The CEO of Yi Group is Yi Wanchuang, she is my wife. Fang Yuan Investment will do its utmost to help her through this difficult time. The secretary was shocked when he heard this, and felt that his boss was hiding something too deeply. The company's investors conducted multiple rounds of research on the Yi Group, but they didn't realize that Yi Wanchuang and Fang Mu had such a close relationship. Yes. Please rest assured, boss. Now that the boss has spoken, who would dare to mention terminating the investment? Afterwards, Fang Mu used his golden finger to select a few investment projects from the pile and asked his secretary to pay extra attention to them. The secretary was even more shocked. She didn't know that her boss had a golden finger, but she knew that these projects were favored by many five-star investors and could be said to be projects with extremely high returns. The boss saw through it at just one glance, which can only be described as a hidden talent. In fact, Fang Mu really just took a look at it. This was enough. It was just like picking a turtle with an open card. Any pick would be a win. Time passed quickly and it was already afternoon, but Fang Mu didn't even notice the passage of time. Opening the phone, Yi Wanchuang hadn't sent any messages for a long time. The chat history between the two of them was still stuck at the reporting safety after she arrived at the company. I guess he's busy. Boss, are you leaving? The secretary asked. Yes, I have to go home and cook for my wife. Fang Mu grinned. The secretary couldn't help but feel envious after hearing this, and at the same time, he put the cooperation and investment with the Yi Group first in his mind. Since the boss cares so much about the boss's wife, then, Fang Yuan Investment must show sincerity to the Yi Group. Chapter 8, The Little Cherry Mouth is a Little Red, Biting the Ribs Shyly. On the way home, Fang Mu sent a message to Yi Wanchuang, who replied quickly. As usual, I'll prepare dinner and wait for you to come back. Fang Mu, I have a meeting tonight, so I might be back very late, later than last night. It's okay, I'll wait for you no matter how late it is. Fang Mu's words were like a reassurance, making Yi Wanchuang feel much better. However, when she thought about the fact that she hadn't talked much today, she felt a little ashamed. Fang Mu, I'm a little busy today and haven't had time to talk to you. Please don't be angry with me. How could that be? I'll give you a surprise later. What surprise? Secret. No matter how Yi Wanchuang asked, Fang Mu refused to tell the truth. The two of them are like a couple in love. Even if they are chatting across the phone, they can still make each other in a good mood. The surprise that Fang Mu was referring to was visiting her at the company and bringing her dinner. When Fang Mu was a child, his parents were busy with work and could not take care of him, so he gradually developed the good habit of cooking for himself. Ordinary home cooking is not a problem at all. Even if Yi Wanchuang wanted to eat something more difficult, it would not be a big problem. After all, the internet is well developed now. You can just go to Douyin to check it out. There are guides everywhere. If you follow them, there will definitely not be much difference. Ding! Trigger the new main quest. She is fine, the baby is fine, and the host is fine too. Task 1, Capture Yi Wanchuang's stomach. Upon hearing this, Fang Mu's forehead darkened, and he thought that the system was deliberately making fun of him by punctuating the sentence like this. The host is detected to have cooked for Yi Wanchuang 1 times, and the cooking skill reward is doubled. Will your cooking skills double after cooking once? Task 1 is really not difficult. On the way home, Fang Mu went to the vegetable market. Although his refrigerator was big enough and he could buy more vegetables to avoid going back and forth, he still had to buy and eat them right away to ensure their freshness. Scrambled eggs with cucumber, fried cauliflower with meat, steamed pork ribs with potatoes, and fried shrimp with snow peas. 2 meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes, nutritionally complete, are a piece of cake for Fang Mu, whose cooking skills have doubled. The kitchen was filled with fragrance and the cell phone rang from time to time. It was Yi Wanchuang sending messages. She really wanted to know what the surprise Fang Mu mentioned was. But Fang Mu didn't answer her. He packed the food and went out. Every time he went out, Fang Mu felt that it was too troublesome not to have a car, and he became more determined to snatch Yi Wanchuang's Ferrari. Although with Fang Yuan Investment's existing capital and its own assets, buying a vehicle is as easy as drinking water, it is much less interesting. If I steal Yi Wanchuang's Ferrari, then she will have to wait for me to pick her up, which will be much more interesting. At around 6 o'clock, Fang Mu arrived downstairs of Yi Group. Take the elevator directly to the floor where Yi Wanchuan's office is located. But as soon as he got off the elevator, he encountered resistance. A woman in a women's suit stopped him. Who are you looking for? Outsiders are not allowed in here. Fong Mu smiled and showed his work badge, then lied. Mr. Yi asked me to come up. My name is Fong Mu. If you don't believe me, you can ask. Really? Wait a minute. The woman walked quickly to Yi Wanchuan's office, and when she came out, there was a hint of suspicion on her mature face. She was Yi Wanchuan's secretary, but she had never seen Yi Wanchuan show joy for anyone. Even if it was just for a moment, Song Shiwan still caught it. Mr. Yi calls you in. Okay, thank you. Fong Mu walked towards the office, and when he arrived at the door, he found that Yi Wanchuan was already standing inside waiting for him. After Fong Mu entered the office, Yi Wanchuan stuck his head out and shouted to Song Shiwan. Sister Wan, you can get off work now. I will be home soon. Okay, Mr. Yi, please contact me if you have anything. Aha! After saying that, Yi Wanchuan couldn't wait to close the office door. Fong Mu. Why are you here? Didn't you ask for leave? Were you called back to work overtime? Yi Wanchuan guessed and became angrier and angrier. She obviously didn't advocate overtime. Of course not. I came to bring you dinner and visit you. You've been busy all day, haven't you? You've worked hard. Fong Mu raised his hand and rubbed Yi Wanchuan's head, showing both intimacy and doting. Yi Wanchuan surprisingly did not refuse and seemed to be enjoying it. She just shrugged her nose and then looked at the bag in Fong Mu's hand. It smells so good. Are you hungry? Come and eat. Fong Mu walked to the desk without any hesitation and took out the food he had brought one by one. The thermos bucket has a good heat preservation effect, the food is still hot and the porridge is steaming. Looking at the delicious food on the table, Yi Wanchuan licked the corner of her mouth with her pink tongue. The food was tempting, but she was even more tempting. Did you eat? No. Fong Mu shook his head. The next second Yi Wanchuan sat next to him, put the rice between the two of them, and then pulled the dishes closer. Let's eat together, I'll open your mouth and I'll feed you. Yi Wanchuan seemed to be in a good mood. She held a piece of egg and put it to Fong Mu's mouth. After seeing him eat it, her smile became even brighter. Although what happened today was terrible, 99% of it was healed because of Fong Mu's arrival. The remaining 1% is up to you. Yi Wanchuan took a bite of potato and ate it with rice. The fragrant and delicious taste made her love it. Try this, try that, they are all delicious. It smells so good. Am I too hungry? Is there a possibility that my cooking skills have improved? Fong Mu asked with a smile. After all, his cooking skills have really improved, and they have doubled. Yi Wanchuan also believed it firmly and nodded vigorously but said nothing more because she had to concentrate on eating. Only after she felt a little full did Yi Wanchuan ask Fong Mu. Fong Mu, what did you do today? You didn't even talk to me. Is Shuang angry? Do I look fierce? Not fierce. Then why do you say I'm angry? I'm not angry, I'm just curious. Yi Wanchuan bit her chopsticks and muttered softly, looking a little cute. I didn't do anything, I just missed you, and still missed you. You're talking nonsense again. I'm just telling the truth. Come, have another piece of pork ribs. Fong Mu smiled. Just as the two were flirting, the office door was suddenly pushed open, and it was Song Shiwan who had returned. She is Yi Wanchuan's secretary and a loyal supporter. The two of them are as close as sisters in private, so even if it is the CEO's office, she is used to pushing the door and entering. Unexpectedly, when she pushed the door open this time, she saw a scene that surprised her greatly. Fong Mu is feeding Yi Wanchuan? Yi Wanchuan is biting pork ribs with her cherry-like mouth slightly opened? And she is smiling? This is not the wrong office. Song Shiwan even leaned out and looked at the office nameplate. That's right, it's the CEO's office. I must be dazzled. Chapter 9, it's a good plan, but I'm the chosen one. Song, Sister Song, why are you back? Yi Wanchuan's face flushed. She couldn't help feeling shy when she was suddenly caught being intimate with Fong Mu. I, Mr. Yi, the person in charge of Hurricane Investment, wrote to you. Song Shiwan stopped talking when she looked at Fong Mu. Sister Song, you said, Fong Mu is my husband, not an outsider. Hearing this, Song Shiwan was very surprised and continued to report. Hurricane Investments agreed to our request. Good news! The project can start. Yi Wanchuang was overjoyed. But Song Shiwan's next words made her hesitate. But Mr. Yi, Hurricane Investments, citing the need for capital turnover, said that the Yi Group needs to advance the initial funds first, and they will take over in the middle and later stages. To show their sincerity, they will give a 5% profit. Fang Mu did not interrupt when Yi Wanchuang and Song Shiwan were talking. Through the conversation between the two, it was learned that the so-called project was to transform a piece of land currently owned by the Yi Group into a shopping mall. The investment was huge, but the profit after the completion of the project would also be considerable. As a listed company, the Yi Group covers a wide range of fields. Although the company made its fortune from health products, it later branched out into emerging fields such as real estate, electronic products, and the IT industry. And they all reaped the benefits, so the Yi Group was able to grow rapidly. But if you take too big a step, you might easily hurt yourself. With the passing of Mr. Yi, the Yi Group experienced a series of misfortunes, resulting in damage in many areas. Nowadays, if you want to develop the prime location you own, you have the will but not the ability, so you need to borrow power. After being rejected by major banks with various excuses, the person in charge, Yi Wanchuang, could only place his hopes on a third party, that is, to find investors. She's been exhausted from dealing with this matter for a while, and now she finally gets a reply? Yi Wanchuang was caught in a dilemma and pondered for a long time. If we need to advance the funds ourselves in the early stage, we will have to divert funds from other projects, but that will slow down the progress of other projects, which is a bad strategy of robbing Peter to pay Paul. However, leaders of relevant departments are also urging the implementation of the Huaqian Plaza project, and there is no way to delay it any further. Oh, what should I do? Song Shiwan stood aside. As the matter was too serious, she did not dare to make any rash conclusion. All the pressure instantly fell on Yi Wanchuang's shoulders. Schwanger, let me take a look at the plan of Hurricane Investment. Fang Mu suddenly spoke. Yi Wanchuang nodded and took the plan from Song Shiwan. The moment Fang Mu got the report, he used his sharp eyes to check it. It would have been fine if he hadn't looked at it, but after looking at it, the system sounded an alarm. Ding ding ding. Trap. Trap. Don't believe it. Don't believe it. Fang Mu, what do you think? How do you say? No. Mr. Yi. Yi Wanchuang forced a smile and asked Fang Mu. Song Shiwan felt something was wrong after seeing this. How can such a major event that can determine the future development of the Yi Group be decided by outsiders? That's not right. In comparison, I am the outsider, but Fang Mu is not a professional. What should I do if I really listen to his advice? Fang Mu simply threw aside the proposal sheet faxed from Hurricane Investment. Then after organizing the language, I listed the disadvantages. In my opinion, this is a trap. Hurricane Investment has no intention of cooperating at all. They just want to bring down the Yi Group. Taking money from one pocket to pay another is not only a bad idea, but something that should never be done. If Hurricane Investment breaches the contract midway through the project, our losses will be too great, with damage on both fronts that will affect the overall situation. On the other hand, Hurricane Investment will only have to pay a certain amount of liquidated damages. Furthermore, let us imagine that if Hurricane Investments reached a consensus with its rival company and both parties shared the profits after bringing down the Yi Group, then what if he paid some liquidated damages? In the end, the Yi Group was dragged down. Schwanger, I know you are under a lot of pressure now, but you must also remember that businessmen will not do anything without profit. Hurricane Investments can also stab you in the back for profit. Fang Mu's words directly frightened Yi Wanchuang awake. She was indeed moved just now, but she did not think of the worst. Hurricane Investment. If Hurricane Investment changes its mind, the Yi Group will be finished. Both Yi Wanchuang and Song Shiwan looked at Fang Mu with a new respect. In fact, both women were a bit stubborn, so Fang Mu, as a bystander, could see it more clearly. Moreover, he was the chosen one selected by the system. The office became unusually quiet again. Yi Wanchuang and Song Shiwan didn't say anything, but were thinking about countermeasures. Fang Mu chuckled, took out a piece of paper and a pen, and wrote down a number. Schwanger, try calling this number. This is? Fang Yuan Investment, S consultation hotline is a good place to try any possible cure when you're desperate. It might work. Upon hearing this, Song Shiwan shook her head and sighed, it's useless. We have project cooperation with Fang Yuan Investment, but news came today that the other party is going to terminate those cooperation projects. Yes, Fang Mu, if we discuss new projects with Fang Yuan Investment now, I'm afraid Yu Wanchuan will also agree. On the other hand, Fang Mu called the number directly. By the time Yu Wanchuan reacted, the phone was already placed next to her ear. After 3 beeps, a respectful voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello, is this Fang Yuan Investment? We are Yi Group. Fang Mu spoke first, and Zhu Jinghe, the secretary on the other end of the phone, quickly changed his words and almost shouted, "Boss! Hello, this is Fang Yuan Investment. How can I help you? Schwanger, talk to the other party, you know better than me." After Fang Mu finished speaking, Yu Wanchuan walked to the floor-to-ceiling window holding her phone. On the other side, Song Xiuan's face showed a trace of deep worry, and she sighed. Fang Yuan Investment is a new investment institution with abundant resources and strong capital, but that doesn't mean they are stupid and have a lot of money. I feel it's hard to reach an agreement. Uncertain. If you try, you may succeed, but if you don't try, you will definitely not succeed. Fang Mu smiled slightly, his smile full of confidence. Song Xiuan was puzzled as to why he was so confident. At the same time, I am also curious about how Fang Mu and Yu Wanchuan got together. However, as a senior executive of the Yi Group, Song Xiuan had met many people, but she only felt a kind of calm in the face of danger temperament in Fang Mu, as if he would not panic even if the sky fell. It's just very strange. Isn't he just a small employee of Yi Group? But whose young man deliberately came to the grassroots level of Yi Group to gain experience and pursue Yu Wanchuan? Hiss. I caught him. Chapter 10 Fang Mu, who is so lucky? Winning 30 million? Fang Mu didn't know what Song Xiuan was thinking, otherwise he would definitely not be able to help but sigh. Women's inner thoughts are really rich. A quarter of an hour passed in a flash. Song Xiuan became more and more anxious as she waited, forming a sharp contrast with the calm Fang Mu. A few minutes later, Yu Wanchuan finished talking to the other party, hung up the phone, and walked back. She walked faster and faster, and finally took small steps and threw herself into Fang Mu's arms. Fang Mu gently handed her a glass of water. Yu Wanchuan drank several gulps in one breath. She had been talking for more than 20 minutes and her throat was already sore. Mr. Yi? How? Song Xiuan asked hurriedly, although she had guessed the answer from Yu Wanchuan's performance. Done. The person just now is the chief secretary of the boss of Fang Yuan Investment, and also the acting person in charge. She said that she has a deep understanding of our Yi Group's project and is very optimistic about it. They said that they would give a reply after the application tomorrow, and the probability of passing would be very high. Yu Wanchuan smiled happily, as if the huge rock that was weighing on her heart was lifted away. Song Xiuan also smiled and said that she could sleep well tonight. On the other hand, she was a little surprised by the answer given by Secretary Zhu Jinghe, which made Yu Wanchuan feel at ease without making her doubt why everything went so smoothly. Fang Mu. Thank you. Yu Wanchuan lay on Fang Mu's shoulder and shouted loudly. Fang Mu also caressed Yu Wanchuan's soft hair lovingly, and was sincerely happy for her. Yu Wanchuan is a strong-willed girl and it is difficult for her to calm down, but now that she has won the favor of Fang Yuan Investment, she can relax a little. Of course, the prerequisite is that the cooperation with Fang Yuan Investment can be finalized in the end, otherwise her heart will still be hanging in the air. After a moment, Yu Wanchuan's face felt slightly hot because she happened to catch a glimpse of Sister Song, whose face was full of Aunt's smile. She then realized that there was someone else around. Although she was not afraid or disgusted by their intimacy, it had a bad influence. Ahem, Fang Mu, why do I feel like the General Secretary of Fang Yuan Investment who I was talking to seems very easy to talk to? As expected of Yu Wanchuan, she has a keen sense and was able to notice all these subtle details. Fang Mu had no intention of hiding anything, so he smiled and admitted frankly, because I am the boss of Fang Yuan Investment, I have told her to take good care of Yi Group. Really? No matter, I don't care. If you say so, I will believe it. Yu Wanchuan was very supportive. Suddenly her eyes widened and she hugged Fang Mu again. Song Xiuan, who was standing aside, slipped away. She didn't want to stay in the office anymore because the smell of dog food was too strong and too intoxicating. Yu Wanchuan pulled Fang Mu to the floor-to-ceiling window, and the latter realized that from here he could see the roadside where he used to have a drink after get off work. Great, so you've been observing me for a long time, Fang Mu joked. Yu Wanchuan didn't argue and nodded. At first I was curious, then I became envious. I envied that you could sit there without any worries, drinking beer and watching passersby. Later, I really wanted to give it a try, so I took that position before you." Then Yi Wanchuang blushed and stopped talking. Because after that, there will be a beautiful encounter between the two of them. The two stayed in the company for a long time, and when they left, there was no one there. Fong Mu held Yi Wanchuang's hand and came to the underground parking lot. It felt good to go home with his lover. On the way home, Fong Mu mentioned that he wanted to detain Yi Wanchuang's car. When Fong Mu said he would pick up Yi Wanchuang after get off work, the latter's eyes suddenly lit up. "Great, great!" Yi Wanchuang cheered and clapped her hands like a little girl. While waiting for the traffic light, Fong Mu turned his head and stared at Yi Wanchuang again and again. "What's wrong? Is there something on my face?" "No, you are prettier than flowers." Fong Mu spoke the truth, causing Yi Wanchuang's face to turn red again. "Humph, sweet talk. Really, especially when she smiles, she looks much better than when she has a cold face, 10,000 times better." There were still 66 seconds left on the red light, and Fong Mu fired another sugar-coated bullet. Although Yi Wanchuang spoke sweet words, she was very happy in her heart. Girls all love to hear compliments. After hearing what Fong Mu said, Yi Wanchuang pursed her lips, seeming to want to say something but stopped herself. When the light turned green, Fong Mu added, "Smile more in the future, no matter what happens, I will shoulder it with you, understand?" "Aha!" Yi Wanchuang said softly, but tears were shining in her beautiful eyes. It can only be said that every word of Fong Mu touched her heart. No job, no burden. It's a rare time for Yi Wanchuang not to be busy with work and doesn't have to attend online meetings. The two hit it off and sat on the sofa watching TV. Turn on the projector and turn off all the lights to maximize the atmosphere. Yi Wanchuang brought a blanket, then half reluctantly lay in Fong Mu's arms, and covered herself with the blanket. She felt so comfortable. Fong Mu's small hand gently rested on Yi Wanchuang's waist. Because the pajamas the latter wore were made of silk and felt very good, he couldn't let go of them unconsciously. As a result, Yi Wanchuang couldn't even concentrate on watching the movie. However, in an environment with a full atmosphere, both Fong Mu and Yi Wanchuang would feel a little overwhelmed when they saw the male and female protagonists in the movie engaging in intimate behavior. From the initial kiss to the further development later on, everything was a natural process. But let us forget about the deeper exploration. Yi Wanchuang was pregnant after all, so she didn't dare, and Fong Mu didn't dare to take the risk either. For a man, the most uncomfortable thing is to come to an abrupt end, but what can we do? As a result, when Fong Mu went to bed at night, he would dream about Yi Wanchuang. The result is that when I wake up in the morning, I feel so cold and hopeless. While Yi Wanchuang was making breakfast, Fong Mu was washing clothes in the bathroom, rubbing them very vigorously, as if this could help him consume more energy. After breakfast, Fong Mu and Yi Wanchuang went out to work. Fong Mu was driving, and Yi Wanchuang had time to put on makeup in the car. Although it is just light makeup, it is still a huge plus for Yi Wanchuang, who is naturally beautiful. Fong Mu could also see with his own eyes that Yi Wanchuang's makeup was much softer than before, which was a good thing, as it showed that her state of mind was changing. In the underground parking lot, Fong Mu and Yi Wanchuang kissed goodbye in the car. Left. Bore. Right. Bore. Middle. Only after the fragrance of Yi Wanchuang's mouth was left on her left and right cheeks and mouth, did Fong Mu let her go. "Do you want to have lunch together?" Fong Mu asked. Yi Wanchuang pondered for a moment and nodded. "Good." Fong Mu returned to the office and sat down at his desk. Colleagues were chatting animatedly, arguing with each other until their faces turned red. Listening carefully, I found out that they were talking about the last issue of the double colorball jackpot. 30 million is not a small amount of money for most employees. Seeing Fong Mu coming over, someone directly pulled him to stand in line. "Fong Mu, tell me, is the 30 million double colorball lottery ticket that was exposed yesterday real or fake? Someone won 30 million? Fong Mu pretended to be surprised, causing the system to look down on him. Chapter 11, if you want a reward, please film a Feng Wu Jiutian cross-dressing video for me. Yes. Damn, 30 million. If I won 30 million, I would quit my job and go back to my hometown to lie down. What about you, Fong Mu? Ask yourself again. Fong Mu couldn't help but feel a little amused. After all, he really had won 30 million, and he was just working normally. Well, if I won 30 million, I would just treat it as if nothing happened, go to work, do what I need to do, and I would never ask people, what are you going to do if you win 30 million? After Fong Mu finished speaking, his colleagues in the office were stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Haha Lao Gao, Fong Mu is teasing you. That's right, I want to ask around. The atmosphere in the office is very good, and no one gets angry even if you're joking. But there are quite a few stubborn ones. Take the fact that someone won 3 times the jackpot in the last issue of the double color ball as an example. Some people think it is a gimmick to attract people to buy lottery tickets. Another group of people believe that it really happened, and they have good reasons. When fishing, people know how to spread bait, so someone must have really won the prize. While his colleagues were having a heated discussion, Fong Mu was chatting with Yi Wanshuang. As soon as Yi Wanshuang arrived at the office, Zhuo Jinghe from Fongyuan Investment called her. Her application was passed and the two parties formally reached a cooperative relationship. According to Zhuo Jinghe, someone will be sent to Yi Group to sign the contract immediately, and the payment will be made after the signing. In other words, the construction of Huashan Plaza, which Yi Group is betting on, can start at the latest tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. This is a great thing for Yi Wanshuang and the Yi Group. The only one who was depressed was Hurricane Investment, as its original plan to harm Yi Group was dashed. However, when the boss of Hurricane Investment heard that it was Fongyuan Investment that supported Yi Group, he immediately gave in. Although both parties are engaged in investment, their scale is not at the same level at all. It is not a wise choice to provoke Fongyuan Investment. In this way, Fong Mu and Fongyuan Investment solved a big problem and a big hidden danger for Yi Wanshuang and Yi Group. Slacking off is the happiest thing for working people. The same goes for Fong Mu, especially when the person he was slacking off on was the company's boss, Yi Wanshuang. The two chatted endlessly and reached a cooperation with Fongyuan Investment, which made Yi Wanshuang extremely happy. Even through the mobile phone screen, Fong Mu could feel her inner joy. If I hadn't asked you to call Fongyuan Investment, would you have missed it? Fong Mu grinned, and a teasing idea popped up in his mind. Yes, it's all thanks to you. Yi Wanshuang said in agreement. After seeing the reply, Fong Mu's true colors were exposed and he actually took credit for it. So you don't plan to reward me? In the CEO office, Yi Wanshuang couldn't help blushing after seeing the message sent by Fong Mu. It was obvious that she directly linked the reward with matters between men and women. It took a long time before he replied. Fong Mu, will it have any effect on the baby? I'm afraid. On the other side, Fong Mu sat up straight immediately. Although Yi Wanshuang didn't say anything, and didn't say it clearly, he understood. Yi Wanshuang misunderstood. Fong Mu was in no hurry to explain. As if she was afraid that he would be angry, Yi Wanshuang quickly said, Fong Mu, what other reward do you want? Fong Mu smiled and stopped pretending to be cool. If he continued to pretend, Yi Wanshuang would start crying. But the reward. Fong Mu opened TikTok, found a video and shared it. Turn the lights on and off, and the phoenix dances and the sky BGM changes? Yi Wanshuang suspiciously opened the shared link, clicked in to take a look, and then she was happy. As expected, all men are pigs. Fong Mu, do you like watching this? I can't help but dislike watching it. This is all over Douyin recently. I'll give you one if I watch it. You're going to give me a reward, so why not take one? It's just for me, and I'll watch it myself. Fong Mu laughed, already looking forward to it. Well, it was obviously you who asked for the reward, okay? I'll take a picture for you to see, let's wait until evening. Okay. For a moment, Fong Mu just hoped that the hour and minute hands on the clock would move faster and faster. But no matter how fast time passes, it will still be noon first and then evening. Fong Mu rejected his colleague's invitation to have lunch together, and then went to the place where he had agreed to meet Yi Wanshuang and waited. Soon, Yi Wanshuang also came. But when she walked towards Fong Mu, she revealed a meaningful, cute, yet slightly vulgar smile. Fong Mu immediately understood what she was laughing at, and then felt a little embarrassed. Ahem Schwanger, what do you want for lunch? Eat Fing Wu Jiutian. Yi Wanshuang laughed. It's over. I can't raise my head anymore. Yi Wanshuang teased Fong Mu all the way to the dining place, which was a Sichuan restaurant that served stir-fried dishes and rice. Although the restaurant was just a short distance west of the company building, neither Fong Mu nor Yi Wanshuang cared about it. There is a high probability that you will meet people from the Yi Group when you come here to eat. Although not many people know Fong Mu, Yi Wanshuang is the head of the Yi Group, so there must be many people who know her. As expected, I ran into an acquaintance, Song Shiwan, as soon as I entered the door. Seeing Fong Mu and Yi Wanchuang arm in arm in intimacy, Song Xuan tilted her head, as if they had no intention of hiding their relationship at all. Sister Song. Mr. Yi, what a coincidence, you are also here to eat. Well, let us go upstairs first. Good. Watching Fong Mu and Yi Wanchuan leave hand in hand, Song Xuan simply forgot to eat. For some reason, she felt that Yi Wanchuang had changed, but she couldn't tell what exactly had changed. When they went upstairs, they ordered 2 dishes, 1 meat and 1 vegetable, and then had white rice. They ordered too much and it was a waste. Fong Mu couldn't help but laugh as he looked at Yi Wanchuan, who moved closer to him. I have a feeling that soon the whole company will know about us. It's okay. Yi Wanchuan didn't care at all, then looked up at Fong Mu and said, Are you afraid? I'm not afraid, I'm just quite happy. Fong Mu was telling the truth. Although the two of them had not been together for very long, he really couldn't find any fault with Yi Wanchuang. He didn't say he wanted to avoid suspicion or have a secret relationship, but he openly acknowledged the relationship between them. I don't know how many girls he dumped because of this. Compared to those girls who want to dig their boyfriends out of the photos when posting to their moments, Yi Wanchuang is so much better. Yi Wanchuang leaned close to his ear and asked, Well, let us go get the marriage certificate tomorrow, okay? Chapter 12. Why call him Fong Mu? Why not just call him Mamu? Yi Wanchuan's breath was as fragrant as orchid, stirring Fong Mu's heart. Fong Mu never expected that Yi Wanchuan would suddenly bring up this matter, although he had already planned to do so. Fong Mu, you hesitated. The next second, Fong Mu nodded heavily. Hit. Hee, then why are you hesitating? It's not hesitation, but unexpectedness. What didn't you expect? Yi Wanchuan blinked her pretty big eyes and asked suspiciously. Fong Mu broke open the disposable chopsticks while organizing his words, then grinned. I didn't expect you to bring up the matter of getting a marriage certificate. To be honest, I have been thinking about this these past 2 days, wondering how to tell you. Hearing this, Yi Wanchuan covered her mouth and laughed out loud, and even murmured, calling Fong Mu idiot. Didn't we agree that there is no password between us? So naturally there is nothing that we can't tell each other. Getting the certificate is a big deal. Of course you can talk to me directly and discuss it with me. As she spoke, Yi Wanchuan pinched the back of Fong Mu's hand, then pretended to be angry and said coquettishly, If you do this again in the future, I will bite you. Upon hearing this, Fong Mu held Yi Wanchuan's small hand with his backhand and nodded with a smile on his face. What he didn't ask was where to bite. Soon the waiter brought the food. A dish of sweet and sour pork tenderloin, a dish of spicy and sour shredded potatoes, and 2 bowls of white rice. After spending these days together, Fong Mu has figured out Yi Wanchuang's taste, which is sweet. Home-cooked dishes such as sweet and sour pork, kung pao chicken, and shredded pork with fish flavor are Yi Wanchuang's favorites. Even when eating scrambled eggs with tomatoes, I have to eat it sweet. Yi Wanchuang first picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork for Fong Mu, and then picked up a piece and put it in her mouth. The next second, a look of joy appeared on her beautiful face. Sure enough, the sweet taste would make people happy. It's delicious. Yi Wanchuan praised it generously. After seeing it, Fong Mu couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. It's beautiful, he loves to see it, he wants to see it. Who would have thought that Yi Wanchuan, the CEO of Yi Group, appears to be cold and resolute on the surface, but actually looks like such a little girl in private? If her subordinates saw this, they would definitely be shocked. Fong Mu showed a doting look on his face and said softly after picking up a piece of meat for Yi Wanchuan. I will cook for you whatever you want to eat in the future. Do you want to try my sweet and sour pork? Yi Wanchuan was very supportive and nodded repeatedly, but she refused right away. No more. You need to control sugar intake during pregnancy. I ate sweet and sour pork today and I won't dare eat it again within a week. If the sugar level in the body is too high, it will affect the baby. Hearing this, Fong Mu suddenly realized something and immediately slapped his forehead, thinking that he was really negligent for not even thinking of this aspect. Wait until next week. You have to make it for me next week. Okay, no problem. The two of them talked and laughed while eating. In the past, Yi Wanchuan was used to watching TV series while eating, but now that Fong Mu was around, she gave up this habit. After finishing their meal, the two did not leave in a hurry, but sat there to rest. Suddenly Fong Mu's cell phone rang. When he opened it, he saw that it was a call from his mother Ma Xiaochang. After seeing the note mother on Fong Mu's mobile phone screen, Yi Wanchuan felt comfortable and wanted to escape. But before she could dodge, Fong Mu grabbed her. Don't run away. The ugly daughter-in-law has to meet her parents-in-law. After hearing this, Yu Wanchuang pursed her lips, and then corrected in a low voice, I am not an ugly bride. As Fang Mu pressed the answer button, his mother's voice sounded quietly. Son, what are you doing? Have you eaten yet? Just finished eating. Fang Mu said with a smile, and then he suddenly twisted the phone in his hand and pointed the camera at Yu Wanchuang. Yu Wanchuang was biting her lips nervously, and suddenly the camera turned around, and she became even more flustered. Fortunately, I have seen a lot of ups and downs in life. Looking at the face of my mother-in-law on the screen, I quickly came to my senses and greeted her. Ah, hello, Auntie. Hello, Auntie. Ah. Hello, Schwanger, right? Fang Mu, that stinky boy, has mentioned you to me a lot these past 2 days, and what he said most is how great you are. Ma Xiaochang said with a smile. Fang Mu couldn't help but laugh when listening to his mother's endless lies. To be honest, he hadn't mentioned Yu Wanchuang to his mother many times, and the reason why his mother said this was definitely to assist him, as a son, in gaining Yu Wanchuang's favor. It's useful, but not really necessary. However, it can be seen that Yu Wanchuang really enjoyed what her mother-in-law said. She was also not honest when she pulled Fang Mu's hand under the table. Her slender fingers were scratching in the latter's palm, showing her happy heart. Fang Mu didn't bully you, did he? No, Auntie. Yu Wanchuang shook her head quickly. She knew better than anyone how thoughtful and good Fang Mu was in taking care of her. There was no way he had the slightest intention of bullying her. That is good, but you must take good care of Schwanger, do you hear me? The second half of the sentence was meant for Fang Mu. Fang Mu knew what was going on when he saw his mother smiling on the screen. His mother was very satisfied with Yu Wanchuang. The corners of her mouth were raised, and it must be harder to suppress her than an AK-47. I heard you, don't worry. Oh, by the way, Mom, we're going to get the marriage certificate tomorrow. You won't disagree with this, right? Fang Mu asked with a sly smile on his face. Ma Xiaochang on the other end of the phone was stunned after hearing this. Obviously, he didn't expect Fang Mu to be serious. Although the household registration booklet was mailed over, Ma Xiaochang didn't think that his son would really get married with his girlfriend. But now, Fang Mu mentioned this matter to Yu Wanchuang again in front of her, which undoubtedly proved that it was true. As his thoughts turned, Ma Xiaochang quickly spoke. Would I disagree? Of course I agree. After saying that, she was still thinking, was she quick enough in answering? Don't let the girl think that she hesitated and disagreed with them getting the marriage certificate. Fang Mu grinned, but Ma Xiaochang's next words almost choked his own son to death. Schwanger, let me ask you one more question. Are you really willing to marry this little bastard? He didn't threaten you, did he? He didn't threaten you, did he? He didn't paint a rosy picture for you, did he? Love is a matter between two people, so you must think it through clearly. For soul-searching questions, asking Fang Mu to change his surname to Ma, because he is confused by his mother's series of questions. Why is he still called Fang Mu? How about just calling him Mamu? Yu Wanchuang never expected that her future mother-in-law would ask this. After all, Fang Mu was her own son. Why does my mother-in-law seem to be turning her elbow outward? Chapter 13, Phoenix Dancing in the Sky? No, Schwanger, you're serious. Fang Mu wants to change his surname to Ma. Yu Wanchuang couldn't help but feel a little amused. Because the mother-in-law was still speaking well of Fang Mu in the previous second, but in the next second she asked him like this and called him a little bastard? Yu Wanchuang covered her mouth and laughed, then her cherry lips slightly opened. Auntie, Fang Mu didn't threaten me or intimidate me. If he just made big promises about giving me a home, does that count? Don't worry, Auntie. Fang Mu and I really want to be together. Hearing this, Ma Xiaochang on the other end of the phone also laughed. Okay, when you have time, come home and I'll make you braised pork. Good. After that, the mother and daughter chatted for a while. Fang Mu saw that the time was almost up and then he grabbed the phone away. He mainly wanted Yu Wanchuang to go back to the office and rest for a while. But the mother across the street doesn't know about this. Instead, he became angry. You little bastard, hang up the phone. Are you annoyed by me? How dare? Humph. Take good care of Schwanger. After saying that, Ma Xiaochang hung up the phone. But even after hanging up the phone, the smile on her face was still strong. It should be said that she liked Yu Wanchuang as her daughter-in-law from the bottom of her heart. not only is she good looking, she also has a good temperament. Thinking of this, Ma Xiaochang felt more comfortable. He had been secretly thinking that when the time comes, he would take Yu Wanchuang out to show off to the neighbors and relatives. Look, this is my daughter-in-law. Isn't she beautiful? Ma Xiaochang is laughing here. Fang Mu's father, Fang Qingji, ran away in a hurry. People who didn't know would think his wife was possessed. On the other side, Fang Mu and Yu Wanchuang were also preparing to return to the company. Go back to the office and take a rest for a while, did you hear me? Okay, I'll listen to you. Yu Wanchuang nodded, then stretched gently, and at the same time, a subtle humming sounded, like a kitten. The two separated downstairs of the company. Yu Wanchuang had to take the internal elevator to go up to the office, while Fang Mu had to squeeze into the staff elevator. There were so many people there that sometimes he had to climb the stairs. When Fang Mu stepped into the office, the atmosphere inside seemed a little strange. To be precise, it's the way my colleagues look at me that's a bit strange. Everyone, what's wrong? Is there something on my face? Fang Mu asked with a smile. Although he and Yu Wanchuang kissed each other when they separated, the latter didn't wear lipstick, so there shouldn't be lip marks left, right? The colleagues in the office remained silent, staring at Fang Mu until he felt uneasy. When he sat back in his office, Old Li, who was closest to the door, closed the door immediately, and then the others surrounded him. If you didn't know, you would think they were zombies wanting to eat people. Fang Mu, boy, what is going on between you and CEO, that is, President Yi? That's right, Fang Mu, I saw with my own eyes that you and President Yi were having dinner together, and they even went upstairs to the private room. Tell the truth. Explain. All the colleagues came over and formed a circle around Fang Mu, each waiting for his answer. Fang Mu was also somewhat helpless, it turned out to be because of this. Seeing that everyone was making such a big fuss, he couldn't refuse and had to tell the truth. It's just a meal with my girlfriend, there's no need to make a fuss. When these words came out, several people gasped, several others opened their mouths wide, and some others looked expectant, as if they wanted to learn from the master. Apart from anything else, Yu Wanchuang's identity as the head of the Yi group is enough to make 95% of the men in the country unable to reach her. Furthermore, Yu Wanchuang is a cold and beautiful lady. It takes great luck to win her favor. TSK, getting the favor of CEO is probably harder than winning the jackpot. So, the guy who won the 30 million jackpot is not as lucky as our Fang Mu. Who says it's not true? Fang Mu, does this mean you have saved yourself from decades of detours? Hearing this, Fang Mu just grinned and did not respond because even if he said that the 30 million was his, who would believe it? In order not to irritate your colleagues, it is better to keep silent. Afterwards, colleagues were amazed for a long time and asked Fang Mu and Yu Wanchuang how far the relationship had developed. When Fang Mu said truthfully that he was going to get the certificate tomorrow, the male colleagues in the office suddenly sighed, obviously not believing it. There was no point in saying more. Fang Mu chuckled, then took the pillow and lay down on the desk to sleep. Ever since colleagues learned about the relationship between Fang Mu and Yu Wanchuang, they have been working much more seriously. There is no other way. We dare not be careless. To put it bluntly, Fang Mu is their immediate boss, the kind that is directly above them. Because they have a good relationship, some people joked and asked for some wedding candy. Fang Mu waved his hand and indicated that he would bring it over tomorrow. Seeing his smiling face, everyone in the office began to wonder, have Fang Mu and President Yu really reached the stage of getting a marriage certificate? He is truly my immediate boss, and it's not wrong to call him brother. In this way, Fang Mu changed from Xiao Fang to Brother Fang in the office. Even the most senior supervisor called him brother, which made him feel uncomfortable. Finally, he made it to the end of the get-off workday. Fang Mu fled, ran straight to the underground parking lot, and got into the Ferrari. Yi Wanchuang is the person in charge of the company after all. Although she doesn't need to hand over her work, she will definitely come out later. After half of the cars in the underground parking lot had left, Yi Wanchuang appeared with a small bag. As the passenger door was opened, a unique scent of Yi Wanchuang wafted quietly over. Fang Mu loved the smell. However, Yu Wanchuang didn't know what smell she had, and she couldn't smell anything no matter how hard she tried. Sit down, let us go home. Good. Yi Wanchuang is pregnant, so it is better for her not to wear a seatbelt. Fang Mu drives very steadily, at a moderate speed, but if outsiders see this speed, they will think he is pretending to be cool. I go grocery shopping as usual before going home. Fang Mu turned into a menu and let Yi Wanchuang order. In the end, the former waved his hand and ordered a tomato beef dish, and the latter also ordered a mushroom rapeseed dish, a combination of meat and vegetables. Yuanchuang didn't know if it was because of her pregnancy or because Fong Mu's cooking was so delicious, but her appetite increased in the past 2 days. I wanted to go out for a walk after dinner, but after putting down my bowl, I didn't want to move anymore. Yuanchuang stuck out her pink tongue, feeling a little embarrassed. Time always passes very quickly. I just watched a movie and it was time to go to bed. Fong Mu finished washing up and went back to the bedroom. After a moment, Yuanchuang suddenly called him. When he heard the sound and looked, he started bleeding from his nose. Because Yuanchuang turned off the lights, the BGM of Feng Wu Zhou Tian was played. She actually came. Chapter 14 Pure Edition Feng Wu Zhou Tian Cross-Dressing Video. The Feng Wu Zhou Tian series of cross-dressing videos on Douyin all show normal clothes with the lights on, less fabric, or underwear when the lights are turned off. Yuanchuang was obviously a little embarrassed. She didn't wear any underwear, but instead wore a sports bra for exercise, a pair of hot shorts, and a pair of crystal sandals on her feet. Big white legs and tender feet, all in full view. The key point is that the Feng Wu Zhou Tian cross-dressing performed by Yuanchuang is a castrated version, and the part where the lights are turned on is cut off. That is, turn off the lights throughout the process. Even if the light is dim, Fong Mu can see clearly, because his physical fitness has been improved by genetic drugs. Not to mention the faint light, he can see clearly even if it is completely dark. The pure enjoyment version of Feng Wu Zhou Tian's disguise is really popular. Now we have the material for tonight. It is no exaggeration to say that Feng Mu's dreams were filled with spring that night. The next day, Yuanchuang prepared breakfast as usual, which was simple but nutritious. No matter how Feng Mu warned her, she would not listen, and all he wanted was to let her sleep a little longer. Yes, I really should sleep a little longer. I feel a little dizzy after dreaming all night. Fortunately, my body has been improved by genetic drugs, otherwise I would definitely feel groggy and lack energy when I woke up this morning. That would be bad. After all, there is something important to do today. It is the day when he and Yuanchuang will get their marriage certificate. The two of them simultaneously quickened their eating speed. While Feng Mu went to wash the dishes, Yuanchuang returned to the bedroom to choose clothes. Not only did she want to wear beautiful clothes, but she also wanted to put on beautiful makeup. She wanted to take a photo of her most beautiful side and then stick it on the marriage certificate. Thinking of this, Yuanchuang's mouth corners slightly raised, and she couldn't suppress it at all, and a gentle smile appeared on her pretty face. It's a pity that Feng Mu didn't see it, otherwise 4 words would definitely pop up in his mind: gentle and virtuous wife. Yuanchuang left all her tenderness to Feng Mu and the unborn baby in her belly. So in the eyes of outsiders, she is still the cold and beautiful female president, the ice goddess who keeps her word and is decisive and resolute. Yuanchuang is like a clothes rack and can easily pick up any kind of clothes. After choosing and choosing, she finally chose a looser white dress, and paired it with a pair of white flat shoes, which gave her a lazy look with a hint of freshness. But the lace edge on the hem of her skirt adds a touch of charm to her. Square wood is not bad either. Wearing a white shirt, suit pants, and a neat hairstyle, it is not an exaggeration to say that he is an idol trainee. The two of them went out hand in hand and walked on the street. Anyone who saw them would wonder if they were celebrities out for street photos? Drive to the Civil Affairs Bureau. After all, the two of them were inexperienced. When they came in and saw people queuing, they just went straight up to them. Later, an aunt glanced at the two of them suspiciously, which made Feng Mu and Yuanchuang feel something was wrong. "Auntie, what's wrong?" Yuanchuang asked. The woman also had good intentions. After looking the two men up and down a few times, she expressed her doubts. "I see that you two are dressed up beautifully, so you must be here to get your marriage certificate, right?" Yuanchuang nodded. At this moment she was still wondering why she came to the Civil Affairs Bureau. "No wonder, you are in the wrong queue. Those queuing here are all divorced people. If you want to get a marriage certificate, you have to go to the innermost room." Yuanchuang and Feng Mu both had black question marks on their heads. Is it so embarrassing? After hurriedly thanking them, the two hurriedly followed the eldest sister's instructions and came to the innermost room. Sure enough, there was a sign on the door saying marriage registration. Before going in, Yuanchuang stuck out her tongue awkwardly, looking playful and cute. Walking in and looking at the very few newlyweds getting their marriage certificates, Feng Mu couldn't help but feel emotional. Compared to divorces, the number of marriages is really too small. No need to queue. when the staff saw Fong Mu and Yi Wanchuang, they waved to them. "You two, come over here." The staff gave Fong Mu and Yi Wanchuang a form each, requiring both of them to fill in their personal information. Before starting to write, Yi Wanchuang asked somewhat embarrassedly, "Hello, I don't know what materials I need to prepare. Could you tell me first? If I don't have enough, we can go out and print it." To be precise, when the two of them decided to get their marriage certificate today, Yi Wanchuang checked online. She only read more than a dozen guides, but the results she saw were all different, which gave her a headache. So the two of them hit it off and decided to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau first. At worst, they could ask on the spot what materials were needed, and then go out to prepare. But unexpectedly, when the staff heard what Yi Wanchuang said, they just smiled and shook their heads. "It's okay, that's not necessary. You two just fill in the information first, and I will prepare the materials for you." As he spoke, the staff took away Fong Mu and Yi Wanchuang's ID cards and household registration books. Seeing this, Yi Wanchuang blinked her big watery eyes, feeling a little surprised. Fong Mu had some understanding. There is no doubt that the relevant departments have also discovered that the number of divorces far exceeds the number of marriages. In order to have children, they directly exempted the newlyweds from the cumbersome procedures. After the two people finished filling out the form, the staff came back with their ID cards and copies. "Please wait a moment." While the staff was printing the marriage certificate and registering their information online, Fong Mu took the household registration booklet in front of Yi Wanchuang. What is different from his family's household registration booklet is that Yi Wanchuang's household registration booklet only has 2 pages, one for the household registration page and one for her. Fong Mu couldn't help feeling distressed after seeing this, so he directly took out Yi Wanchuang's household registration page and put it into his family's household registration book. Although he didn't say anything, Yi Wanchuang still understood what he meant, family. For a moment, Yi Wanchuang was a little moved. If she spoke louder, one could probably hear her crying. "Fong Mu, you may need your household registration booklet again in the future, and you will have to take it out, which is very troublesome." "It's not difficult. Why should I bother with it? Leave it to me from now on." As he spoke, Fong Mu tightly grasped Yi Wanchuang's jade-like little hand, and everything was said without words. The two of them are like beautiful jade ladies, a perfect match for each other. Although they were holding hands, staggering and openly showing off their love, the staff inside still loved to eat them. Sure enough, appearance is justice. When the staff came over with their marriage certificate, Yi Wanchuang took out a few bags of candy from her bag and pushed them in. I think no one would refuse wedding candy, including the staff of the Civil Affairs Bureau. However, when the staff saw those exquisite candies, they smiled. This one looks like a newcomer. Chapter 15, Ladies' Underwear Store? I won't go in. The reason why the two are called newcomers is because they have no experience. Sister, this kind of candy is expensive, right? If you are giving out wedding candy, there is no need to buy such good candy. When you get married, you can buy some cheaper candy, after all, you will use more. Before leaving, a younger-looking girl reminded me. Yi Wanchuang's face flushed, and she was obviously embarrassed by the word marriage. Although the two got their marriage certificate. But to be honest, Yi Wanchuang hasn't thought about getting married yet. The main reason was that she had no experience, and on the other hand, she had no family to help her, which resulted in her being a little overwhelmed about getting married, or to be more precise, she had no idea what to do. Fong Mu roughly guessed what she was thinking, so he comforted her. Okay, don't think too much about it. I'll listen to your opinion about marriage. There's no need to worry about it. Yes, thank you Fong Mu, Yi Wanchuang whispered. Perhaps because they got their marriage certificate and became a legal couple, Yi Wanchuang felt as if she had someone to rely on and was no longer lonely and helpless. On the way home, Yi Wanchuang rolled down the car window, feeling the warm breeze blowing towards her, and was in a good mood. Fong Mu, the weather is nice today, why don't we go shopping? Yi Wanchuang turned her head and suggested, with a glimmer of expectation in her beautiful eyes. Sure, but are you tired? If you are, let's go home and rest first, and then we can go shopping later. Yi Wanchuang pondered for a moment, moved his arms and legs, and then shook his head. Not tired. Okay, let us go shopping. With Yi Wanchuang's guidance, the two arrived at the nearest Wanda Plaza. Although it is working hours now, big cities are crowded with people. There will always be a lot of people no matter what time or where. Walking into Wanda Plaza, Fong Mu didn't say anything, but let Yi Wanchuang pull him forward, and then walked into a men's clothing store. There aren't actually that many clothes on display in the store. but it is obvious to the naked eye that the materials and workmanship of these clothes are of top quality. The shopping guide service attitude was also very good. Even though he didn't know whether Fong Mu and Yi Wanchuan would buy anything, he still greeted them warmly. "Sir, madam, what can I do for you?" "I want to see the clothes," Yi Wanchuan replied, but her eyes swept over the clothes and Fong Mu. The salesperson smiled, nodded, and waited on the side without saying anything more. It's not that her professional knowledge is not up to standard, but looking at the two people in front of her, they don't look like ordinary people. Especially Yi Wanchuan, her temperament and appearance, she definitely came from a wealthy family. After Fong Mu was improved with genetic drugs, his physical fitness and temperament have been greatly improved. Many people would believe that he is the prince of the Beijing circle. Yi Wanchuan had sensed this as early as after Fong Mu took the gene-improving drug, but she did not care about it and just thought that beauty is in the eyes of the beholder. Looking at the clothes and then at Fong Mu, Yi Wanchuan quickly picked out a basket of clothes for him. Just a basket. The shopping guide was holding a basket with a logo on it, which was filled up by Yi Wanchuan. Fong Mu looked at the whole basket of clothes and couldn't help but smile bitterly. There was no need to buy so many clothes. But Yi Wanchuan acted coquettishly and cutely and called him into the locker room. In this case, let alone being obedient and changing clothes, you can do anything. Fong Mu took the basket from the shopping guide and went into the fitting room. Yi Wanchuan here started talking to the shopping guide. Just as the latter had guessed, this beautiful lady was very extraordinary. She spoke eloquently and showed the temperament of a successful person. Soon Fong Mu came out. As soon as he showed up, several people's eyes lit up. Standing together with Yi Wanchuan, they are such a perfect match. After that, Fong Mu turned into a clothes-changing robot, changing clothes one after another. Yi Wanchuan was sitting on the sofa opposite the dressing room, eating the snacks of fried dough twists brought by the shopping guide while admiring her man's changing show. Although I knew Fong Mu had a good figure, to be honest, I still didn't expect that he would be so handsome after changing his clothes. It is no exaggeration to say that Yi Wanchuan can feel that his eyes have turned into peach blossom eyes, which is really handsome. After everything was changed, Fong Mu walked out of the locker room. Yi Wanchuan clapped her hands and then shouted to the shopping guide in a heroic manner. "Sister, I want them all. Let us settle the bill." When these words were spoken, the shopping guide's eyes lit up and he was visibly stunned. Since so many clothes are sold, the commission will be quite considerable. In this way, when I was doing the accounts, my fingers typing on the computer felt much lighter. "Sister, after the discount and rounding off, it's 66,000. That's a great fortune, sister." "Okay, swipe the card." Yi Wanchuan handed over the card. Just now Fong Mu was planning to pay for it himself, but Yi Wanchuan held him back and he refused to do so no matter what. "This is the first time I buy clothes for you, so don't refuse. Just listen to me, okay?" Having said that, what else could Fong Mu say? He could only think secretly and make up for it later. He carried large and small bags of timber in both hands. After walking out of the store, Yi Wanchuan tilted her head to look at the shop next to her, and Fong Mu followed behind her, but then he stopped where he was. Because Yi Wanchuan walked into an underwear store. That lingerie store has an ambiguous vibe just by looking at it. From a distance, it looks all pink. From a distance, Fong Mu was curious about what kind of store it was. When I got closer, I realized it was actually a lingerie store for women. Although this kind of store does not have a clear rule that men are not allowed to enter, Fong Mu was too embarrassed to follow him in. Yi Wanchuan also turned her head inadvertently and found that the person behind her was missing, and then hurried back. "Fong Mu, what's wrong?" "Well, I won't go in. You go buy it," Fong Mu said in a slightly unnatural tone. If you take a quick glance out of the corner of your eye, you can even see 2 or 3 college-looking girls holding black lace panties and whispering about something. If I follow them in and stand next to those female college students, I might be treated as a pervert. Yi Wanchuan also noticed that there were no men in the store, not even one, and an apologetic look immediately appeared on her face. "I'm sorry, Fong Mu. It's okay, I'll wait for you here, go buy it." After hesitating for a moment, Yi Wanchuan nodded and entered again. Under normal circumstances, it is not necessary to buy underwear. But now, because I'm pregnant, the underwear I bought before and have at home have become smaller and can no longer fit me, so I have to buy new ones. Chapter 16. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of obtaining a license to work, becoming a legal couple, and living together legally. Yi Wanchuan walked into the store again. This time, she did not compare one by one as usual, but looked for the target style purposefully. The salesperson seemed to notice her anxiety, so she came forward to ask. "Beauty, how can I help you?" "Hi, I want to buy some maternity bras and panties." Hearing this, the shopping guide's gaze slid from Yi Wanchuang's delicate face to her belly. Sure enough, it was slightly bulging. After a polite smile, the shopping guide led Yi Wanchuang to a row of shelves. Looking around, all the items were suitable for pregnant women. Since they were all Target styles, she didn't have much to choose from. She immediately stretched out a fair and tender finger and selected 7 or 8 items as if ordering a menu. "Please help me pack these things. Thank you for your hard work." Not hard. The shopping guide was very efficient and finished scanning and packing the items in just a few minutes, which made Yi Wanchuang feel relieved. Swipe the card, pay the bill, pick up the goods and leave, all in one go. Fong Mu didn't expect it to happen so quickly. After all, the girls who looked like college students had not yet left the first shelf, but Yi Wanchuang had already come out with the purchased goods. When Fong Mu took the bag of underwear, Yi Wanchuang suddenly asked playfully, "Are you quick? Hurry up." Fong Mu nodded, and then said with a bit of a smile, "It's okay for me to wait for you a little longer." But Yi Wanchuang took his arm and whispered, "But I don't want you to wait too long." Although these words are ordinary, they taste very different when spoken by your significant other. It's like a wisp of sweet fragrance, refreshing. The two of them continued walking arm in arm for a while, and suddenly stopped in front of a corridor. Fong Mu followed Yi Wanchuang's gaze and saw the word inside bathroom. "Fong Mu, I want to go to the bathroom. Please wait for me for a while." "Yeah, okay." After taking a pack of tissues from Fong Mu's pocket, Yi Wanchuang hurried to the bathroom. As she walked, she complained because she had been going to the bathroom more often since she became pregnant. Yi Wanchuang is also increasingly understanding what other pregnant women say on the internet. Pregnant women are either in the toilet or on their way to the toilet. Fong Mu saw a massage chair next to the corridor and sat on it immediately. It's just that this crap is really annoying. It must have sensed that someone had gotten on the bus, so it started to repeatedly notify people that they hadn't scanned the code to pay. The sound is quite loud. In order to avoid being socially dead, Fong Mu had to get up and go to the free seat on the other side. While waiting, he opened the system page to check. Not long ago, just when Yi Wanchuang came out of the lingerie store, the system sounded a prompt, reminding him that he had received a new reward. I didn't have time to pay attention to it then, but now I can see what the reward is. As the notification was pulled up, the reward items came into view. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the tasks of obtaining a license to work, becoming a legal couple, and legally living together. Reward daily sign-in ability. Note, the rewards obtained by signing in are completely random. Ding! Have you completed today's sign-in? Yes. It's just like playing a game, of course you have to see how it's said. With Fong Mu's approval, the system helped him complete today's sign-in. Ding! Sign-in completed. Congratulations to the host for receiving a cashback card. Cashback card? As the name suggests, it means cash back for spending money, which is a particularly common reward item in tomato novels. I didn't expect to win this thing in the first draw. After understanding the situation, Fong Mu put the cashback card away. It is better to think about this kind of thing before using it to maximize the benefits. Yi Wanchuang also came out of the bathroom. After seeing Fong Mu, she walked straight towards him, then flicked at the ladder, and immediately water drops flew onto his face. "Hey, Schwanger, you really hurt me." "Hee, then let me rub it for you?" Yi Wanchuang giggled, then raised her hand and rubbed Fong Mu's face. Now, the water drops that were about to evaporate directly covered half of Yi Wanchuang's face along with the water droplets in her hands. Okay, wait a minute, I'll go to the bathroom to wash my hands." Hee, then I'll slip away first. Yi Wanchuang pretended to run, but how could she outrun Fong Mu? The latter raised his hand and grabbed her wrist, making her unable to move. The noise of their playfulness and fighting attracted the attention of onlookers. When I saw the two good-looking people, I felt pleased again. Feeling the attention of passers-by, Yi Wanchuang's face turned slightly hot, and the next second she hurriedly pulled Fong Mu away. "Where shall we go next?" Hearing this, Yi Wanchuang thought for a moment, then shook her head. "Let us stop shopping. We've bought everything we needed. Let us go home." As she spoke, she yawned, and it was obvious that she was a little tired. Fong Mu also nodded in agreement immediately. After all, she was pregnant and couldn't treat it the same as usual. Ensuring adequate rest was the top priority. After leaving the square and returning to the car, Yu Wanchuang took a long breath, with beads of sweat oozing out from her white forehead and pretty nose. "I'll adjust the seat," Fang Mu informed him, and then the passenger seat where Yu Wanchuang was sitting suddenly tilted backwards. Just when she thought Fang Mu had adjusted it wrong, he actually lifted her calf up. "Square wood? Don't rush home. Just lean back and rest for a while. I'll massage your calves." As he spoke, Fang Mu took off Yu Wanchuang's shoes, and in an instant, a pair of beautiful white feet were exposed to the air. Yu Wanchuang felt somewhat embarrassed to have such private parts exposed, especially in the car. But she soon gave up such thoughts and ideas, because the man pinching her ankle was her man, and they were a legal couple with a license. "Since we are a legal couple, let us see what is wrong with your feet." Fang Mu has never learned massage, but he knows that massage is always comfortable. So he started by massaging Yu Wanchuang's ankles, from her pink and tender soles to her slender calves, and then to her shapely and slender thighs. Yu Wanchuang's body suddenly tensed up and she let out a cry. Fang Mu quickly stopped. "Is it too much force?" Yu Wanchuang nodded shyly, and half of her face, which was covered by her jade hands, was already blushing. "Okay, I'll be gentler." "Aha! Very comfortable, this is Yu Wanchuang's most intuitive feeling." Looking at Fang Mu, who was massaging her seriously in front of her, she suddenly felt an inexplicable emotion surge in her heart. Just when Fang Mu was sighing at the smoothness of her skin and how good it felt, a voice of husband sounded quietly. Chapter 17, Bang Shakalaka. Suddenly, Fang Mu felt like an electric current pass through his body, which stunned him. He raised his head and looked at Yu Wanchuang's slightly shy face, and his heart was overjoyed. "Schwanger, what did you call me just now?" "Old husband." Yu Wanchuang crossed her hands in front of her body and answered Fang Mu's question truthfully. This shout really touched Fang Mu's heart. That handsome face was immediately filled with smiles. To be honest, Fang Mu had thought about the question of title. After all, being able to be called husband by such a beautiful woman was truly a pleasing thing both physically and mentally. However, because he was worried that Yu Wanchuang would be embarrassed, Fang Mu did not mention the matter. "Now, Yu Wanchuang actually called out to me, which makes people happy. We both got our marriage certificate, so we are legally married. Of course I have to call you husband, right?" Yu Wanchuang asked back, blinking her beautiful eyes. Fang Mu kept nodding his head. "Yes, of course, Schwanger, shout again. Husband. Why? Husband. Oh. Husband. Hey hey hey. Who could have thought that a handsome guy and a beautiful girl would show off their love like this in a Ferrari?" Fortunately, Ferrari was not aware of it, otherwise it would have been so sweet that it would have stalled. The first time is new, the second time is familiar, the same applies to addressing others. Maybe she was a little shy and embarrassed at first, but after calling her a few times, Yu Wanchuang became more and more familiar. There is no psychological burden when calling again. And every time she called him husband, the smile on Fang Mu's face would become more intense, and the change in expression was so obvious. Just when Fang Mu was smiling happily, Yu Wanchuang suddenly asked, "Husband, I call you husband, so what should you call me?" "Schwanger?" "Well, that's okay." Compared with Yu Wanchuang, Fang Mu can definitely be considered a thick-skinned person. He immediately called out, "Wife, wife." "Okay." When Yu Wanchuang heard Fang Mu calling her wife, her face felt a little hot again, but her heart was warm and sweet. No wonder couples are so eager to change their minds, it turns out it is such a wonderful thing. Looking at Yu Wanchuang's shy face, Fang Mu swallowed and his throat moved up and down. Then, he still couldn't help it, half straightened up, and covered Yu Wanchuang's cherry mouth. No. Several minutes later, Fang Mu stood up with a feeling of being unsatisfied. Yu Wanchuang bit her lips lightly, and held her hands into fists in front of her, looking cute and shy. Bad guy. Fang Mu grinned. Even though he was bitten several times, it was still worth it. Feeling the sweet saliva with a faint peach flavor in his mouth, he laughed even more wantonnly like a big pig's hoof. "Sit tight, wife, it's time to go home." Good. Driving a Ferrari when you are in a good mood is such a great feeling. On the way home, Fang Mu also remembered and asked Yu Wanchuang to call him husband, which made the latter laugh and cry. As for that. So while waiting for the traffic light, Yu Wanchuang took Fang Mu's phone, recorded a few voice clips, and set them as the incoming call ringtone. "My husband called. bounce, bang. That's it? Anyway, Fong Mu's mouth corners were raised high by the hook and could not be pressed down no matter what. It was harder to suppress than AK-47. After returning home, Yu Wanchuan went back to the bedroom and lay down, feeling so comfortable. Fong Mu in the bedroom opposite sat up, sat down, sat up, tossing back and forth, making the bed creak a few times. Husband? What's wrong? As Yu Wanchuan opened his mouth to ask, Fong Mu gritted his teeth, stomped his feet, and walked straight over. Looking at his beautiful wife lying on her side on the bed with her arms as a pillow, Fong Mu asked, "Wifey, do you want me to move in with you and live together?" Yu Wanchuan suddenly sat up and looked at Fong Mu, her beautiful eyes slightly widened. Seeing this, Fong Mu scratched the back of his head embarrassedly, then ran away. But as soon as he stepped out of Yu Wanchuan's room, he heard the answer he wanted to hear. "Is it okay? Of course, we have obtained a marriage certificate and are a legal couple." As soon as these words were spoken, Fong Mu braked suddenly, turned around, and went back. "Real?" Yu Wanchuan nodded, tapping the corner of her mouth with her pink fingers, as if thinking about something. "It should be fine, right?" Although Yu Wanchuan was asking, she was actually very panicked in her heart. To be honest, she also wanted Fong Mu to lie next to her. It would be warm and she would feel safe. Fong Mu was like, "It will be bright if given some sunshine," and he ran directly back to the bedroom opposite, brought over the pillow and quilt, and then placed them on Yu Wanchuan's bed. Seeing him so anxious and with a smug expression on his face, like a villain who has succeeded, Yu Wanchuan couldn't help but laugh. "Haha, bad guy. But honey, let me tell you, I'm pregnant, so we can't do that." "Which one?" "That's it." Fong Mu asked the question even though he knew the answer, causing Yu Wanchuan to grit his teeth. When he sat on the bed, Yu Wanchuan crawled over and punched him with her pink little fists. "It doesn't hurt, not at all, but it feels like flirting, like flirting." Fong Mu held Yu Wanchuan's small fist with his backhand and comforted her. "Don't worry, I know I won't do anything rash." "Well, I also know you won't do anything rash." Yu Wanchuan nodded and agreed. But Fong Mu pretended to be in pain. "Alas, I have such a great beauty like you but can only look at you. It's really hard for a hot-blooded boy like me." "No, it's a man. 2. You big pig's hoof, you can come by yourself," Yu Wanchuan cursed softly, and then said this out of the blue. Fong Mu was stunned when he heard this. He obviously didn't expect that such a fierce word would suddenly come out of the mouth of such a beautiful woman like Yu Wanchuan. Looking at Yu Wanchuan with her head slightly lowered and her face full of shyness, Fong Mu felt a trace of evil fire rising in his dantian. "Oh my! What happened to the cold and beautiful female president? How come she turned into such an annoying little goblin in front of me?" I have to say that Fong Mu's idea is indeed a bit like getting a bargain and still acting cute. Even the system is extremely contemptuous. There was no notification when the reward was issued, and the reward was just thrown out in a bad mood. Go away, this damn smell of love. Chapter 18. The goddess sleeping posture is not good looking either. What Fong Mu didn't expect was that he would get a reward even for changing the way Yu Wanchuan addressed him. Although the system is also speechless. But rewards must still be given, this is the mission of the system. Ding! Yu Wanchuan's way of addressing the host has changed. Congratulations to the host for receiving the rare title husband. Reward, private space opens. Private space? What? Fong Mu was completely confused. But after all, it was a reward from the system, so it probably wouldn't be a fake. So Fong Mu planned to wait until Yu Wanchuan fell asleep before checking again. A pregnant woman's body is much heavier than that of an ordinary person. After getting the certificate and going shopping during the day, Yu Wanchuan's exercise volume was a bit excessive, so it didn't take long for her to feel sleepy. She kept yawning and couldn't cover her mouth with her delicate hands. Finally, he closed his eyes, tilted his head, and fell asleep. Looking at Yu Wanchuan, who had a delicate appearance beside the pillow, Fong Mu couldn't help but take a few more glances at her, and then considerately covered her with the quilt. Although the two of them lived together, slept in the same room and in the same bed, Yu Wanchuan was pregnant after all, so Fong Mu obviously didn't dare to have any thoughts. But the love in his heart was so strong that Fong Mu couldn't help but touch her face and caress her little hands. After Yu Wanchuan fell into a sound sleep, Fong Mu wanted to take a look at the system reward space. What he didn't expect was that there were actually two ways to enter. One was to enter directly in person, and the other was to enter with consciousness. It was obviously not suitable for real people to enter at the moment, so Fang Mu submerged his consciousness into the space. After the consciousness entered the space, it was white at first, and then the picture in front of my eyes changed after just a few seconds. Is there the faint sound of flowing water and the cheerful calls of birds? As the whiteness dissipated, a paradise appeared before Fang Mu's eyes. The paradise is surrounded by mountains and rivers, with a bamboo building and a pool of clear water. There are fish in the water, all swimming in the air without support. According to the system, although it is a private space, outsiders can be brought in if Fang Mu allows. But then again, how could I bring people here so easily? How do I explain it? It is possible that on the first day you brought people to the space, you would be taken away by the relevant departments and used as a guinea pig for slice research on the second day. But maybe you can bring your children in to play in the future. Children usually have no memory of their childhood experiences. Fang Mu came to the edge of the pond alone. Looking at the clear water, he couldn't help but crawl on the ground and take a sip. The water in the pond tastes sweet and refreshing. It is definitely high-quality water. The explanation given by the system is that this pool of water contains abundant spiritual energy and drinking it regularly can prolong life. When Fang Mu heard that it could prolong life, he was immediately attracted. I can't help but want to send it back to my parents. In addition, after consulting the system, Fang Mu directly connected the water pipes in his home to the pool of water. I got this space reward because of Schwanger, so Schwanger should also get a share of the benefits, right? Right? The system remained silent. Fang Mu just assumed that he agreed. The air in the space is fresh and the environment is beautiful, the sky is blue and endless, which makes people feel good. But unfortunately, he can only enjoy it now. It was already late at night when consciousness came out of the space. Only then did Fang Mu realize that Yi Wanchuan had kicked the quilt away a long time ago. With the faint moonlight shining through the curtains, you can still see a hint of pink under Yi Wanchuan's pajamas. Fang Mu quickly moved his eyes away, otherwise it should be renamed as looking through gaps between people. It can be seen that Yi Wanchuan likes to sleep with something between her legs at night, no wonder she puts an extra pillow on the bed. Now that Fang Mu was sleeping beside her, the pillow could naturally be thrown away. Fortunately, before Yi Wanchuan became pregnant, she had a good figure, graceful and well-proportioned, with long and beautiful legs. Even if her thighs were pressed against her body, it didn't feel too obvious. After admiring her beauty for a moment, Fang Mu gently took Yi Wanchuan's legs down and put them into the quilt. But the next second, an arm swung over and pressed on his chest. If Yi Wanchuan's breathing hadn't been so even, he would have thought that the beautiful woman did it on purpose. Finally, to sum up, simply sleeping is not appropriate. But after all, she is a great beauty, a goddess-like existence. No matter how ugly her sleeping posture is, she still has a different kind of beauty. Gently stroking Yi Wanchuan's little hand, Fang Mu slowly fell asleep. The first night of living together passed peacefully. Time flies and it is the next day. When Fang Mu woke up and opened his eyes, he saw a pair of beautiful big eyes of Kislin. The eyelashes are very long, like a palm leaf fan, but when you blink, they flutter up and down without fighting. Yi Wanchuan looked gentle on the front and stared at him with a smile on her lips. Fang Mu, who was in a daze, was suddenly a little excited when he saw this situation. He straightened his body and kissed her directly. The lips are plump like peaches, with a faint fragrance. It is a great choice for driving away sleepiness when you wake up in the morning. After a while, the two separated. Fang Mu lay down, feeling happy and relaxed, while Yi Wanchuan rested her head on his arm, a hint of anger appearing on her delicate face. You start bullying me as soon as you open your eyes. Humph, I won't pay any attention to you. Who did you bully? Bullying your beautiful daughter. Yi Wanchuan groaned, but the smile on her face was extremely real. Fang Mu was overjoyed when he saw this. He raised his arm and hugged Yi Wanchuan into his arms. Young married woman. I love you. Fang Mu said these 3 words from the bottom of his heart. Yi Wanchuan was stunned after hearing this, her face slightly red, but she still said him softly in response, and then she lay directly on Fang Mu's chest, quietly. However, my stomach growled at an inopportune moment. Fang Mu smiled. Are you hungry? I'll cook for you. I'm a little hungry, but I can't eat today. What's wrong? Fang Mu asked suspiciously, and then suddenly thought of something. Then they both said in unison, prenatal checkup. Ha? Husband, how did you know I was going to have a prenatal checkup today? Yi Wanchuan asked in surprise. As far as she could remember, she had never told Fangmu about this. As expected, Fangmu was just guessing. As soon as you said you couldn't eat, I guessed it. Okay, let's get up and go to the hospital for a prenatal checkup early so you can eat earlier. Yeah, okay. Yi Wanchuang nodded obediently and sat up. It's really good to be able to rely on people's feelings. Huh? Honey, what are you looking at? Yi Wanchuan looked down in the direction Fangmu was looking at in confusion. First glance, nothing? Second glance, oh. She is exposed. You still watching? Chapter 19 Wife, I'll take you home to meet my parents someday. Fangmu and Yi Wanchuan walked out of the house hand in hand like a couple, and then drove to the Magic City Maternal and Child Health Hospital. Although it's not too late. But after all, it is an international metropolis. No matter how early you arrive, there will always be someone who arrives earlier than you. Fortunately, Yi Wanchuan had registered on the official account last night, so the doctor only had to call out the number when he came to work. At 8:30, the loudspeaker in the obstetrics department sounded, and the name Yi Wanchuan was called out. Fangmu accompanied Yi Wanchuan into the outpatient clinic, where a female doctor in her 30s was sitting. The other party couldn't help but feel amazed the moment he saw Yi Wanchuan, and even wondered for a moment, is she a female star? Because with Yi Wanchuang's temperament and appearance, even if she is placed among a group of celebrities, she is still very beautiful. Hello, doctor. Hello, please sit down. How many weeks are you pregnant? 14 plus 6. Yi Wanchuang explained the situation truthfully and then took out a booklet from her bag. The doctor opened it and revealed the test results of Yi Wanchuang's previous visit to the hospital. She did not throw away any of the test results, but put them neatly in chronological order in case they were needed in the future. Sure enough, the doctor couldn't help but praise when he saw these. As an obstetrician, I have to see dozens, if not 100, of pregnant women every day. Pregnant women who are expecting their second or third child are fine because they have experience. New mothers really make it difficult for doctors. For a doctor, they can filter out a lot of useful information from previous examination results, so they will basically remind these new pregnant mothers to keep the examination results and bring them during the next prenatal checkup. But most people don't listen. I asked them for the test results, but they said there were none. Or they would bring out a bunch of test results in a rush, filling up half the table, and the doctor would have to look through them one by one. It is no exaggeration to say that if all pregnant women could be like Yi Wanchuang, their work efficiency would undoubtedly be greatly improved. After reading it carefully, the doctor had a general understanding of Yi Wanchuang's condition. After asking about some recent conditions, he knew the general situation. Today we are doing a routine checkup and also doing a Down syndrome screening. As he spoke, checklists slid out of the printer one by one. First go and draw blood, then hand in the color Doppler ultrasound form, and then hurry to eat. You must be hungry, right? Hearing this, Yi Wanchuang's face turned red, because just when she was talking to the doctor, her stomach growled at an inopportune time, and they were so close to each other, so she must have heard it. Sorry to bother you, doctor. After leaving the outpatient clinic, Yi Wanchuang walked towards the laboratory under the guidance of Fangmu. Halfway through the walk, she suddenly reacted. Huh? No, that's not right, husband, how come you know the way around the hospital so well? Have you been here before? I've been here once, but I can't remember how to get there. Fangmu smiled and explained truthfully, I took some time to look at the floor plan. This is convenient for finding the place so as to avoid getting lost and wasting time. Oh well, luckily you are here. Yi Wanchuang was touched and felt more and more that entrusting herself to Fangmu was a very correct choice. Ever since the two of them got together, she felt the care from him that she hadn't felt in a long time. That feeling was really good. Soon we arrived at the laboratory. There are a lot of people queuing. Fangmu wanted to help queue so that Yi Wanchuang could sit on the bench and rest for a while, but he didn't expect the nurses to be so efficient that they moved a long way forward in just a few words. By the time it was Yi Wanchuang's turn to have her blood drawn, they had only been waiting in line for 5 or 6 minutes. It can be seen that the nurse in the window is not only efficient but also very skilled. Before drawing blood, Yi Wanchuang took her arms out of her clothes. Her arms were as white, tender and slender as lotus roots. However, the compress was too tight, not only leaving red marks, but also causing the pain so much that Yi Wanchuang frowned slightly. A total of 6 tubes of blood were drawn. Fangmu, who was standing nearby, felt so distressed watching this that he secretly wanted to cut a few pounds of ribs for his new wife. After drawing blood and walking out of the laboratory, Fong Mu helped to stop the bleeding with a cotton swab. Yi Wanchuan felt warm in her heart when she saw Fong Mu's frowning face still showing a look of pity. She was so considerate that after putting her arms away, she placed her jade hand directly on Fong Mu's furrowed brows. "It's okay, honey, let go, it's okay, it's just a blood draw. When we get home, you can replenish it for me." Smile. Smile, hee hee, you look better when you smile. Yi Wanchuan, the cold and beautiful female president, really can't keep a straight face in front of Fong Mu. Or is the talkative and laughing her at this moment the real her? After handing in the ultrasound form, Fong Mu took Yi Wanchuan out for dinner. Walk out of the hospital and turn right, there are several restaurants there. They found a restaurant with a nice name and walked in hand in hand. "I want to eat a tray of steamed dumplings and drink a bowl of millet porridge." "What about you, husband?" "Another tray of dumplings." After speaking to the waiter, Fong Mu looked at Yi Wanchuan. "What else do you want to drink?" "You can have another bowl." "How about wontons?" "Okay, another bowl of wontons." After ordering, the two chose a seat and sat down. While waiting, Yi Wanchuan rested her head on Fong Mu's shoulder and took a nap. Looking at her pretty face, Fong Mu suddenly had an idea. "Wife, I will take you home some other day." "Huh? Why are you suddenly talking about this?" "I just want to take you to meet my parents. If you think it's too early, we can talk about it later." Fong Mu did not force anything. Instead, he put himself in Yi Wanchuan's shoes in case she was not mentally prepared. But how could he know that it was precisely because he cared so much about Yi Wanchuan that the latter wanted to be gentle, virtuous, and sensible? So Yi Wanchuan nodded and agreed. "Okay, when are we going back?" "How about a few days later? I want to buy some gifts for my uncle and aunt. It would be a shame to go empty-handed." Fong Mu hadn't expected Yi Wanchuan to say that, and he couldn't help but hug the latter's waist. Of course, he was careful with his words. After all, there was a baby there that couldn't be squeezed. "I thought you would disagree." Fong Mu grinned, but then he thought, how could Yi Wanchuan disagree? "Fool, I'm already your wife, how could I not agree to go home with you? Didn't you also say that an ugly daughter-in-law has to meet her parents-in-law?" Hearing this, Fong Mu quickly changed his words and said, "Where is the ugly wife? Where is the ugly wife?" "Auntie, is my wife ugly?" "She's not ugly, is she?" Fong Mu was very brave. Auntie just came to deliver food, but was fed dog food by these two people. Chapter 20, my wife is as pretty as a flower at home, so I have to be sensible. The key point is that the aunt actually looked at Yi Wanchuan for a few serious glances, and then shook her head seriously. Very beautiful. Yi Wanchuan's face turned red. She never thought Fong Mu's skin was so thick. Seeing Fong Mu still nagging, Yi Wanchuan directly picked up a steamed bun and stuffed it into his mouth, but before doing so, she considerately opened her little mouth and blew on it to make sure it was cool before feeding him. The appetite of pregnant women will increase, and the food in the small bowl will become a small basin. Now Yi Wanchuan's appetite has increased a lot compared to before she was pregnant. Before she got pregnant, she couldn't even finish half a tray of dumplings because of her small stomach. But now, she actually ate half a tray of wontons in one go, and even scooped 3 wontons from Fong Mu's bowl. When Fong Mu went to scan the code to pay, Yi Wanchuan followed him and burped, which was so adorable. "It seems like I ate too much. But my stomach feels empty." Yi Wanchuan muttered softly, her hands intertwined, feeling a little embarrassed. But Fong Mu would comfort people. "You are eating alone now, and it is consumed by 2 people, so it is normal to eat more." It was precisely because of this that when he ordered the meal, he asked for another tray of steamed dumplings, which was originally intended for Yi Wanchuan. When I returned to the hospital, there were even more people. When Fong Mu arrived at the entrance of the color ultrasound department, he was stopped by the nurse at the door because men were not allowed to enter. There is no choice but to wait at the door. "Honey, please find a place to sit, I'll be out in a moment. Be safe." "Yeah, okay." There were a lot of people in the color ultrasound department, so Fong Mu couldn't help but give a few more reminders. Looking at other pregnant women walking around in the color ultrasound department with bulging bellies, Fong Mu frowned. This hospital rule was a bit difficult. Pregnant women are no different from patients with other diseases, especially those who are older and have such a big belly. It is actually very inconvenient if there is no family member to help. But the hospital still has such regulations. I really don't know what they are thinking. No matter how good-tempered Fong Mu was, he couldn't help but complain at this moment. Fortunately, Yi Wanchuang submitted the color ultrasound form in advance, and it was her turn soon. It only took about 10 to 20 minutes to wait for the patient to come out. Yi Wanchuang had a color ultrasound report in her hand, with a lot of data densely written on it. In addition, there is a dark area of the picture. When Fong Mu was puzzled, Yi Wanchuang pointed her white and tender fingers at the dark area. "Honey, this is where the baby is. It's not clear now, but it will become clearer and clearer later. Moreover, I can also see this on the screen on the wall in the color ultrasound room, and it is much clearer than the report." Yi Wanchuang explained to Fong Mu happily, and it was obvious that she was very happy. After asking, she found out that the doctor had explained to her what these data represented during the color ultrasound. In summary, the baby is developing well. After that, just make sure to rest and have regular prenatal checkups, and that's all. No wonder Yi Wanchuang was so happy. To be honest, even Fong Mu was infected by her good mood. I looked at the time and it was almost time. Fong Murang took Yi Wanchuang to a place with few people and let her sit down and rest, while he went to the laboratory to get the test results. When Fong Mu came back, Yi Wanchuang was no longer there. Instead, she was standing in front of a window, talking on the phone. Even from a distance, I could feel her cool and elegant temperament, and I knew without asking that she was talking about work. Yi Wanchuang looked serious and frowned as he spoke on the phone for more than 10 minutes. When she hung up the phone and turned around to see Fong Mu, her coldness immediately turned into gentleness. Such a rapid change of expression really surprised a young pregnant woman not far away. What a unique skill, changing face. Putting away the phone, Yi Wanchuang took Fong Mu's arm and said sweetly, "Thank you for your hard work." But not long ago, she was still scolding her subordinates on the other end of the phone. Such a contrast is really embarrassing. After getting all the test results, the couple returned to the obstetrics clinic. While there were no patients around, Yi Wanchuang knocked on the door. The doctor heard the voice and looked over, and when he saw the two of them, he waved to them. The doctor was also deeply impressed by Fong Mu and Yi Wanchuang. Firstly, they were both very beautiful and he would never forget them for a while. Besides that, he was also impressed by Yi Wanchuang's serious attitude towards pregnancy. The medical examination report was handed over to me, and the doctor looked through it in a deep voice. After checking everything, his expression suddenly relaxed. "Well, not bad, quite good, no problem in any aspect. My blood sugar level is a little high according to the standards for pregnant women. I need to pay more attention to it in the future and eat less high sugar foods and fruits. The results of the Down syndrome screening will not be available until about a week later, so just wait." The doctor spoke in an orderly manner, then waved to the nurse. "Xiao Jia, take Miss Yi inside to measure her height, weight, and blood pressure." "Good doctor." Yi Wanchuang smiled at Fong Mu and followed the nurse into the next room. As the door closed, the doctor actually asked Fong Mu to sit down. "Family members, come and sit down." "No need for doctor, I'll just stand for a while." Fong Mu smiled and shook his head. But the doctor still insisted. There was no choice but to sit down opposite the doctor. I originally thought that the doctor was worried that Fong Mu would be tired from standing, but who would have thought that he actually had something to say? "I see that you are all very young. As young people, sometimes you don't know the seriousness of the matter and don't know what the consequences will be. But pregnancy is not a joke, and you still need to pay attention when necessary." Fong Mu was confused by the doctor's words. To be honest, I didn't understand. "Doctor, what do you mean?" Fong Mu asked with gritted teeth. "Oh no. You really have to make it clearer, right? Well, to put it simply, you two should not have sex during your wife's pregnancy. Although there will be no problem as long as it is not in the first 3 months or the last 3 months, it does not mean that there will be no problem 100%. If there is a problem, it is a big deal, so just bear with it." That's all the doctor has to say. Fong Mu also understood. So this is what the doctor was worried about and advised. I look like the kind of person who has a psychic bug in his head. The doctor was indeed a professional and could see what Fong Mu was thinking at a glance. Then he added, "You have a beautiful wife at home, how can you young people control yourself so easily? But you must be careful about the limits." Fong Mu nodded repeatedly, just wanting to end this topic quickly. Fortunately, Yi Wanchuang came out after a while. After the doctor filled in her height, weight, blood pressure, and other related information, the two left the outpatient clinic. But what puzzled Yi Wanchuan was why her husband looked a little unnatural. Chapter 21 Husband. Are you provoking me? Under Yi Wanchuan's questioning, Fang Mu told the doctor's instructions to him. Then the couple both looked unnatural. Because even though she was pregnant, both Fang Mu and Yi Wanchuan had only had one night of experience in sexual matters between men and women. With that little experience, it's not even enough to reach level 4. Before going home, Fang Mu bought pork ribs and black chicken. Black chicken stew. The ribs are used to stew small potatoes. Just talking about it, Yi Wanchuan started to feel greedy. On the way from the vegetable market to the door of her home, she licked the corners of her mouth a lot. What surprised Fang Mu was that he had just eaten half a tray of steamed dumplings not long ago, but he was hungry again? It seems that the baby in the belly is also trying hard to absorb nutrients and grow. After returning home, Yi Wanchuan took off her shoes and curled up on the sofa. After turning on the TV, I started playing with my phone. Fang Mu peeled an apple and went to cook, but as soon as he turned around, his cell phone rang. It's my mom calling. So Fang Mu handed the phone to Yi Wanchuan without thinking. The latter looked at the vibrating phone in her hand and blinked helplessly. I'll go cook, you chat with mom for a while. Huh? Oh. After all, he was the president of the Yi Group and a man who had experienced many storms. Yi Wanchuan quickly sat up straight, fixed his hair, and answered the phone. When Ma Xiaochang on the other end of the phone saw that it was Yi Wanchuan who answered the phone, he was a little surprised, but then his face was filled with smiles. Schwanger, have you eaten? No, Mom, I just got back. You went out, what were you doing? Went to the doctor and went out for a walk. Yi Wanchuan changed her mind in time. She still remembered what Fang Mu said, that she would not tell her parents about the pregnancy yet, and would give them a surprise when she got home. The reason for doing this is mainly because we are afraid that the old couple will not be able to help but run to Shanghai from their hometown after hearing that they are going to be grandparents. It's more than 1,000 kilometers, it's really tiring. Ma Xiaochang did not suspect anything, but blamed Fang Mu from a distance, blaming him for not taking Yi Wanchuan out to have a good meal and let her eat whatever she wanted. Fortunately, Fang Mu didn't hear these words, otherwise he would have cried out that he was innocent. After all, eating out is not as healthy and hygienic as eating at home. When eating out, he is afraid that even the rice is pre-prepared. Ma Xiaochang and Yi Wanchuan, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, get along very well. Fang Mu could always hear laughter when he came out of the kitchen to get something. Either Yi Wanchuan was smiling or her mother was having fun. In this case, Fang Mu felt genuinely happy. After all, the relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law is really a headache. Yi Wanchuan and Ma Xiaochang were able to take the initiative to handle the relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, which really made him, as a son, worry-free. By the time Fang Mu returned to the living room from the kitchen after stewing the chicken soup and pork ribs, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law had finished their conversation and hung up the phone. Yi Wanchuan was playing with his cell phone. When I got closer, I realized that she was taking a selfie. Looking around, I saw many beautiful pictures of Yi Wanchuan in the album. Not only that, she even changed her phone wallpaper and lock screen wallpaper. In the lock screen wallpaper, Yi Wanchuan smiles gently. But after entering the desktop, Yi Wanchuan on the wallpaper is making a playful yeah. Although they are just some small tricks, they still catch the square wood and make it into black carp. Moreover, Yi Wanchuan had long ago changed her cell phone wallpaper to a photo of Fang Mu. He thought it was a bit ugly, but she muttered that it looked good. After changing the wallpaper, Yi Wanchuan took Fang Mu's hand and asked her to sit down, then she took a pillow and put it on her body, leaning on it to make her more comfortable. Honey, Mom asked us to go home the day after tomorrow, and asked you to take me with you. Hearing this, Fang Mu subconsciously asked, so urgent? But the next second he opened his phone and looked at the calendar. September 27th was the day after tomorrow. Fang Mu slapped his forehead and hurriedly looked at the plane tickets. Fortunately, they were still available. What's wrong, husband? Yi Wanchuan asked softly, and then raised her little hand to rub his forehead. The day after tomorrow is our dad's birthday, I totally forgot about it. But never mind, let us fly back to celebrate his birthday, what do you think? I listen to you. Yi Wanchuan nodded understandingly, but the gifts had not been bought yet, which meant that we had to buy them tomorrow. No, let us go this afternoon. Yi Wanchuan takes the matter of gifts very seriously. Even if she didn't catch her father-in-law Fang Qingji's birthday, she would not allow herself to go empty-handed, let alone catch it. So now Yi Wanchuan was very anxious. She even got off the sofa and walked around the living room, thinking about what gift to buy. Husband, what do dad and mom like? Think about it quickly and tell me, otherwise it will be too late. Fang Mu knew that Yi Wanchuan was determined to buy a gift, so he stopped arguing and started to help her think about it. My dad likes antiques. I have seen him buy quite a few of them since I was a child, but it is said that few of them are real. Our mother is even easier to deal with. The Yi Z cosmetics under the Yi group are very good. Bring her a few more sets, especially more samples, so that our mother can give them to relatives, friends, and neighbors to try. This can also help with publicity. Fang Mu soon figured it out. If you like antiques, that's not a problem. When Yi Wanchuan heard this, she had already thought of where to prepare the gift. When she heard about the gift prepared for her mother-in-law, she couldn't help but burst out laughing. As the president of Yi Group, Yi Zi can have as many cosmetics as he wants. It was when she mentioned Little Guy that she couldn't hold back. If you think about it carefully, you can understand why Fang Mu said that. If he brings more samples, Ma Xiaochan can let others try them out, and then he can say my daughter-in-law bought them, which will give him full face. Not only that, but if you add the words the products of my daughter-in-law's company, the neighbors will probably be envious. Well, I'll listen to you, husband. Yi Wanchuan nodded in agreement. Her idea was simple. When they met for the first time, she had to make her parents-in-law happy. Originally, Yi Wanchuan wanted to go out to buy gifts after lunch, that is, in the afternoon. But Fang Mu refused. Going out in the sun? That's ridiculous. So after discussion we decided to set off early tomorrow morning since our flight was for the day after tomorrow and there was no rush. Since she couldn't go out, Yi Wanchuan thought about finding something to do. Packing a suitcase is a good option. This time I'm going back to my hometown with Fang Mu, and I don't know how many days I'll be gone, so of course I have to prepare more clothes and other things. Who would have thought that Fang Mu actually shook his head after seeing the clothes in her suitcase, and then used his fingers like a gangster to pick all the little skirts out of the suitcase? Husband. Are you provoking me? Yi Wanchuan was grinding her teeth, and the sound came out from between her teeth. Chapter 22. My hometown is called Liangcheng. In Yi Wanchuan's opinion, what Fang Mu did was teasing, no, it was provocation. Unexpectedly, Fang Mu shook his head and laughed. Stupid boy, my hometown is located in a high-altitude area. Even though it is only October now, it is already very cold in the mornings and evenings there. You can't wear any of the clothes you brought except for your inner wear. If you insist on wearing them, you'll catch a cold. Hearing this, Yi Wanchuan was stunned for a moment, then shook her head to express her disbelief. Until Fang Mu picked up his mobile phone and opened the weather forecast for his hometown. At first glance, there's nothing wrong. But compared with the temperature in Shanghai, the temperature between morning and evening can differ by more than 10 degrees, which is too outrageous. After a moment, Yi Wanchuan said with a smile, husband, there is probably no autumn in your hometown. It's winter directly after summer. About the same. Sometimes it's too cold and the heating may be turned on October 15th. You know, our hometown has another name, Liangcheng. After hearing this, Yi Wanchuan finally understood. No wonder Fang Mu threw the little skirt out of her suitcase. Well, no wonder it's called Liangcheng. I'd better take some thick clothes. Yi Wanchuan muttered softly, then took small steps to the closet. But the problem that troubled her even more was that she had lived in Shanghai since she was a child and seldom went to the north, which meant that she didn't have any thick clothes. Fang Mu shook his head after seeing the only 2 coats and directly denied them. So I had to buy new clothes. It's just that in Shanghai, it's not easy to buy winter clothes at this time, and they have to be warm and thick enough. Time flies and it is the next day. Originally, Yi Wanchuan planned to go choose a gift for her father-in-law first, but who would have thought that Fang Mu drove her to the mall? The reason is simple. Buy the clothes first. If you can't find them, you still have time to think of other ways. But luckily this is Shanghai, you can buy whatever you want. That's right, the shopping guides took out the old models that were stored at the bottom of the box in the store's warehouse. That is Yi Wanchuan, who is naturally beautiful. Even if she wears old clothes, she is still stunning. Honey, is it enough? Is it thick enough? In the car, Yi Wanchuan, who was sitting in the passenger seat, held the newly bought thick clothes and asked in a low voice. Fang Mu laughed immediately when he saw this. My dear, although it is cold in our hometown, it is not necessary for you to wear cotton padded jackets or down coats in October. What you bought are enough to keep you warm. Besides, it will be very cold when it is windy. Usually, wearing a sweatshirt and a coat is enough. Hearing this, Yi Wanchuang subconsciously looked down at the clothes she was wearing. In the Magic City, now, she is still wearing thin clothes. And is it time to wear a coat in Fong Mu's hometown? Sure enough, it's northern enough. After buying clothes, Fong Mu came to the antique street under the guidance of Yi Wanchuang. Although the location is relatively remote and not in the city center, according to Yi Wanchuang, the daily turnover of this place is very terrifying. Come to think of it, the transaction price of antiques will never be too low. If it is too low, no one would dare to buy it. After parking the car, Fong Mu took Yi Wanchuang's hand and walked into the antique street. Walking into it, one immediately feels like traveling through time, especially since some of the buildings are still covered with moss, making them look very old. Antique Street is just a street, and it is a very wide street. I thought that the two sides of the street would be filled with the word antiques, but who would have thought that the first store would be Mishu Bingchang? He is worthy of being called the Snow King with wide connections. There is a noise in my ears. But it's not like what Tomato wrote in his novel, where all the sounds are about business. If you listen carefully, you will find that they are basically the sounds of electronic speakers, such as grilled sausage, 3 yuan a piece. Freshly cooked corn, very delicious, 5 yuan a head. Fresh jujubes, 3 pounds for 10 yuan. Oh yes, there is also the magical song of Snow King, you love me, I love you, Mishuai's city is sweet. For a moment, Fong Mu was stunned and wondered if his wife had pointed him in the wrong direction. This doesn't look like an antique street at all, it's more like a convenience street. However, the prices of snacks here are quite affordable. After buying a corn for Yi Wanchuang, the two continued to walk inside. Although it is just one street, it is long enough, and the further you go inside, the more small vendors set up stalls on both sides of the street. The configurations of the vendors are pretty much the same. A mat with various antiques scattered on it. I don't know whether I understand it or not, and I don't know whether it is ancient or not. But if you just look at it with your naked eyes, you definitely can't tell whether it's real or fake. After all, if it were that easy to tell the difference, how would we sell the goods? Even if Fong Mu is not a professional, he still knows a little bit about the tricks involved, and knows what is true and what is false, and what is false and what is true. However, this is nothing to Fong Mu, who has sharp eyes. The value of seeing the bright future continues to rise. As long as Fong Mu is willing, he can just take a glance and tell which ones can be bought and which ones cannot be bought. Which one is the real thing, and which one is from last week? Ha! When passing by a stall, Fong Mu suddenly felt a sense of surprise and doubt in his heart. Following the instructions of the vision eye, I actually saw a good thing. Yi Wanchuang turned her head and asked, "Honey, what's wrong? Look at that cabbage, isn't it pretty?" Fong Mu asked with a smile. He did not deliberately lower his voice, but just spoke as if he were having a normal conversation, so much so that the owner of the stall next to him could also hear what he said. Chinese cabbage? Oh, honey, you mean the jade cabbage. But it doesn't look real. It's so new, it must have been made recently. Do you like it, husband? Fong Mu nodded and said, I want to put one at my workstation. Let us go and take a look. As they talked, the two of them came to the jade cabbage. The stall owner naturally heard the conversation between the two and extracted some keywords, workstation. So he is an office worker. It's not that the stall owners look down on the workers, but because antiques are something that people without some resourcefulness basically won't touch. Looking at the temperament of Fong Mu and Yi Wanchuang at first, the peddler thought they were rich second generations. Now it seems that maybe it is still the negative second generation. But after all, I'm a seller, so as long as they're willing to buy, it doesn't matter who I sell to. So when the vendor saw Fong Mu and Yi Wanchuang coming, he still entertained them warmly. What are you two looking at? How much is that Chinese cabbage? Fong Mu asked directly. But his directness made the vendor frown. How could he be so unsophisticated? This was jade cabbage, okay? Even though it's fake. Chapter 23 Marshal Zheng's Walin commemorative coin. Handsome guy, this is jade cabbage, not Chinese cabbage. The vendor couldn't help but reminded. Fong Mu nodded and asked, how much? As if he could see that Fong Mu really wanted it, the vendor rolled his eyes and then stretched out 2 fingers. 20? Go away. What 20? 200,000. This is jade cabbage, a real treasure. The hawker pretended to be anxious and introduced the jade cabbage with all his might. But Fang Mu looked like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water, and just shook his outstretched finger. Square wood, 20. Vendor, this is the real thing. Fang Mu, just 20. Yi Wanchuan covered her mouth and laughed, because she also had a feeling that her husband seemed to be here to cause trouble, or cabbage was not his target at all. If Fang Mu could hear what Yi Wanchuan was thinking, he would definitely be shocked. She is so smart that he could not hide this from her. The peddler and Fang Mu were arguing with each other. No matter what the vendor said, Fang Mu was unwilling to add one more dollar. By the end, veins bulged on the peddler's forehead, and he gritted his teeth deliberately in the end. 25 yuan, plus 5 yuan, can you at least let me earn some hard-earned money? Okay, no problem. Fang Mu smiled and nodded, but his eyes began to scan the stalls left and right, and finally fell on a silver dollar. Boss, I've also increased the salary, so you should show some appreciation, right? Give me that coin. Hearing this, the stall owner's eyelids twitched, but when he saw the coin that Fang Mu was pointing at, he still bowed generously. Take it. Never mind. I'll add another dollar. Fang Mu scanned the code and paid 26 yuan quickly. He took the jade cabbage and the silver dollar, then left with Yi Wanchuan satisfied. As the two left, the vendor, who had originally looked distressed, suddenly changed his expression and grinned. Then he took out another cabbage from the box, a jade cabbage, exactly the same as the one Fang Mu bought. It seems that I need to wholesale more of this stuff, it sells quite well. On the other side, Yi Wanchuan held the jade cabbage and looked it up and down, left and right, but it didn't look real no matter how she looked at it. Seeing this, Fang Mu burst out laughing and said, "Okay, wife, stop looking at it, it's a fake, if you like it, just put it on your desk." Ha! It's fake. It must be fake, the real ones are all in museums. Just when Fang Mu was about to show off in front of Yi Wanchuan, the latter suddenly asked in a low voice. Honey, is that silver dollar real? Otherwise, you wouldn't pretend to buy jade cabbage, right? You discovered all this? Fang Mu was slightly stunned. He really didn't expect that his little trick was discovered by Yi Wanchuan. Seeing Fang Mu's surprised expression, Yi Wanchuan smiled proudly, her bright smile was very eye-catching. Well, I'm smart, right? Smart, so smart. I wish our children could be as smart as you. Fang Mu said with a smile, and then showed the silver dollar in his hand. This is a commemorative coin of Marshal Zheng Zuolin. At that time, Zheng Zuolin served as president for only 1 year and was then killed by the Japanese, so only a batch of commemorative coins were produced. Since the quantity is scarce, the value is naturally high. Fang Mu told Yi Wanchuan the detailed information prompted by the system. After hearing this, Yi Wanchuan's beautiful eyes flashed with surprise, and then she looked at Fang Mu, who was talking eloquently, with a hint of admiration in her eyes, which made Fang Mu very happy. Husband, how do you know it's real? If it were real, why would that person sell it to you for just $1? Hearing this, Fang Mu smiled brightly, because he didn't know this was true. Yi Wanchuan nodded thoughtfully, then murmured in a low voice, Husband, how do you know it is true? Fortunately, the system prompts were detailed, otherwise Fang Mu really wouldn't know how to explain it. Husband, if it is real, how much can it be sold for? Fang Mu thought for a moment, then stretched out 2 fingers. Oh my god! It's worth 20,000 yuan? Fool, worth 1,000, oh my god, is 20 million. Fang Mu said jokingly. When Yi Wanchuan heard that this silver dollar was worth 20 million, she was stunned. After all, 20 million was not a small amount of money. In other words, she would believe Fang Mu's words 100%. If it were someone else, they would have probably grinned and ridiculed him. The itinerary then changed. The young couple didn't plan to buy anything first, but to sell something. Fang Mu wanted to sell this silver dollar. After searching, Fang Mu found a shop that specializes in identifying ancient coins and silver dollars. When I walked in, the middle-aged man at the counter greeted me warmly. What would you two like to see? Fang Mu went straight to the point and took out the Grand Marshal Zheng Zuolin commemorative coin. Upon seeing this, the boss understood the purpose of the 2 men's visit. Although he didn't believe that the 2 young men could produce anything good, he still put on gloves and took the silver dollars wrapped in the plastic bag with professionalism. Yeah, it's still Marshal Zheng Zuolin. Yes, it is a commemorative coin. Fang Mu nodded and added. Okay, let me take a look. The boss also spoke during the appraisal, and all he said was something like, the quantity is very small. It is nothing more than a reminder to Fang Mu that most of them are fake. Whether it is true or not, Fang Mu, who is in charge of the system, knows it better than anyone else. So when the boss was appraising, he was also guiding. The boss should be able to see that the production level of this commemorative coin is of the highest standard. Oh? You are also an expert in the industry? The boss was very surprised that he actually underestimated Fong Mu. Fong Mu did not answer, but continued. The 6 characters Grand Marshal of the Navy and Army are written in regular script, and the portrait of Zheng Zuolin in military uniform in the middle is also finely carved. Boss, you should be able to tell that I'm not making this up, right? Yes, that's right. The boss nodded, indicating that he agreed. His eyebrows were closed. The embroidery on the military uniform was also very textured. Little brother, let me take a good look. After saying that, the boss became fully focused. Fong Mu was not in a hurry and stood on one side with Yi Wanchuan. However, the latter was not as calm as him. She was a little nervous and her hands were a little cold. No one expected that the shop owner would look at it for half an hour. But even so, he didn't dare to make any comments. Sir, could you please sit down and rest for a while I call some friends over to take a look together? Fong Mu smiled and nodded. Such a calm and composed look coupled with his handsome appearance really makes people dare not underestimate him. Chapter 24, Good and Desire. The boss started to call people, and in just a few minutes, 3 people came in from outside. They heard on the phone that the item was a commemorative coin of Marshal Zheng Zuolin. Naturally, they couldn't wait to take a look at such a rare item. With the arrival of the 3 good friends, the boss felt more confident. The 4 of them worked together and immediately started to appraise it again. This time, another half an hour passed. The long period of appraisal did not make them tired or sleepy. Instead, the more they looked, the brighter their eyes became. Finally, the 4 of them exchanged glances and reached a consensus. The boss looked at Fong Mu apologetically. Sorry Mr. Fong, kept you waiting for so long. After the 4 of us have authenticated it, your Marshal Zheng Zuolin commemorative coin is authentic. It's the authentic one. As soon as these words were spoken, Yi Wanchuan opened her mouth slightly, and a look of disbelief flashed in her beautiful eyes. The coin bought for $1 is actually worth 20 million. For a moment, Yi Wanchuan felt not only admiration for Fong Mu but also admiration for him. Fong Mu couldn't help but laugh and cry as he had turned his wife into a little fangirl. But now is not the time to tease my wife. Thank you for your hard work. Fong Mu took the silver dollar with a smile. Seeing that he didn't say anything, the shop owner became anxious. After thinking it over for a while, he finally opened his mouth and asked. Mr. Fong, I wonder if you are willing to sell this silver dollar. Seeing Fong Mu nod, the shop owner was overjoyed. Mr. Fong, what's your price? Fong Mu was silent for a moment, then spoke. If it were to go to auction, I estimate the transaction price would probably be around 26 million. What do you think? Upon hearing this, the shop owner nodded, that's right. Seeing this, Fong Mu also realized that this boss was a relatively honest person, so he felt a little more favorable towards him. Besides, he really wanted to take action, so naturally he wouldn't make things difficult for others. It was really hard for the 4 of you to make the appraisal, so let's just consider it as making friends, 23 million. Okay. I want it. The shop owner accepted it as soon as Fong Mu quoted a price, which shows that he was really interested. The process after that is even simpler. One hand pays, the other hand receives the goods. After receiving the bank's notification of the arrival of the funds, this Marshal Zheng Zuolin commemorative coin changed hands again. The boss took the commemorative coin with great joy and a smile on his face. Although it cost more than 20 million, in his opinion, it was money well spent. I have been out for quite some time. Fong Mu couldn't bear to let Yi Wanchuan work anymore, so he took advantage of the favor and selected some antiques from the shop owner's store. With the system in place, he was able to select genuine products, and the prices the boss gave were very fair. The 6 antiques cost 3 million, which helped the boss make some money back. At the end of the trip, Fong Mu took Yi Wanchuan home. After they left, the news that someone in the antique street had received a genuine Grand Marshal Zheng Zuolin commemorative coin also disappeared. Similarly, the vendor who sold the jade cabbage to Fong Mu also heard the news and was extremely envious for a moment. When he lowered his head to look at his stall, there was a new coin in the place where Fong Mu had taken the Marshal Zheng Zuolin commemorative coin. It is also because of this that the vendor would not believe that the one he sold to Fong Mu would be the real one. But sometimes the truth is so dramatic that you can't help but accept it. On the way home, Yu Wanchuan kept staring at Fong Mu. Wife, if you keep staring at me like that, I'm going to blush. Don't I have any red spots on my face? No. Yu Wanchuan shook her head with a smile. I just feel that, husband, you really are a hidden talent. Fong Mu smiled, and then said in a pretentious tone, you will slowly discover in the future that your husband is very capable, and he is very capable in all aspects. Yu Wanchuan believed it without a doubt. Looking at her expression, it was clear that beauty is in the eyes of the beholder. She would believe whatever Fong Mu said. After returning home, Yu Wanchuan was resting when Fong Mu's mother Ma Xiaochang suddenly called. It was not called to Fong Mu, but to Yu Wanchuan. The reason I called was just to remind Yu Wanchuan to remember to wear long johns when she comes back tomorrow, and to wear more clothes so as not to catch a cold. That's all. Although they had never met before, Ma Xiaochang's care for Yu Wanchuan still made her feel warm in her heart. When Fong Mu came back, he sat next to Yu Wanchuan, who put her arms around his neck. Hubby, I will definitely treat my father-in-law and mother-in-law well in the future. Oh? Why are you saying this suddenly? Because my mother-in-law is very good to me, better than my parents. Yu Wanchuan pursed her lips and said so. Fong Mu didn't say anything when he saw this. He just gently held her in his arms, resting his chin on Yu Wanchuan's shoulder, and snuggled up to her quietly. Did Mom say anything else? Just tell you to dress warmly? Well, nothing else to say. Well, it seems that now that we have a daughter-in-law, we have forgotten our son. We have not even thought of telling our son to wear more clothes. Puff. Yu Wanchuan couldn't help laughing. It turned out that Fong Mu was jealous. Okay, husband, maybe Mom knew that you would definitely wear more clothes, but I didn't know, so she reminded me. No need to explain. Oh sad, upset. Fong Mu sighed deliberately, causing Yu Wanchuan to giggle. Because they had to travel tomorrow, take a plane, and take a bus, Fong Mu took Yu Wanchuan back to the bedroom early and let her go to bed early. Just like last night, Yu Wanchuan, who was asleep, would always inexplicably move closer to Fong Mu. It's as if Fong Mu has an attraction. Looking at his pretty wife in his arms, Fong Mu's love grew stronger. He hugged Yu Wanchuan's shoulders and slept very soundly. The next day came in the blink of an eye. While Fong Mu was still sleeping, Yu Wanchuan quietly turned over and got out of bed. After all, today is her first time meeting her parents-in-law, and she must take it seriously when meeting her parents. Although Yu Wanchuan didn't say anything, she cared very much in her heart. However, no matter which outfit she changed into, Yu Wanchuan felt unsatisfied. In the end, she chose a white shirt, pleated skirt and heels, looking both obedient and sexy. Putting on a windbreaker on the outside can not only keep you warm but also show your temperament. Contented, Yu Wanchuan was about to call Fong Mu to get up, but when she turned around, she found that he had already woken up. Not only that, he was staring at her with a smile on his face. The reason why Fong Mu didn't say anything was because his wife's dress-up show was really pleasing to the eye. Chapter 25. It could be motion sickness or morning sickness. After breakfast, the couple went out. Fong Mu was responsible for pulling the suitcase, while Yu Wanchuan walked in front wearing a hat. The sun is shining, and the frost on the leaves is even more charming. The plane takes off at 8:35, so there is still plenty of time. Or maybe you are so eager to go home that the 2-hour flight journey goes by in a flash. After getting off the plane, you still need to take a shuttle bus, which also takes 2 hours. While on the bus, Yu Wanchuan basically spent the time in a daze, with very short periods of wakefulness, and all she did was drink some water and eat some snacks. Although we set out from Shanghai in the morning, it was still afternoon when we returned to the county. When Yu Wanchuan got off the bus, she immediately understood why her mother-in-law had called her last night to remind her to wear long johns. It turns out that the temperature in Fong Mu's hometown Fetal County is really very different from that in Shanghai. Yu Wanchuan also understood what Fong Mu had said before, the terrain is high and the weather is cold. Although she was always drowsy on the bus, she could always see the mountain when she looked outside when she was awake. That is to say, Fetal County was on the mountain. No wonder it was so cool. How is it? I didn't lie to you, did I? Fong Mu said, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He has gotten used to it after all these years outside, and whenever he tells others about the temperature in his hometown, they always express disbelief. Now Yu Wanchuan clearly felt the difference in weather between her hometown and the magic city. Even Fong Mu couldn't help but think, I didn't lie. Honey, it's a bit cold. Yu Wanchuan nodded, then tightened her clothes. But the next second, Yu Wanchuan's attention was attracted by the blue sky above his head. Husband, the sky in my hometown is so blue. Not only that, I didn't know what smog was before I went outside. There is no smog in our hometown, Fang Mu said proudly, but what he didn't say was that the only thing his hometown had to offer was the weather. After all, this was a real poor county. As soon as I walked out of the bus station, several people holding signs surrounded me. Handsome guy, pretty girl, would you like to stay here? 30 yuan a night, with hot water and wireless internet. Are you taking a ride, young man? Where are you going? Fang Mu pulled Yi Wanshuang through the enthusiastic crowd and came to the side of the road. After hailing a taxi, they went straight home. Fang Mu's home is near the county town, and it only takes more than 10 minutes to get there by taxi, so there is no need for my parents to come and pick me up. It seemed as if they couldn't wait any longer. When Fang Mu and Yi Wanshuang returned to the gate of the community, Ma Xiaochang and Fang Qingji were already waiting there. Whenever a taxi passed by, the couple would look up to see if their son and daughter-in-law were there. Finally, a taxi stopped in front of them with a clear purpose. As the car door opened, a voice of mom came into Ma Xiaochang's ears. Fang Mu got out of the car and then helped Yi Wanshuang get out of the car. Looking at the two of them, Yi Wanshuang called out crisply, "Dad, Mom." For a moment, the smiles on both Ma Xiaochang and Fang Qingji's faces became even more intense. After taking the things out of the trunk, the family of four walked home talking and laughing. There is a distance from the entrance of the community to the door of the unit, and I met some neighbors on the way. Whenever someone asks, Ma Xiaochang will introduce it with a smile. My daughter-in-law. Then walk forward in the astonished and envious gazes of your neighbors. Fang Mu found it funny, but Yi Wanshuang felt a little embarrassed, with her little face slightly hot. When Fang Mu got home, he smelled the fragrance of food as soon as he entered the door. But Yi Wanshuang quickly covered her mouth and asked where the bathroom was. Hearing his daughter-in-law vomiting in the bathroom, Ma Xiaochang was very worried. Son, Shuang is carsick. It should be, but it may not be. You little bastard. What do you mean by that? Fang Mu's answer left Ma Xiaochang confused. Fang Qingji observed carefully and quickly pulled his wife's arm. Take a look at Shuanger's belly. Hearing this, Ma Xiaochang suddenly understood. Not long after, Fang Mu came out supporting Yi Wanshuang. The latter's pretty face was a little pale, and the symptoms were the same as those of motion sickness. But Ma Xiaochang also noticed Yi Wanshuang's slightly bulging belly. Mom, let me help her go back to her room to rest for a while. Okay, let us take a break and then eat. After watching Fang Mu and Yi Wanshuang return to the room, Ma Xiaochang hurriedly pulled her husband to the living room and sat down. There's no running away, it's confirmed, and it will probably be in March. No wonder our son was in a hurry to get the marriage certificate, it turns out he is pregnant. Why is this bastard so impatient? We have to take good care of Shuanger, being pregnant is not an easy thing. Ma Xiaochang said this with a frown, but there was still some joy in his eyes. After all, the couple had been waiting to hold their grandchildren. In the room, Fang Mu helped Yi Wanshuang lie down, and then pulled a quilt to cover her. Are you feeling better? Fang Mu asked softly, and then raised his hand to smooth the hair that was stuck to Yi Wanshuang's forehead. I feel better now, husband. I'm sorry for causing you trouble just after I got home. Without waiting for Yi Wanshuang to finish speaking, Fang Mu raised his hand and tapped her forehead, causing her to cry out in pain. What are you saying? No, nothing. Yi Wanshuang covered her head and murmured, not daring to say another polite word. You take a rest first, I'll go out and take a look. Well, okay, husband, you and mom and dad should eat first, don't wait for me, I still feel a little nauseous. Yi Wanshuang said hurriedly. At the same time, she was a little helpless, because she had never been carsick before. Why did she get carsick today, on such an important day? It's okay. Fang Mu walked out of the bedroom and closed the door gently. The next second, his parents waved at him and called him over. Dad, Mom, what's wrong? Son, don't you have anything to say to Mom? Ma Xiaochang raised his eyebrows and asked towards the bedroom where Yi Wanshuang was. On the other hand, Fang Mu shrugged first, then grinned. I originally wanted to give you and Dad a surprise, but I didn't expect it to be exposed as soon as I got back. Mom, you guessed right, Shuanger is pregnant, and she is 15 weeks pregnant. Hearing this, Ma Xiaochang was overjoyed and counted on his fingers. 15 weeks, that's almost 4 months. Brat! You hit it well enough. After that, Ma Xiaochang and Fang Qingji gave various instructions and requests. Fang Mu was told not to make his wife angry. Ask Fang Mu to take good care of Yi Wanshuang. Don't let her do heavy work and don't let her get tired. To sum it up in one sentence, treat Yi Wanchuang as your ancestor and take care of her. In the bedroom, Yi Wanchuang was moved to tears. The sound insulation of this house is so poor. Chapter 26, Homemade? A small workshop? The soundproofing of the room is a bit poor. Yi Wanchuang could also hear what Fang Mu and the other two were saying in the living room and the bedroom. Although it was a little vague, she heard it after all. Yi Wanchuang, who had not felt the care of her family for a long time, couldn't help but shed tears. After a while, Fang Mu came back. When he saw Yi Wanchuang's tearful eyes, he hurried forward and hugged her. Silly, what's wrong? Yi Wanchuang shook her head with red eyes. No, it's okay. Later, under Fang Mu's questioning, she told the truth. Honey, I'm just a little touched. It's okay. Don't worry. After understanding the reason, Fang Mu was suddenly at a loss whether to laugh or cry, and gently pinched Yi Wanchuang's nose. Silly boy, you are my wife, of course your parents will care about you. We are a family. Still feeling uncomfortable? If not, let's go out for dinner. Yi Wanchuang felt it for herself and then nodded. When the two came out of the bedroom, Fang Qingji hurriedly invited them to come for dinner, and Ma Xiaochang also came over enthusiastically. When he saw Yi Wanchuang's eyes turned red, his warning look went straight to Fang Mu. No, Mom, I didn't bully your daughter-in-law. Hearing this, Yi Wanchuang hurriedly wiped her eyes, then walked forward and took her arm around her mother-in-law Ma Xiaochang. Mom, my husband didn't bully me, so don't be mean to him. Blame me. I'm the one crying. It is hard to imagine that the cold and beautiful female president of the Yi group would actually look so delicate in front of the Fang family. It really surprised those who knew her. Hearing Yi Wanchuang say that she was crying, Ma Xiaochang smiled and patted her little hand, then pulled her to the dining table. Schwanger, let's go and eat. Everything is implied. The round dining table was filled with delicious food. When Yi Wanchuang heard that all these meals were prepared by her mother-in-law Ma Xiaochang alone, she couldn't help but think, no wonder Fang Mu's cooking skills are so good, it turns out it's hereditary. The family sat around the table. They talked and laughed while eating, which was 1,000 times better than the dull atmosphere when eating at Ye's house. Yi Wanchuang always has a smile on her face. Although I had dry heaves from time to time, I still ate a lot. The main reason was that Ma Xiaochang took too good care of his daughter-in-law. He kept picking up dishes for Yi Wanchuang, making it difficult for her to empty her bowl. After the meal, the slightly bulging belly became even more obvious. Yi Wanchuang wanted to go to the kitchen to help wash the dishes, but was rejected by her father-in-law Fang Qingji. And the words of the father-in-law sounded familiar to Yi Wanchuang, the sink is my territory. Fang Mu also said that. Ma Xiaochang drove his son and daughter-in-law into the bedroom, and was reluctant to let the two children do even a little bit of housework. In the bedroom, Yi Wanchuang rested her head contentedly on Fang Mu's thighs and closed her eyes to rest. From time to time, I could hear the voices of my parents-in-law chatting outside. When Ma Xiaochang said he wanted to buy Fang Qingji a birthday cake, the latter quickly refused. Yi Wanchuang also opened her eyes at this time and sat up immediately. What's wrong? Fang Mu asked. Hubby, I haven't given my parents the things I brought for them yet. Don't worry, come later. No, now. Yi Wanchuang retorted, although she didn't know why she wanted to give the gift to her parents-in-law so quickly. Fang Mu was still very obedient to Yi Wanchuang. Seeing that she was so persistent, he nodded and agreed. When he saw Fang Mu and Yi Wanchuang coming out of the bedroom, Ma Xiaochang hurriedly waved his hand and asked the couple to go back and rest. But Yi Wanchuang shook her head with a smile, then trotted to the door, laid down one of the suitcases and opened it. As the suitcase was opened, something wrapped in newspaper suddenly slipped out and fell to the ground, making a crisp sound. Ah! Yi Wanchuang screamed in surprise and Fang Mu also hurried over. Fortunately, the things are intact. What is that? Ma Xiaochang and Fang Qingji came over. Fang Qingji, in particular, couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he saw the newspaper and then the J-plate. Dad, this is a gift from Schwanger to you. As he spoke, Fang Mu took out all 6 antiques. Fang Qingji looked at them one by one, and the twitching corners of his mouth showed how uneasy he was at the moment. With his success in self-research over the years, he could not find any faults in these 6 antiques. After a moment, Fang Qingji smiled bitterly and spoke. They are all genuine. Yes, they are all genuine. How much did it cost? It took Before Fang Mu could speak, Yi Wanchuang grabbed him, obviously not wanting him to speak. Dad, it's just a little gift from me, please keep it. It was too expensive, so even though Fang Qingji couldn't let it go, he still refused to accept it. There was no other choice, Yi Wanchuang had to pull Fang Mu over. Dad, I kidnapped Fang Mu and ran away, but I got the better of him in the end. Can this be calculated this way? Okay, I'll take it first, and you can take it away whenever you need it. After saying that, Fang Qingji picked up the 6 antiques and carefully placed them on the collection shelf. Although there are many small gadgets on the collection shelf, Fang Qingji knows better than anyone that none of them are real. Fang Qingji is interested in collecting, but is reluctant to spend too much money on it. This is what he really thinks in his heart. Now that his daughter-in-law has given him the real thing, 6 pieces in total, how could Fang Qingji not be grinning with joy? Mom, you have a share too. Fang Mu called his mother Ma Xiaochang. Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaochang quickly waved his hand. Oh, you are not a stranger, I don't want it. Don't buy things for me in the future. If you have the money, you might as well spend it on yourselves. Ma Xiaochang is such a person. I can endure hardship and tiredness, but I cannot bear to let my children spend unnecessary money on me. What is wasted money? It is the money she thinks is unnecessary spent on herself. Hearing this, Fang Mu's nose felt sore. Mom and Dad have been simple and honest for most of their lives, and it's time for them to enjoy their lives. Yi Wanchuang took out many exquisite bags from the box. The bag is filled with Yi Zi cosmetics under the Yi group. Coincidentally, Ma Xiaochang happened to buy the essence of this brand, so he naturally knew how effective this brand was and how expensive it was. So when he saw that Yi Wanchuang actually bought so many cosmetics for himself, his hands couldn't help but tremble. Schwanger, why did you buy so much? Mom can't use so much. Can you return it? Return it all. It's enough for me to know that you have this intention. Ma Xiaochang kept refusing. Until Yi Wanchuang said, Mom, these are all made by our family, take them and use them. If they're not enough, tell me and I'll bring you another 100 or 80 boxes. Self-produced? Produced in a small workshop? Chapter 27 Yi Wanchuang, I am so special, I just started to have morning sickness. After Yi Wanchuang said these words, Ma Xiaochang couldn't help but wonder, does my daughter-in-law run a small workshop? They sell about 100 to 180 boxes at the beginning. This small workshop uses really strong ingredients. Seeing that his mother had misunderstood, Fang Mu hurriedly explained. Mom, the leaf brand that you often use is a product of Schwanger Company, so it is self-produced. Huh? Oh, so that's how it is. Looking at his mother's expression, Fang Mu was suddenly at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Sure enough, his mother had misunderstood just now. Ma Xiaochang and Fang Qingji are extremely satisfied with their daughter-in-law Yi Wanchuang. But when they heard that she was the boss of a listed company, the old couple couldn't help but feel a little worried. From this point of view, their daughter-in-law is really outstanding. Excellence is a good thing. But for a relationship, if the two people are not a good match, there may be problems. So after thinking for a moment, Ma Xiaochang looked at his son and gave him instructions. Son, you must work hard in the future. The smart Yi Wanchuang naturally understood the deeper meaning of what her mother-in-law said. In her heart, Yi Wanchuang shook her head. She was not that kind of person. Instead, she was quite traditional. Since she had chosen Fang Mu, it would be for her for life. But she still spoke. Mom, I am Fang Mu's wife, and I will stay with him no matter what. And Fang Mu is also very good. Yesterday when we were choosing a gift for Dad at the antique street, Yi Wanchuang told the two elders what happened in the antique street yesterday. When they heard that their son had earned more than 20 million yesterday alone, the couple were stunned. Son, is what Schwanger said true? Fang Mu nodded, and then took the opportunity to say, when I return to Shanghai this time, I want to try starting a business. The money in your hands will eventually be spent, so you have to make money. Fang Mu still didn't plan to tell anyone about the matter of Fang Yuan investment. At least he would wait until the Yi group was stabilized and the internal and external troubles were eliminated. Starting a business may be something that the rich second generation would rather avoid. But for Ma Xiaochang and Fang Qingji, who did not have a very high level of knowledge, the two elders only felt that their son was capable and had aspirations. In fact, if there was no system to back him up, Fang Mu would not easily talk about starting a business. After all, the word entrepreneurship is easy to say but not so easy to do. Yi Wanchuang naturally understood this principle. The reason she didn't point it out was because she supported it. Fong Mu is her husband. She will support him in whatever he wants to do and help him if she can. At the very least, she will provide a guarantee for him. Moreover, after spending some time together, Yi Wanchuang no longer thinks Fong Mu is a person who tries to show off his strength. Since he said he wanted to start a business, he must have his reasons. Your father and I don't understand what you are saying. You are not a child anymore, you must have your own plans. Ma Xiaochang said cheerfully. For a mother, having a successful child is more gratifying than anything else. Don't worry, Mom. In the blink of an eye, it was time for dinner. Originally, Fang Qingji and Ma Xiaochang were planning to take their children out to eat. But something went wrong with Yi Wanchuang. She wasn't just suffering from motion sickness. Instead, it was motion sickness that caused morning sickness. Morning sickness is a common symptom in early pregnancy. Although it is common, it is really torturous. That afternoon, Yi Wanchuan would run to the bathroom every once in a while and lean on the sink to vomit for a while. At first I could still vomit something, but later on I was afraid there was nothing left in my stomach to vomit, so I just kept dry heaving. In just one afternoon, Yi Wanchuan, who had always looked good, turned pale. As a result, I can't even eat a few bites at home, let alone go out to eat. Even drinking a few sips of water will cause you to vomit after a few minutes. Fong Mu stood by, feeling very distressed. If possible, he really wanted to help his wife bear this pain. Yi Wanchuan, who had recovered a little, saw the worry on Fong Mu's face and hurriedly smiled to comfort him, but the smile seemed forced. Oh, I didn't expect that I just started having morning sickness. People on the internet said that morning sickness usually occurs at 7 or 8 weeks of pregnancy. I was 15 weeks pregnant when I started having morning sickness. I am really different from others. I thought I could get away with it, but it seems I was overthinking it. Yi Wanchuang said this half-jokingly, with the purpose of not letting Fong Mu worry too much. But the more she acted like this, the more distressed Fong Mu felt, and finally he pulled her into his arms. Fong Mu gently hugged Yi Wanchuang and put his face against her back, feeling heartbroken. The system seemed to be unable to bear it anymore and reminded. Hint, spiritual spring water? Could it be that spiritual spring water can relieve morning sickness? Fong Mu was extremely surprised. He quickly connected the spiritual spring water in the space to the tap, and then boiled a pot of hot water and brought it back. Husband, I don't dare drink anymore, I'm afraid of vomiting. Yi Wanchuang said this with a pouting expression, which was truly pitiful. Fong Mu said comfortingly, be good, drink a sip, it will be more uncomfortable if you have nothing in your stomach. Well, okay then. Taking the cup of water, Yi Wanchuang opened her pale little mouth and took a few sips. After drinking the water, my stomach immediately became warm. Don't worry, hubby. I'm feeling better now. Yi Wanchuang consoled Fong Mu, fearing that he might worry. Okay, lie down and rest for a while. If you feel hungry later, tell me and I will make it for you. Yeah, okay. With Fong Mu's help, Yi Wanchuan lay down gently, with the quilt covering her entire body, leaving only her small head exposed. Today, Yi Wanchuan was in a hurry to travel, suffered from car sickness, and suffered from morning sickness for a long time in the afternoon. She was already tired. Now, with the nourishment of the spiritual spring water, the symptoms of morning sickness have been alleviated, my nerves have been relaxed, and I feel sleepy in an instant. After yawning twice, Yi Wanchuan turned to the side and slowly fell asleep. Fong Mu then tiptoed out of the bedroom, turned off the lights and closed the door. When he turned around, he had a few boxes of tea in his hands. There is no name, no manufacturer, and no production date on the tea box. It is definitely a product without any certification. But this is what Fong Mu got by signing in every day. According to the system, this is spiritual tea, which contains the essence of the sun and the moon. Drinking it with spiritual spring water can help prolong life. When Fong Mu is away from home, what he misses most is his parents at home. Especially my mother, who was busy with work when she was young. Now in middle age, her health has deteriorated a lot and she would catch a cold and get sick every now and then. Fong Mu can only feel at ease when his parents are safe and healthy. So this time when he came back to his hometown, he was determined to repay his parents. Chapter 28. If only my mother were still alive. Shuanger fell asleep? Ma Xiaochang asked when he saw his son coming out. Fong Mu nodded and sat next to his parents. Dad, Mom, this tea was bought for you by Shuanger. It has the effects of detoxifying, beautifying the skin, and strengthening the body. You too must remember to drink it every day. Ma Xiaochang nodded in agreement, but Fong Qingji shook his head and smiled. He usually liked to drink tea, but he would never believe that tea could also help improve health. Logically speaking, ordinary tea does not have such miraculous effects. But who can blame Fong Mu for taking out tea that was not ordinary? In order to make his father believe it, Fong Mu thought for a moment and then grinned. Dad, just remember to drink it every day. After all, it's your daughter-in-law's love. Oh, by the way, this tea is quite expensive, 13,000 yuan for one tael, and the shelf life is only half a year. Once it expires, it will lose its efficacy. Puff. Cough, cough, cough. How many? Fong Qingji almost spit out a mouthful of boiled water and picked his ears, fearing that he had heard it wrong. 13,001 tael? Is that true or false? Fong Mu didn't say anything, just smiled, but the more he did so, the more Fong Qingji believed it. When they learned that the tea in front of them was so expensive, Fong Qingji and Ma Xiaochang were so shocked that they didn't know what to say. This thing still has a shelf life? Fong Qingji wondered. The reason why Fong Mu said this was because he was afraid that his father would think it was too expensive and would not be willing to drink it. If he didn't put pressure on him, he would definitely collect the tea leaves. What's the point then? Good things have a shelf life. They are no longer effective after the expiration date. Dad and Mom, remember to drink it. I will buy more for you after you finish it. No, this is enough for you. Don't buy it. 13,000 for 1 ounce, 130,000 for 1 pound. It's too expensive, too expensive. Fong Qingji kept shaking his head. Then he happily ran to boil water and prepared to make a pot of tea to try. Soon the tea was ready. The old couple took small sips of it and then said it was good. Fong Mu also tried it, but didn't feel anything special. My parents said it was good, probably not because it's expensive. But then again, if outsiders knew that the effects of these teas were so miraculous, there would be a lot of people rushing to buy them at not only 130,000 yuan, but even 1.3 million yuan. After all, it is produced by the system, so it must be a high-quality product. Fong Mu is often not at home, and now that he is back, he wants to spend more time with his parents. But my mother was used to going to bed early, and seeing that she had started yawning, Fong Mu didn't want to delay any longer. So he stood up and stretched deliberately. Dad, Mom, I'm going back to sleep. I'm tired after sitting on the plane and the bus for half a day. Go back to sleep quickly. Ma Xiaochang urged gently. She and her husband Fong Qingji were also tidying up the coffee table and preparing to go back to the house to rest. Fong Mu returned to the bedroom. As soon as I entered the room, I smelled the fragrance of Yi Wanchuang, which was very pleasant, and she was still sleeping soundly. Fong Mu climbed onto the bed quietly. Originally, I didn't want to wake Yi Wanchuang up, but this bed was very old and it creaked when I put a little force on it. Even though Fong Mu stopped in time, Yi Wanchuang was still awakened by the noise. In the dark room, Yi Wanchuang could vaguely see Fong Mu's facial outline, and then he opened his arms. Hug, hubby. Yeah, hug. Yi Wanchuang was like a kitten, lying in Fong Mu's arms, rubbing her head against him. Her coquettish tone made Fong Mu's heart flutter. Blame me for waking you up. Go back to sleep. Ning. Yi Wanchuang closed her eyes slightly and made a delicate sound from time to time. After a moment, she changed her direction and lay down, hugged Fong Mu's waist and shook her head. Husband, I can't sleep. What time is it? It's not even 10 o'clock yet. Ah, that's it, I've slept for so long, how am I going to sleep in the second half of the night? Yi Wanchuang said with a smile on her face. She had already expected that she would suffer from insomnia in the second half of the night. Sleep if you are sleepy, play if you are not sleepy, I will accompany you. Husband, you are so nice. In the dark night, the two of them huddled together, chatting about nothing. Yi Wanchuang told Fong Mu about her dream, and the latter listened very carefully, even hearing the sound of his stomach growling. Are you hungry? My stomach is growling, but I don't feel like eating anything. Yi Wanchuang said truthfully, but there was a contradiction. That probably means you have no appetite. If you want to eat something later, just tell me and I'll make it for you. Okay. At the same time, Fong Mu received a message on his mobile phone. He opened it and saw that it was from his mother. Son, Mom made millet porridge for Schwanger, eat it when you are hungry. I got it, Mom. You guys take a rest. Yi Wanchuang was very touched. It was so late, but her mother-in-law was so considerate and made porridge for her. This kind of love was very heavy. But, honey, we just talked about it and Mom sent a message. Did she hear what we said? Yi Wanchuan lowered her voice and said in a low voice. Fong Mu quickly shook his head when he heard that. The sound insulation in his house was indeed a bit poor, but it wasn't so bad that he could still hear it through two walls. It was just a coincidence. Oh. But we can also buy a house while we are back, Fong Mu suddenly said. Buy a house? Why? Because it's for a wedding room, idiot. Fong Mu laughed as he played with Yi Wanchuan's little hand. When I was chatting with my parents just now, the three of us also talked about marriage. But what will happen in the end will depend on Yi Wanchuan's attitude and ideas. As expected, after hearing the word wedding room, Yi Wanchuan immediately thought of marriage, and then she felt shy. For marriage. Yes, what, you don't want to get married? Fong Mu asked in a teasing tone. The next second, Yi Wanchuan sat up from Fong Mu's arms, turned on the flashlight, and shook her head vigorously. No way. I want to marry you. Just a little scared. Yi Wanchuan spoke hesitantly, and Fong Mu was a little surprised after hearing it. Afraid? Yes, I am afraid. I feel that there will be many things to do when I get married, but I can't tell what they are. I am afraid of making mistakes or not doing them well. After saying that, Yi Wanchuan's expression was gloomy, and she muttered in a low voice that it would be nice if her mother was still alive. When in trouble, looking for mother is something every child will do subconsciously, and Yi Wanchuan is no exception. Although she seems to be quite resourceful to outsiders. But don't forget, she is just a little girl pretending to be strong. So when talking about getting married, Yi Wanchuan was both looking forward to it and afraid. Looking forward to marrying Fong Mu. Afraid of not knowing where to start. If only my mother were still alive is really her truest thought. Chapter 29, I can sleep in at my husband's house. Are you jealous? With the light of the flashlight, Fong Mu saw Yi Wanchuan hiding in the corner. Looking at her figure, Fong Mu felt distressed. Schwanger, come here. Fong Mu waved his hand and called softly. Husband, I'm sorry. There's nothing to say sorry for. Mom and Dad also said that marriage is a big deal and they should take your thoughts seriously. And you don't have to be afraid, I'm here, and your parents are here too. Just a few words were like a stimulant, which made Yi Wanchuan's timidity disappear a lot. After a moment, Yi Wanchuan smiled sweetly and nodded, yes, I still have a husband and parents. Husband, thank you, it's great to have you. Fong Mu smiled slightly and didn't say much, but the way he hugged Yi Wanchuan tightly seemed to say a lot. I originally thought that Yi Wanchuan would be somewhat resistant to the idea of getting married. But who would have thought that she would actually take the initiative to plan it? Husband, shouldn't we put marriage on the agenda? My belly is showing now, and if I wait any longer, it will be even more obvious. Or should we wait until the baby is born before holding the wedding? Anyway, we have already obtained the marriage certificate and are legally married. The wedding must be held. In the afternoon, my mother even said that we must hold the wedding to collect the money that has been given away as gifts over the years. From being timid at the beginning to being able to talk freely now, Yi Wanchuan's mentality has undergone tremendous changes. I was afraid at first because I was unsure. Now that I have let it go, there is nothing to be afraid of. After all, there will always be a way out when you reach the mountain. Yi Wanchuan gave Fong Mu two options to choose from. In fact, Fong Mu supports either option. If he had to say, he was somewhat inclined to the second option, which was to hold the wedding after the baby was born. Although the waiting time will be long, it is the safest option. Otherwise, he couldn't bear it and felt uneasy to let his wife do this and that while she was pregnant. Looking at Yi Wanchuan counting the plans on her fingers, Fong Mu reached out and held her little hand. Wife, why don't we wait until the baby is born to hold the wedding? Yes, listen to your husband. Yi Wanchuan nodded sensibly. She was very smart and naturally understood that Fong Mu did this for himself and the baby. However, even if we wait until the baby is born to hold the wedding, we can still prepare for the wedding in advance, such as buying a house first. Okay, husband, can you follow my ideas when it comes to decoration? Of course, no problem. After getting Fong Mu's permission, Yi Wanchuan's little face suddenly showed a look of joy and anticipation. Decorating the wedding room according to her own ideas was great just thinking about it. In addition to buying a house and decorating the wedding room, wedding photos can also be taken in advance. Fong Mu said again. Yi Wanchuan gently stroked her belly, and then felt a little amused and helpless. With her belly so obvious, would people laugh at her if she took wedding photos? A joke? Humph, let's see who dares to laugh at me. Hee hee, okay, I'll follow your arrangements, husband. Yu Wanchuang had slept enough and was not sleepy. Now she was even more excited to talk about marriage. Not to mention feeling sleepy, I didn't even yawn. Instead, Fang Mu yawned one after another. Yu Wanchuang called him to go to bed, but he insisted that he was not sleepy. To put it bluntly, his main purpose was to provide companionship. I'm going to the bathroom. Good. He glanced at the time and it was already 1 o'clock. He and Yu Wanchuang had been talking about marriage for nearly 3 hours. What is there to be afraid of? Conservatively speaking, the two of them have already discussed most of the things and arrangements that need to be done for the marriage. The rest can be left to your parents to check and supplement. After coming out of the bathroom, Fang Mu went to the living room to drink some water. Unexpectedly, I saw a figure squatting by the window. When I looked closely, it was my dad. Dad? It's so late, why aren't you sleeping yet? Are you here to watch the moon? Fang Qingji waved his hand unhappily upon hearing this. It's the month of fart appreciation, and I can't sleep. I guess it's because of the tea I drank, but I feel sweaty all over. Then I go back? Go back. Fang Mu smiled and slipped away. In fact, he could guess that the tea had taken effect. It's normal to have such behavior after drinking the spiritual spring and spiritual tea. It's just hard for my dad, who has to squat in the corner in the middle of the night. When Fang Mu returned to the bedroom, Yu Wanchuang had already fallen asleep. After secretly kissing her on the forehead, Fang Mu lay back on the bed and fell asleep soon after. As his breathing became even, Yu Wanchuang actually opened her eyes quietly. In fact, after sleeping for such a long time in the afternoon, Yu Wanchuang didn't feel sleepy at all. But she couldn't bear to let Fang Mu stay up late with her, so she had to pretend to be asleep to trick Fang Mu into falling asleep. Looking at Fang Mu's handsome face, Yu Wanchuang gently rubbed towards him, wanting to get closer to him. But then again, the temperature in Fang Mu's hometown is really much lower than that in Shanghai. Even covered with a quilt, Yu Wanchuang still felt cold feet. Fortunately, as we got closer to the square wood, it didn't seem so cold anymore. Good night, husband. Yu Wanchuang said softly, then closed her eyes, preparing to fall asleep. Anyway, there is still a long time before dawn, so you should go to sleep if you can. The next day. Yu Wanchuang didn't know what time she fell asleep, nor did she know what time it was now. But Fang Mu, who was lying beside her, was no longer visible, and she was the only one in the quilt. After a pause, Yu Wanchuang took out his cell phone, checked the time, and instantly became alert. It's almost 10 o'clock? If I were in the Yi family, let alone sleeping in, if I got up a little later, I would hear my stepmother yelling. On the contrary, at Fang Mu's home, the mother-in-law and others showed full care. Shaking her head, Yu Wanchuang hurriedly got up. She didn't want to leave a bad impression on her mother-in-law. In fact, she was worrying too much. Whether it was Fang Mu, or Ma Xiaoqiang and Fang Qingji, they all felt that the most important thing was to ensure that Yu Wanchuang got enough sleep. Besides, the child just wants to sleep in, what's the big deal? I can only say that Fang Mu's parents are really open-minded in many aspects. Before coming out of the living room, Yu Wanchuang tidied up her appearance a little in the bedroom. The disgraced look in her eyes was something that thousands of women could only dream of. Sleeping Beauty is no exception. Not only that, Yu Wanchuang also felt like a treasure in the palm at her husband's house. Sleeping in? No problem. Breakfast must be hearty. I don't know where Ma Xiaoqiang saw it, but he said it's good for pregnant women to drink soy milk in the morning. So she got up before dawn to soak the beans, just so that her daughter-in-law could drink fresh soy milk. Chapter 30, I bought an expensive house, but my daughter-in-law is so beautiful, the neighbors are so envious. At the dinner table, Ma Xiaoqiang told Fang Qingji to buy an old hen so that he could make soup. Fang Mu smiled and said after hearing this, Mom, Dad, let us go out together later. What are you doing? Buy a house, do. Before Fang Mu could finish, Ma Xiaoqiang interrupted him, why buy a house? We already have a place to live, don't we? However, when she heard Fang Mu say use it as a wedding house, she quickly changed her mind and said, the weather is nice today, it would be nice to go and look at houses. Fang Qingji, who was standing aside, had a look of helplessness on his face. It had to be his wife, his expression changed so quickly. Son, which property are we going to see later? Ma Xiaoqiang asked with great interest. Nan Academy, I often see it when I'm browsing Douyin, it looks pretty good. Good. The whole family hit it off immediately. After breakfast, everyone started to pack up and soon went downstairs to set off. Having been used to living in big cities, Fang Mu always felt that no matter where he went in the county town, it was not that far away. After all, when you are in Shanghai, going to a place usually starts from 30 or 40 miles away. Either take a 2-hour bus ride, squeeze into the subway, or ride a shared bike for half a day under the sun. But in the county town, 30 or 40 miles is enough to circle most of the county town, and you can easily do it by riding an electric bike. The Jiangnan Academy where Fang Mu and his friends were going was more than 10 minutes drive from home, so they had to drive there. In the parking space next to the unit door, there is a black dongfeng function which made the neighbors envious for a long time when I bought it. Nowadays, cars are no longer a rare item, and almost every household has one. The old friend that my father had carefully taken care of was a little out of date and looked old. However, Fang Mu's whole family has deep feelings for this car. Although the model is old and it is still a manual transmission, there are no problems in other aspects. The only problem is that the passenger window is sometimes not smooth when it goes up and down, and because it has not been driven for a long time, the shock absorber is a little rusty, and it makes a creaking sound when it is bumpy. Lao Fang, drive slower and drive on flat areas more often. Schwanger is pregnant and can't drive on bumpy roads all the time. Yeah, okay. Hearing the conversation between her parents-in-law, Yu Wanchuang smiled sweetly, caressing her belly with her jade hands, and in her heart she was also saying good things about the little guy's grandparents. The 10-minute drive arrived in the blink of an eye. After the car stopped, a family of 5, got out of the car. Son, hold on to some frost. Mom, I know. Fang Mu nodded in agreement, but he couldn't help laughing in his heart. Mom was too concerned. Jiangnan Academy is a newly developed rare real estate project with a high price starting at 7,000. But compared with big cities like Shanghai, it seems insignificant. Right now, there are quite a lot of people in the sales office. Looking around, they are all looking at houses. Just when Fang Mu was sighing that there were quite a few rich people in the small county town, an enthusiastic voice rang out, someone calling Mom. Sister Ma, this way, this way. When he looked where the voice came from, he saw a middle-aged woman who looked a little bloated, waving at Fang Mu's family. When Ma Xiaochang saw the other party, he smiled and waved, then walked over there. Su Huiwan, a neighbor in the next unit, has a good relationship with my mother, so Fang Mu also called her with a smile. Aunt Huiwan. Hey. It's Mumu. When did you come back? I came back yesterday, Fang Mu said with a smile. I have to say that Aunt Su Huiwan is very outgoing and sociable, and she can talk to anyone enthusiastically. Looking at Fang Mu, there was a burst of praise, and anyone with a thin skin would probably blush. After chatting for a while, Su Huiwan got to the point, pulled Ma Xiaochang over, nodded her chin and pointed to an office. Sister Ma, please go to the office over there to sign in later, and you will have boxed lunch at noon. I couldn't get through to you on the phone when I came, but I still reported it to you. After these words were spoken, Ma Xiaochang immediately slapped his forehead, apparently remembering something. Mom, what's wrong? Fang Mu asked in confusion. Then it was Aunt Su Huiwan who helped to explain, but her voice was very low. These days, Jiangnan Academy has opened and is recruiting babysitters. Your mother and I, as well as a few others over there, are here to act as babysitters, and they are all from our community. $80 a day, including a meal, all you have to do is act. Isn't it a good deal? At this point, Su Huiwan was suddenly startled and turned to look at Fang Mu and Fang Qingji, father and son. No, what are you doing here? Babysitters only want females. I see. Fang Mu suddenly felt helpless. No wonder there were so many people in the sales department. It turned out they were all shills. Ma Xiaochang also hurriedly explained. Zhuanzi, we are here to see the house. Wow, you got into the role so quickly, that's great. Su Huiwan clapped her hands and laughed. Ma Xiaochang had to explain again, no, Zhuanzi, we are here to look for a house for my son, so I want to do this job. Ah? You really came here to see the house? Su Huijuan's face was suddenly filled with disbelief. She obviously didn't expect that Ma Xiaochang and his family came here to look at houses, not to be babysitters. Yes, buy a house for my son as his wedding house. Wedding house? Mumu is getting married? Has a partner? As she spoke, Su Huiwan finally noticed Yu Wanchuan who had been standing quietly beside her. Even if Yu Wanchuang doesn't wear any makeup, her natural beauty still makes people shine. Looking at her aunt who was looking her up and down, Yu Wanchuang called out politely. "Hello, Auntie." "Hello, you are so beautiful." "Thank you, Auntie." Yi Wanchuang smiled sweetly, and became even more beautiful. "Juanzi, I'll stay with you when I have time. Let's go over and take a look." "Yeah, okay." It was not until Ma Xiaochang and his family walked away that Su Huiwan opened her mouth, as if she wanted to say something, but in the end she said nothing. Because whether it is buying a house in Jiangnan Academy or Fang Mua's girlfriend Yi Wanchuang, they are both extremely surprising. Houses here are very expensive. Fang Mua's girlfriend is very beautiful. Thinking of this, Su Huiwan couldn't help but think, the Fang family is so lucky, they are so rich. They can even buy a house here? They are so low-key on weekdays, so amazing. Not long after, several other middle-aged women from the same community that Su Huiwan mentioned came over with posters. More and more people are coming to see the house, and the childcare staff are also required to get into shape. "Huiwan, that's Ma Xiaochang, call him over quickly, we should pretend to look at the house." Someone pointed at Ma Xiaochang not far away and spoke. Su Huiwan smiled and waved her hand, explaining, "Sister Ma is here to look for a house for the child, not to be a babysitter." As soon as these words were spoken, several people showed surprise on their faces. Some people couldn't help but want to go over and ask in person whether it was true or not. Chapter 31, Neighbor with Mixed Feelings. We agreed to be at the same level, why did you ascend? A childcare is always alone. When the salesperson saw Ma Xiaochang and his family, he hurried over to greet them. Su Huiwan and others also came to greet them. The salesperson didn't know that they knew each other, so he started to flirt with them. "Auntie, would you like to see the house?" "Yes, let's take a look at the house." Ma Xiaochang nodded, feeling a little amused. "We have known each other for so many years, how could I not see the purpose of their coming here? I just want to see if I really want to buy a house here." They were all friends for many years. In order to prevent her friends from being scolded and to not affect their work, Ma Xiaochang had to pretend not to know them. So, when Ma Xiaochang answered look at houses, he was also speaking to his sisters, answering their doubts. When the female salesperson heard that they wanted to see the house, a warm smile immediately appeared on her face. She raised her hand and led Ma Xiaochang and his family to the sand table model nearby. He also said to Su Huiwan and several other guests, "You can all come and take a look." I can only say that this female salesperson was kept in the dark. "Auntie, can you tell me what you need? I will give you detailed recommendations." When asked this question, Ma Xiaochang turned his head and looked at Fang Mu. "This matter depends on his son." Fang Mu walked forward and told the salesperson his needs truthfully. After all, no matter how much he looked at it, it was definitely not as detailed as what the salesperson knew. "Hello, we need a larger area, preferably a large flat. The floor should be good, the layout should be good, and the lighting and ventilation should also be good." Fang Mu explained everything one by one. Seeing him talking so eloquently, the salesperson suddenly thought that he might be a shill. Because if we want to meet the demand for square wood, then only the most expensive houses will be available, and the price will be much more expensive. "Is there anyone suitable?" Fang Mu asked after he finished speaking. The salesperson nodded quickly and wanted to take Fang Mu and the others to the office for detailed discussions. "This way, sir." When leaving, the salesperson winked at Su Huiwan and others, meaning that they should not follow him. After seeing Ma Xiaochang and his family enter the office, Su Huiwan and others became even more convinced that they were there to buy a house. "See it? Well, see, the Fang family is so rich. I think it should be a down payment and a mortgage to buy a house. Oh, I get a headache when I think about a 30-year mortgage." Several people made their own guesses. Come to think of it, before this, Ma Xiaochang's family was at the same level as theirs. It is natural to feel a little unbelievable that I suddenly have to buy such an expensive house. But they don't know that Fang Mu is now the chosen one. People who have a system, even if they just lie down and sleep in every day, will live better than 100% of the people in the world. In the office, saleswoman Shen Xia served tea and water, and even brought a plate of snacks to Yu Wanchuang, because she saw her getting a small fried dough twist outside. After understanding all the needs and ways to buy a house, Shen Xia wanted to take Fang Mu and others to see a sample house. When I walked out of the office, there were a lot of people outside. Shen Xia even said with a sturdy face, "There are really a lot of people coming to see the house today." In response, Ma Xiaochang just smiled and said nothing. After all, if her son hadn't wanted to buy a house, she would have come here to be a babysitter. Among those people in front of me, I can't say that none of them are looking at houses, but many of them are definitely shills. Soon, under the guidance of the salesperson Chen Xia, we arrived at the sample room. Everything is very good. This made Ma Xiaochang and Fong Qingji very satisfied. Fong Mu was much calmer as he lived in a villa in Shanghai. Not to mention Yuanshuang, all the villas where Fong Mu lives are hers. Sir, what do you think? That's great. Take us to see the set we just selected. If there is no problem, let us sign the contract. Ah? Yes, the salesperson quickly replied. She had never expected Fong Mu to be so happy. If it really works, that would be a huge commission, so sweet. At the sales office, Su Huiwan and others acted as shills very competently. People who didn't know the inside story would never be able to tell that they were shills. However, while acting, they were also paying attention to the door. Without asking, you could tell that they were waiting for Ma Xiaochang and his family. When Su Huiwan and others saw Ma Xiaochang and others coming back and being brought into the office by the sales staff, they were even more surprised. Because based on the experience of the previous few days, those who were able to follow the sales back to the office had basically finalized the purchase. The gap has been widened like this? Su Huiwan and other sisters felt mixed emotions. Envy, and still envy. Fortunately, they are all old acquaintances, and Ma Xiaochang is popular. Seeing that she is living a good life, no one is jealous, but envy is a real emotion. In less than half an hour, Fong Mu and his team came out of the office, and he had a translucent folder in his hand. Inside, he could see a document with a red cover. It was definitely the real estate certificate. When leaving, Ma Xiaochang waved to Su Huiwan and others from a distance and did not go over to disturb their work. But as soon as Fong Mu and his team left, Su Huiwan and others approached Chen Xia for sales. Girl, which family bought it just now? Chen Xia was in a good mood after receiving the commission, and nodded without hiding anything. Yes, I bought it. Hearing this, several people were shocked. Su Huiwan then asked, loan or full payment? Full payment, wow, you were so rich. Chen Xia couldn't help but sigh when she answered. The sisters around Su Huiwan were already shocked. That was the full payment. The full payment for the house. He is really rich, he can take out hundreds of thousands of dollars just by saying so. Someone sighed. The next second, Chen Xia corrected him, what do you mean hundreds of thousands? After the discount it is more than 1.8 million. Su Huiwan and others were speechless and didn't want to ask any more questions. They originally felt that you and I were the same, but who would have thought that Ma Xiaochang had quietly become a rich woman? People at the same level suddenly ascend, and the feeling of gap is too great. On the other hand, after purchasing the house, Fong Mu's family did not go home, but went to the decoration company. Since the house has been bought, the decoration naturally needs to be arranged. If the progress is fast, maybe you can celebrate the spring festival in the new house. I spent a full 3 hours at the decoration company. Because Yuanshuang has ideas about the decoration of the house. Fortunately, the designer of this decoration company is very experienced, otherwise it would be impossible to meet the needs of Fong Mu and others. Before leaving the decoration company, Fong Mu paid a deposit. Everyone in the decoration company is sighing, how great it is to have money. Because whether it is the cost of decoration or the cost of buying a house, it is a huge amount of money. Chapter 32, Can't you even notice such a beautiful woman? Lingquan water is indeed effective in relieving morning sickness. But Yi Wanshuang still felt nauseous occasionally. After returning home, Yi Wanshuang, with a slightly pale face, sat in front of the sink and hiccuped for a long time. However, despite the severe morning sickness, she actually had an appetite for food, which was really a good thing. Originally, Ma Xiaochang and Fong Qingji wanted to cook some new dishes, but were stopped by Yi Wanshuang. Because she didn't know how long she and Fong Mu would stay in their hometown, nor did she know when they would return to the Magic City. If I leave suddenly, there will be a lot of leftovers at home, and my father-in-law and mother-in-law will probably have to eat them for many days. So according to Yi Wanshuang, we should eat the leftover food from yesterday at home first and then make new ones. Although Yi Wanshuang is the CEO of a listed company, she is still quite frugal in her daily life. Besides, Yi Wanshuang was feeling very hungry at the moment, so if there were any leftovers, she could just heat them up and eat them. But even so, when Fong Mu was heating up the food, Yi Wanshuang sneaked into the kitchen and stole a leftover steamed dumpling from breakfast. Is it cold? If you want to eat it, I'll heat it up in the microwave. It's not cold, husband. Here, try it. It's still warm. I don't know whether it's warm or not, but Yi Wanchuan must be really hungry. Fang Mu also hurriedly heated up the dishes so that his wife could eat as soon as possible. It is worth mentioning that Yi Wanchuan likes to eat both sour and spicy food. This made Ma Xiaochang unable to judge. As the old saying goes, sour boy, spicy girl. My daughter-in-law likes sour food and spicy food. How do you explain this? In the end, Ma Xiaochang could only shake his head. Boys and girls are the same, both are good, and both are treasures. In the afternoon, Fang Qingji's sister, Fang Piling, Fang Mu's aunt, came. There was a sudden knock on the door. Just when I was wondering who it was, Fang Piling's loud voice came through the door. When he heard that it was his sister-in-law, the smile on Ma Xiaochang's face immediately disappeared, and he muttered, "Why is she here?" Fang Qingji went to open the door and soon brought in a middle-aged woman. "Come on, why do you need to take things?" Ma Xiaochang said politely. Fang Piling didn't say anything, but looked at Fang Mu with a smile. "I heard that Xiaomu is back, so I came to see him." After she said this, I don't know whether she believed it or not, but everyone present, including Fang Qingji, didn't believe it. Sure enough, as soon as they sat down on the sofa, Fang Piling asked Fang Mu directly about buying a house. It turns out that the news that Fang Mu bought a house in Jiangnan Academy has disappeared. Come to think of it, although I didn't tell anyone else about the house purchase, I met Su Huiwan and other people who were acting as babysitters at the sales office. Su Huiwan and Fang Piling didn't know each other, but it's possible that others did and told Fang Mu's aunt. "Brother, sister-in-law, how much did you spend to buy a house for Xiaomu?" Fang Piling definitely knew that asking this question was just pretense. Without waiting for Fang Qingji to speak, Ma Xiaochang shook his head and smiled. "He bought the house himself, and Lao Fang and I didn't pay a penny. Xiaomu bought it himself." Xiaomu was really promising. "Xiaomu, how much did you spend?" Fang Piling asked again, as if she would not give up until she got the answer. But Fang Mu understood the art of language and replied, "Not much money." This. After asking for a long time without getting an answer, Fang Piling almost suffocated to death. "The down payment paid?" Fang Mu smiled. "Or did you buy it in full?" Fang Mu just smiled again. Fang Mu really didn't have much good feelings towards his aunt. Snobby, stingy, cunning and mean were Fang Mu's inherent impression of her. Not only that, when Fang Mu was young, his aunt often destroyed the relationship between Ma Xiaochang and Fang Qingji. Or say bad things about mom in front of grandma. Or he could persuade his father and mother to divorce. She turned the small conflicts between husband and wife into big problems, and it happened more than once. As a result, Fang Mu naturally didn't have much good feelings towards this aunt, and even felt disgusted with her. So no matter whether he was arguing with her or making her angry, Fang Mu would not feel burdened, but would feel relieved instead. Fang Piling saw that she couldn't get to the bottom of the matter, so she stopped asking, but she felt very upset. Because she has always been a person who is afraid that you will live better than me, even thinking so towards her eldest brother. The reason why she came here today was very simple, just to borrow money. In Fang Piling's opinion, since her elder brother has money to buy a house for his son, he must have money to lend to her. She never thought about whether she would spend all her money on buying a house. "Brother, my son Lele is almost getting a job, but he is still short of tens of thousands of dollars. If you have money, please lend it to me." The Lele that Fang Piling mentioned is Fang Mu's cousin Xing Lei, who is 6 years older than him. He dropped out of high school, but instead of going out to work, he lived off his parents at home. Now, after so many years, he is still single and hasn't even found a job. It is his parents who help him find a job. It is not an exaggeration to describe him as lazy and gluttonous, because Xing Lei just wants to find a simple job with high salary. Fang Qingji had actually guessed the reason why his second sister came home a long time ago. But he doesn't want to lend this money, and he won't lend it. It's not that Fang Qingji is stingy, but his second sister is a heartless person. She has borrowed money from him before, many times, but has never paid him back. For this reason, Ma Xiaochang and Fang Qingji had many quarrels. Fang Mu was worried that his father would be embarrassed, so without waiting for Fang Qingji to speak, he asked Fang Piling directly. "Aunt, how much is tens of thousands of yuan?" "Not much, 90,000 yuan, Fang Piling said with a smile. After hearing this, Yi Wanchuan was speechless. 90,000 is also tens of thousands. He really knows how to talk. Fang Mu was also choked by these words. It turned out that Lai Ming was robbing. Seeing his mother's face change drastically, Fang Mu quickly shook his head. "There's nothing I can do, aunt." Although I didn't ask my parents for money when I bought the house, my parents' money had to be saved for the bride price. Dowry? Fong Peeling wondered, and then she saw Yu Wanchuang, who had been sitting quietly beside her. You have to know that Yu Wanchuang is a very beautiful woman, and ordinary people will definitely notice her at first sight. But Fong Peeling hadn't noticed it since she entered the house. It can only be said that her purpose of coming to Fong Mu's house was very simple, that is, to get money. Other things? Don't think about it. Oh, I just saw her. Who is this girl? My fiancée, my wife, is called Aunt. Fong Mu answered with a smile, and Yu Wanchuang stood up and called her politely and gently. Chapter 33. Yu Wanchuang is an expert in protecting her husband. Aunt. Yu Wanchuang is as gentle as water. But what Fong Peeling didn't expect was that such a gentle and beautiful girl could be so fierce when she confronted others. Hey, hello. Fong Peeling nodded in response, feeling both envious and jealous, because his son Xing Lei was several years older than Fong Mu and was still single. Fong Peeling felt sad when she thought that she didn't know when she would be able to hold her grandson. However, she felt even more uncomfortable when she noticed Yu Wanchuang's slightly bulging belly. Xiaomu, is your girlfriend pregnant? Yes, Aunt, it's almost 4 months, otherwise I'd be anxious, buying a house and preparing the betrothal gifts. Fong Mu pretended to be depressed. Yu Wanchuang thought it was funny, but she pinched him behind his back. But even if Fong Mu's words were reasonable and well-founded, it was impossible to refute them. Fong Peeling still refused to give up. How much is the bride price? Xiaomu, don't we not give bride prices in our county? If you give a bride price, it will be embarrassing if it gets out. It will tell others that you are buying a wife, which is embarrassing, really embarrassing. Fong Mu didn't know what his aunt was thinking. Could she say such things in front of the girl? Anyone who can do such a thing is either stupid or evil. Obviously, Fong Peeling is the latter, that is bad. Yu Wanchuang would show her gentle side in front of Fong Mu, but at other times, she was the decisive chief executive of the Yi Group. Would she be so easy to bully? So when Fong Peeling deliberately said unpleasant things to her, Yu Wanchuang directly retorted. Aunt, I'm not from your place. I'm from Shanghai, so it's reasonable for me to ask for a dowry, right? Dad, Mom, what do you think? Ma Xiaochang nodded immediately and even kicked Fong Chengji to make him nod as well. Yes, Schwanger is right. Fong Mu is lucky to marry you. It's just a gift. You have to give it, and you have to give more. It will be embarrassing if it gets out. It will be very face-saving. People will think that our family is not short of money. Ma Xiaochang said with his head held high. The more he spoke, the more he felt it made sense and the more confident he became. Thank you, Mom, thank you, Dad, but my grandpa has prepared a dowry for me. As Yu Wanchuang said this, Fong Peeling became even angrier and more envious, her eyes almost turned red. But Fong Peeling was so thick-skinned that she would not give up even though Fong Chengjiming told her that the money should be kept for the bride price. He even set his sights directly on Yu Wanchuang. Well, girl, you people in big cities don't lack this little money, right? And since your grandfather has prepared a dowry for you, the betrothal gift will be returned to him in the end, right? Isn't this just giving from the left hand to the right hand? It's totally unnecessary. Girl, don't ask for the betrothal money. Your aunt really needs it. Brother, you don't want to see Lei's job fall through, right? He is your nephew. Upon hearing this, Yu Wanchuang rolled her eyes in annoyance. How could a person be so shameless? Seeing Fong Peeling starting to play the emotional card, Yu Wanchuang simply refused with a cold face. No. When we get engaged, I want to see the betrothal money. My dad has lent you the money. What will you use for the engagement party? You can use newspaper and stuff it into the red envelope. No one else can see it and you won't feel bad if you lose it. It's very safe. Fong Peeling never stops until her words are shocking. In order to borrow money, you can come up with such a bad idea? She is such a clever little girl. Nonsense. Fong Qingji became angry, slammed the table and shouted, Second brother, listen to what you are saying. Brother, I'm so miserable. My life is so miserable. Xiaomu already has a girlfriend, but our Lei is still single, woo woo woo. Pa. Fong Mu pushed a pack of tissues in front of Fong Peeling, then took Yu Wanchuang's little hand and looked at her crying with pretended sadness. As a result, Fong Peeling's efforts were ruined, and her emotions were wasted. Xiaomu, girl, we are a family. Even if we don't mention the bride price, you two will be husband and wife for life, so there is really no need for it. Fong Mu grinned. Aunt, give this money as a betrothal gift to my wife, and I can take it back when I need it. If I lend it to you, it will be for a lifetime, and I'm afraid I'll never be able to get it back. You Xiaomu. How can you talk like that? Aunt, as the old saying goes, if you borrow, you must repay. It won't be difficult to borrow again. First, you should return the 30,000 yuan my father lent you when I went to college. Then we can discuss other things. Fong Mu gets angry when talking about this matter. That year, I borrowed money from my aunt's family and almost couldn't pay my tuition. Fortunately, I had a student loan. Fong Piling had been in a car accident at that time, but it wasn't actually that serious, otherwise she wouldn't have been in the mood to suck blood everywhere. The driver who caused the accident paid compensation, and it is said that he is still being asked for money every year. Shuidiku also raised money that year, and after deducting medical expenses and various other expenses, there was still some money left over. Even relatives were not spared and borrowed money to varying degrees. Fang Qingji felt sorry for his second sister at the time, so he gave her 30,000 yuan. Later, even though he had the money, he never mentioned paying it back. Fong Piling didn't want to pay back the money she borrowed before, and now she wants to take the opportunity to borrow more. The calculations here can be heard clearly on the other side of the ocean. Fong Piling finally saw clearly that her nephew was merciless. So, knowing that there was no hope of borrowing money, Fong Piling stopped pretending to be a good sister or good aunt. Forget it, Xiaomu's marriage is more important. What about the job in Shanghai? Is it stable? The cost of raising a child is very high now. As she spoke, Fong Piling looked at Yu Wanshuang, then glanced at her belly, and continued, don't let the time come when you can't afford to give birth but can't raise the baby. Such a sarcastic tone made Yu Wanshuang frown. She also realized that this aunt had completely given up pretending and started to say unpleasant things. So Yu Wanshuang didn't tolerate her and directly responded to Fong Piling's sarcasm. Then don't worry about it. I own a company, so why should I worry about not being able to support a child? When Fong Piling heard that Yu Wanshuang actually started a company, she felt as if her heart was stabbed with a knife and felt extremely uncomfortable. How could a beautiful and rich woman become Fong Mu's wife? Fong Piling was very indignant, unwilling, reluctant, and unwilling. So she glanced at Fong Mu, who was smiling, and said sarcastically, isn't this just living off someone? However, what Fong Piling did not expect was that Fong Mu actually nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, the doctor said that my stomach is not in good condition and I need to eat more soft food. Soft rice is just right. By the way, my cousin should also want to be a gigolo, right? TSK, it's a pity that he can't have that. Hiss, these words really hurt. Chapter 34, I didn't borrow the money, but I still have to take the things I gave away? She is polite. Nonsense, your cousin is fine, his hands and feet are intact, why is he living off others? Fong Piling defended herself, but she felt uneasy in her heart, because she had heard her precious son say many times that he wanted to be kept by a rich woman. As a result, she became even more jealous of her nephew Fong Mu. Yi Wanshuang is so pretty, young, and rich. It would be great if she were my daughter-in-law. Fong Piling thought this over and over again. Yi Wanshuang also disliked her, so after Fong Mu finished teasing her, she also spoke up to help. Aunt, my husband is also very capable. He just found an antique a few days ago and made a profit by selling it. How much did you sell? Fong Piling asked hurriedly. Yi Wanshuang was wondering in her heart, why is her brain not enough? She told this story. This aunt came to borrow money. Just as Yi Wanshuang hesitated, Fong Qingji spoke. I sold a lot, bought a house, and renovated the house, just enough. Fong Qingji said this, but Fong Piling didn't believe it at all. Yi Wanshuang also understood what her father-in-law meant, and she didn't want to lend money to her aunt from the bottom of her heart. How much is not less? Fong Piling asked again. To be honest, she really has a kind of perseverance and determination to get to the bottom of things, which is comparable to a certain host named Lu. They are also quite disliked. Boom boom boom. Someone is coming, I will open the door. Fong Mu ran to open the door and took the opportunity to slip away. When the door opened, it turned out to be Su Huiwan, whom I met at the sales office of Jiangnan Academy. Aunt Huiwan. Hey, Mumu, your mother called me and said there was something going on. What was it? Auntie, please talk to my mom. Please come in. Oh, okay. Before entering the room, Su Huiwan rubbed the dust off her feet on the doormat. To be honest, I like this aunt more than the eldest aunt in the story. When she came to the living room, Su Huiwan felt a little apologetic when she saw Fong Peeling. Sister Ma, you have relatives here, so should I come later? Seeing that she was about to leave, Ma Xiaochan quickly stood up and held her back. Don't be impatient, it's okay, just wait for me. Ma Xiaochang ran back to the room, and when he came out, he had a box of Yeezy Cosmetics samples in his hand, which were the ones Yi Wanchuan brought back. Sister Ma, what are you doing? Su Huiwan also recognized the brand Yeezy, but she didn't dare to reach out to take it, as she felt it was too expensive. But Ma Xiaochang just smiled and put it into her hand with a tough attitude. We all know that this Leaf Cosmetics is useful, you can try this, it contains samples of the latest models. After hearing this, Su Huiwan felt even more embarrassed to ask for it. Ma, this is so bad. It's okay, they are all produced by my daughter-in-law's company. She brought some to me. You can try them. If they are useful, please help promote them. So that's it. Okay, thank you, Sister Ma. Then I'll leave first? I'll find you when I'm free. Okay, walk slower. Su Huiwan was extremely surprised when she held the cosmetic sample. Although it was just a sample, it could be used for a long time. And they really liked the cosmetics of the brand Leaf. Now Ma Xiaochang generously gave her a box. This kindness will really make Su Huiwan remember it until her death. But... hiss. Sister Ma just said that this leaf is the product of her daughter-in-law's company? Oh my! How big a company is that? The old Fong family is blessed, or is Mumu really capable? On the other side, Fong Peeling, who was annoyed by Fong Mu and Yi Wanchuan, was also moved. The brand Yeezy is quite famous in China and is very expensive. Although it is just a sample, she still wants it. What surprised her even more was that this leaf was actually a product of Fong Mu's girlfriend's company? How rich is that? Sister-in-law, do you still have this sample box? Give me a few boxes. If they are useful, I will help promote them. While Fong Peeling was speaking, she was looking at Yi Wanchuan, as if thinking, you have to respect your elders. But Yi Wanchuan ignored her and turned her head away. Ma Xiaochang already disliked his sister-in-law Fong Peeling because of past events, so he shook his head without thinking. Alas, it's gone. I had to give it away. Second sister, you should have told me earlier. I would have kept it for you if you had told me earlier. Fong Peeling was stunned. Tell me earlier? How can I tell you earlier if I don't even know? Knowing that Ma Xiaochang didn't want to give it, Fong Peeling smiled awkwardly and sat there quietly with a sullen look. I thought Fong Peeling's mischief had come to an end. But who would have thought that she would really spare no effort for her lazy and gluttonous son at home? After knowing that Yi Wanchuan was a genuine rich woman, he actually set his sights on her again. Xiaomu's wife, you are so rich, can you lend a few tens of thousands of dollars to your aunt? I will pay you back as soon as your cousin makes money. How many tens of thousands? 90,000? Oh. Right. 90,000, actually 100,000 will be fine, I don't have to borrow from others. Although Yi Wanchuan was asking, she was not simply asking a rhetorical question, but was teasing. But Fong Peeling actually thought it was possible and raised the price by another 20,000. To be honest, for a moment, Yi Wanchuan felt helpless. Yi Wanchuan, aunt, I respect you and call you aunt, but I haven't even gotten married yet, and you want to borrow money from me, is that appropriate? Fong Peeling, it's appropriate. Yi Wanchuan, suitable? Fong Peeling, yes. Leaf Frost. I don't think it's appropriate, so I won't lend it. Yi Wanchuan slapped Fong Peeling's hope to pieces. Yi Wanchuan felt sorry for Fong Mu for having such an excellent relative. How did he endure all these years? Finally, Fong Peeling left after saying a few harsh words. Before leaving, she even took away the box of 8 treasure porridge that she brought with her. Yi Wanchuan, speechless to the extreme, tilted her head. Are there such people? Ma Xiaochang was in a good mood. Not only did he not think that his son and daughter-in-law had done anything wrong, but he felt very relieved. Lao Fong, your sister has taken away the things you brought. She is really capable. Fong Qingji's face turned red. He was speechless from the bottom of his heart regarding his second sister. Fong Mu on the side smiled. It's okay, Mom. That box of 8 treasure porridge has expired. And it was the box my cousin took when he had a hemorrhoidectomy the year before last. It has a mark on it, so it can't be wrong. After these words were spoken, the whole family was speechless. When Fong Piling returned home, her son Xing Lei was still playing chess at the door. Then Fong Mu's cousin was dragged into the house by his ears. Then the voice of "I'm so disappointed in you" was heard. Why don't you find a rich woman? What's the use of just talking if you don't practice? Fong Mu found a rich woman. Go to the magic city. No. Go to the imperial city. Find a rich woman. Chapter 35, A Beautiful Wife, a look of admiration, a look like a little fangirl. In the evening, Fong Mu received a call from Zhuo Jinghe. Fong Mu is a hands-off boss, and Fong Yuan Investment is thriving under Zhuo Jinghe's management. It turns out that a company can run stably even without a boss. Zhuo Jinghe called to tell Fong Mu that all external risks of the Yi Group had been resolved. Those who need to be suppressed should be suppressed. A warning for this warning. Even the Yi Group has become a close cooperation partner of Fong Yuan Investment. According to Zhuo Jinghe, the Yi Group will only become more prosperous in the future, provided that internal troubles are resolved. The internal worry of the Yi Group is Yi Wanchuang's father Yi Ru. As the biological son of the founder of Yi Group, Yi Ru's status in Mr. Yi's mind is far inferior to that of Yi Wanchuang, his granddaughter. Otherwise, Mr. Yi would not have handed over the full authority of the Yi Group to Yi Wanchuang. But even though Mr. Yi had made such an arrangement, Yi Ru did not give up. Instead, he often made small moves over the years and still had evil intentions. But just as Mr. Yi said to Yi Wanchuang, Yi Ru's advantage is that he is ruthless, but his strategies are far from enough, so he is not a concern. But who would have thought that with the help of his stepmother Yi Wanchuang, Yi Ru had already had a significant impact on the Yi Group? It is no exaggeration to say that it is a time bomb. Therefore, if the Yi Group wants to develop, it must lay a solid foundation and eliminate internal troubles. Compared with external troubles, internal troubles are often more deadly. After hanging up the phone, Fong Mu grinned. Now that everything has been handled, can he tell his wife about his work as the boss of Fong Yuan Investment? After all, I've been hiding it for a long time, and it's quite suffocating. Just think about it, which man doesn't want to show off in front of his beautiful wife? It's so exciting to think about the admiring look in my wife's eyes and the fangirl-like expression on her face. When Fong Mu came out of the bedroom, the living room was very quiet. It's not that there was no one there, but Yi Wanchuang and her parents were all silent. The atmosphere was very depressing, as if something had happened. Especially Yi Wanchuang, she was hugging the pillow with a frown on her face, looking very ugly, as if water could drip out of it. What's wrong? No, it's okay. Yi Wanchuang made room for Fong Mu to sit down and said that everything was fine, but that forced smile didn't lie. Schwanger, tell Fong Mu the truth, you are husband and wife, you have to shoulder the burden together. Ma Xiaochang said, and Fong Qingji nodded in agreement. Only then did Yi Wanchuang tell Fong Mu the truth. Husband, when you called just now, I also received a call from the Yi family. They asked me to go back and divide the family business. Split the family? Fong Mu was a little surprised. He really didn't expect his father-in-law to use such a dirty trick. Yes, the Yi Group has just stabilized with the help of Fong Yuan Investment. My father's sudden decision to split the family will inevitably have an impact on the Yi Group. By then, Fong Yuan Investment may withdraw its investment, and Yi Group will be reduced to its original state. Yi Wanchuang spoke with a complicated expression. He was obviously her biological father, but he treated her so cruelly, which made her feel sad. Yi Wanchuang felt even more sad at the thought that the Yi Group founded by her grandfather might collapse in her hands. When she spoke, her voice trembled slightly, showing her inner unrest. Hearing this, Fong Mu thought for a moment and spoke. Does that mean that if Fong Yuan Investment does not withdraw its investment, the consequences will not be too bad? Yes, that's right. I have my grandfather's will in my hand. My grandfather had anticipated this situation. The will stated that if my father wanted to divide the family business, several branches of the Yi Group would be given to him. The loss of those branches will not be a big loss for the Yi Group. Instead, it will be more relaxed and achieve better development. However, the prerequisite is to stabilize Fong Yuan Investment. Hearing this, Fong Mu suddenly laughed. Is there such a good thing? Seeing him laughing, Ma Xiaochang kicked him in annoyance, thinking that he was too ignorant. But in fact, Fong Mu's smile really came from the heart. At the same time, I admire Mr. Ye's decisiveness. His will can be said to be a sacrifice of one's own family for the sake of justice. Is this what it means to be close to your grandparents? For the sake of his granddaughter, his son still killed. What are you laughing at? Hurry up and think of a solution. Ma Xiaochang said unhappily. In fact, she knew that her son could not help much, but she could not laugh either. Okay, I'll think of a way. Oh. I got it. Hearing this, Yu Wanchuang, Ma Xiaochang and Fang Chengji all looked over. Wife, why don't you call the person in charge of Fang Yuan Investment and ask them not to withdraw their investment, because I am. You bastard. Are you looking for a fight? Ma Xiaochang grabbed Fang Chengji's slippers and was about to hit him. I was surprised at how smart my son was, but I didn't expect he was making fun of others. He deserves a beating. Even Fang Chengji silently took off his other slipper and wanted to play mixed doubles with his wife if they had a disagreement. Instead, Yu Wanchuang threw herself in front of Fang Mu. Mom! Don't be angry. My husband is just teasing me, trying to make me laugh and happy. It must be said that Yu Wanchuang's behavior and performance touched Fang Mu's heart. This fool is so lovable. But what I said was the truth. Why couldn't you wait until I finished speaking? Fang Mu hugged Yu Wanchuang with his backhand, then looked helplessly at his father and mother who were holding the slippers. Dad, Mom, if Fang Yuan Investment, is mine, would you believe it? Don't believe it. Ma Xiaochang and Fang Chengji shook their heads together. Instead, it was Yu Wanchuang whose beautiful eyes widened, because based on her understanding of Fang Mu, the latter would not talk nonsense. I knew you wouldn't believe it, but my wife believed it. Don't worry, wifey, I'll inform the person in charge of Fang Yuan Investment. As he spoke, Fang Mu rubbed Yu Wanchuang's head lovingly, then took out his cell phone and made a call directly. It only took 3 or 5 seconds for the other party to answer the call and called out boss. Boss. Xiao He, the Yi Group will be facing property division. You must take action at the appropriate time to help the boss lady preserve the foundation of the Yi Group. Remember? Good boss. Oh, yes, there is one more thing. Fang Mu suddenly turned on the hands-free and asked, Xiao He, tell me your full name, and then tell me my identity. Zhuo Jinghan naturally had no idea what her boss was going to do. But since it is the boss's request, just comply. So, Zhuo Jingha answered truthfully, my name is Zhuo Jingha, and you are the boss of our Fang Yuan Investment. After he finished speaking, the slippers in Ma Xiaochang's hand slipped off quietly. Chapter 36, Investing is risky, and I accidentally hooked up with a rich woman. For a moment, Ma Xiaochang thought that Zhuo Jingha was a babysitter hired by his son. But Fang Mu made the call right under her nose, so how could he have the chance to find a stolen? Could it be that? Okay, Xiaoa, remember my words and you must protect the Yi Group. Yes, boss. Fang Mu hung up the phone with satisfaction. When I looked up, as expected, both my parents and my wife looked extremely shocked and astonished. Although Yu Wanchuang trusted Fang Mu very much. But after listening to the phone call, she was still shocked. Especially the sentence just now, we must protect the Yi Group, made Yu Wanchuang tearful. The Yi Group is my grandfather's hard work, I must protect it. This is what Yu Wanchuang has always insisted on. Now that Fang Mu is also helping her, Yu Wanchuang suddenly feels no longer lonely and also feels very safe. Yu Wanchuang was talking to Zhuo Jingha on the phone. She knew that this name represented the determination of Fang Yuan Investment, and she also remembered the voice that extended a helping hand to her when she was in trouble. But she didn't expect that the person who really protected and helped her was actually her husband. After thinking this through, Yu Wanchuang could no longer hold back, and tears as big as beans slid down her face. There was no lack of grievance in those tears, but more of it was touching and grateful. Hubby, thank you, woo woo woo. Yu Wanchuang was very emotional, and Fang Mu patted her back gently to comfort her. His wife's defense was broken, and Fang Mu regretted it. He should have revealed his identity earlier. It looks like the problem has really been solved. Ma Xiaochang pulled her husband back to the room, leaving the space for her son and daughter-in-law. Although she also wanted to know what Fang Yuan Investment was and how capable her son was. But now was clearly not the time to ask. In the living room, Yu Wanchuang sobbed for a long time in grievance, and Fang Mu coaxed her for a long time before finally calming her down. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Fang Mu felt very panicked. Silly girl, my dear, I didn't mean to deceive you. The reason I didn't tell you is that I wanted to secretly help you clear up some external problems of the Yi Group. If I had known this, I should have confronted you that day. Fong Mu explained the facts truthfully. Seeing that Yi Wanchuang didn't say anything, he directly pulled up her little hand and put it on his face. Wife, if you are angry, just hit me twice to vent your anger. In the bedroom, Ma Xiaochang nodded in approval after hearing this. See? This is how you coax your wife, you? The angrier you get, the more excited you become. Next time we quarrel, if you ask me to wash your clothes, I'll beat you up. Fang Qingji, geese. Yi Wanchuan couldn't bear to do it, so she gently stroked Fong Mu's face with her hand. Thank you, husband. Say thank you again. Didn't I tell you not to say thank you? Yes, husband, I love you. Wife, I love you too. The two hugged each other tightly. How could Yi Wanchuan be angry? She was just crying because she was simply moved. Now that he had sorted out his emotions, Yi Wanchuan had too many questions he wanted to ask. Husband, you have always worked under me, so how did you suddenly become the boss of Fang Yuan Investment? It's just a secret development. Fong Mu evaded the question casually. You are such a big boss now, why are you still working under me? Hearing this, Fong Mu rolled his eyes and smiled wickedly. Yes, I have been eyeing the CEO of Yi Group for a long time. How could I not be moved by such a beautiful woman? So I lurked in secret, thinking that when Fang Yuan Investment became bigger and stronger, I would buy Yi Group and you as well, and make you my wife. Fang Mu's words became more and more ridiculous, and his face didn't even turn red when he told lies. Yi Wanchuan naturally didn't believe it. As smart as she was, she didn't intend to ask any more questions. Maybe this was Fang Mu's secret. But even if she saw through it, she didn't point it out. Instead, she cooperated by raising her swan neck. Oh, so you are the hunter. That is, high-end ingredients often appear in the form of prey. Hee hubby, you are wrong about the saying high-end hunters often appear as prey. That's right. Fong Mu shook his head. I am the prey. You have captured my heart. I can't escape. I can't escape at all. Hearing this, Yi Wanchuan was stunned for a moment, then her face turned red. This earthy love confession is really powerful. In the living room, the young couple were flirting. In the bedroom, the old couple were feeling awkward. It was so sweet, too sweet, and so greasy, too greasy. Especially Fang Qingji, he almost took out a small notebook to take notes word by word. I really don't understand how the young people nowadays can do it. How can they show off their love so much? I can only say that if the young do not work hard, the old will learn word by word. When will you return to the Yi family? Tomorrow? Well, we'll have a farewell dinner tomorrow night. Although I knew this day would come, it was still very sad when it finally came. Yi Wanchuan forced a smile and nodded. When she mentioned farewell dinner, a complicated expression flashed across her face. You still have me, your parents, and our baby. Fang Mu held Yi Wanchuan's little hand tightly, then took her little hand and gently placed it on her bulging belly, where their baby was. Fang Mu was there to comfort him. Yi Wanchuan was sad for a moment, but then she recovered. Now that things have come to this, there is no point in thinking too much. Furthermore, the Yi family's exclusion and targeting of her over the years have already worn away the little affection she had for the Yi family. It would be nice if we could go back and part ways tomorrow. After a while, Ma Xiaochang and Fang Qingji came out. Knowing that their son and daughter-in-law were going back to Shanghai tomorrow, the old couple felt somewhat reluctant to let them go. Mom will make dumplings for you tomorrow, eat a few more. Thousands of words are all contained in this sentence. Dumplings on the bus and noodles when you get off is really full of parents' most sincere feelings and reluctance. The separation is only temporary. With Fang Mu's playful coaxing, the reluctance on Ma Xiaochang's face disappeared, and he even asked about Fang Yuan Investment. It's an investment company. I will invest in good projects and get dividends and benefits when they make money. Look, I invested in Yi Group and brought you such a good daughter-in-law. In response to Fang Mu's teasing, Yi Wanchuan just smiled and said nothing. After all, she was the one who provoked Fang Mu at the beginning. Fang Qingji seemed to be thinking about something after hearing his son's explanation. After a moment, he spoke. Fang Yuan Investment, Fang Yuan, the sky is round and the earth is square, it has great ambitions. Fang Mu was stunned. He thought he was indeed his father. What he said was so accurate. It's better to have bigger ambitions. The prerequisite is to have the ability. Chapter 37, Green Smoke Coming Out of the Ancestral Grave? Black Smoke Coming Out. Return to the room at night. Yi Wanchuang raised her hand and pushed Fong Mu down on the bed. Then she took a step forward with her long and beautiful legs. That queen-like style makes her like a big sister. Husband, you hide it so deeply. Yi Wanchuang said with a smile, her slender fingers sliding across Fong Mu's cheek from top to bottom. Hey, honey, didn't you say you weren't angry anymore in the living room? Hee, I'm not angry now, I just simply want to deal with you. Why, is that not possible? Well, then you take care of me, I'm ready, don't be reluctant, come on. Fong Mu said this in a mean way, and pulled out Yi Wanchuang's pajamas, then covered her eyes with them. That look is really as cheap as it can be. Yi Wanchuang was amused and sat there smiling coquettishly. Suddenly, she felt a warmth on her fingers. When she looked down, she found that they were bitten by Fong. Don't tease your husband, it's so dirty. A charming atmosphere permeates the entire room. To be honest, if Yi Wanchuang hadn't been pregnant, she might have been unable to control herself because of Fong Mu's teasing. But now, we can only stop it in time. Furthermore, the soundproofing of the room is really disappointing, and I feel embarrassed even if I want to do something. Time flies and it is the next day. Fong Mu was still asleep when Yi Wanchuang woke up. She woke up because she smelled something like cooking dumplings. You have to know that Yi Wanchuang didn't really like eating dumplings. But because of pregnancy, the secretion of hormones in her body changed, and dumplings, which she didn't like much before, now made her crave for them extremely. Look, even if you are in a deep sleep, you will wake up immediately when you smell the smell of cooking dumplings. Husband, wake up, wake up. Fong Mu was shaken awake by Yi Wanchuang. When he turned his head, he saw a glimpse of spring. It's great that I can see the beautiful scenery as soon as I open my eyes. Yi Wanchuang was confused by these words, until she lowered her head and realized that the spring scenery in the garden could not be contained. TSK. It's all your fault. You pulled the buttons off my pajamas when we were playing last night, humph. Yi Wanchuang hummed tenderly, and then began to change her clothes, because at this moment, she really wanted to eat dumplings. Hurry up, honey. I'm so hungry. Just when Fong Mu was teasing Yi Wanchuang, the latter actually moved her mouth and bit him. Fong Mu cried out in pain. Yi Wanchuang was startled, thinking that she had bitten too hard, and hurried forward to check. Who would have thought that Fong Mu had no moral principles at all and bit back directly? A cherry mouth is also a cherry, right? When the couple changed their clothes and came out of the bedroom, they found that the volume of the TV in the living room was very loud. Yi Wanchuang's face immediately turned red. Can't you see that the sound of the TV is just to cover up the noise they make in the bedroom? Ma Xiaochang pretended to have just seen Fong Mu and Yi Wanchuang, and immediately greeted them warmly. Come on, come and eat dumplings with sauerkraut and meat filling. It smells so good, ah. Yi Wanchuang, who was originally feeling a little shy, was immediately intoxicated by the aroma of the dumplings and took small steps to sit over. Being a jealous girl, she poured half a bowl of vinegar and then shared it with her parents and Fong Mu. Honey, could you please serve me a bowl of dumpling soup? Okay, do you want it sour? Want. The goddess is jealous and eats garlic, which kind of ruins her image, but Yi Wanchuang doesn't care about that, she just wants to eat. While eating this pot, Ma Xiaochang ran to cook another one. Seeing her son and daughter-in-law eating with their mouths full of oil, she felt extremely happy. Ma Xiaochang and Fang Qingji did not eat with them, but were packing up. Soon, there were several packages and bags of different sizes on the ground. You don't need to ask to know that these are things prepared for Fong Mu and Yi Wanchuang to take away. Dad, can you help me find a urea bag? There are too many and it's hard to carry. Fong Mu said with a smile. He didn't want to lose the things his parents brought on the road. But Fang Qingji hesitated. What about urea bags? Doesn't it look good? Oh, Dad, what's there to be ugly about? Besides, why should I care about what others do? I just want to do what's convenient for me. Fong Mu was too lazy to think about what others thought. If he did that, life would be so tiring. Yi Wanchuang then gave Fong Mu a thumbs up and said, "That's right, as long as I'm happy, why should I care so much?" Fang Qingji quickly found a urea bag from the basement. This bag was easy to use and sturdy, and could hold a lot of things. However, Ma Xiaochang and Fang Qingji did not tell anyone else about their son and daughter-in-law starting a company, as they were afraid of causing unnecessary trouble for Fong Mu. This made the neighbors even more anxious and started to make all kinds of speculations, just like a cat scratching its head. Until one day later, they saw Fong Mu on TV. Only then did the neighbors realize that they had underestimated Fong Mu. How could he be a promising person? His ancestors were simply going to burst into flames. On the other side, Fong Mu and Yu Wanchuang arrived at the bus station. Just as I was about to get on the bus, a female voice sounded from the side. Turning around, it turned out to be the high school beauty, Luo Lingmei. A vain woman. Chapter 38. What's wrong with you? Did I ask you to eat my stick? As far as I can remember, Luo Lingmei's wish when she was in high school was to marry into a wealthy family. Several years have passed now. I wonder if you have achieved your wish? Although Fong Mu and she were high school classmates, they spoke very few times during the 3 years of high school, not to mention after graduation. She always looks superior. Fong Mu was somewhat surprised that they greeted each other when they met today. But then again, even if it's just pretending to be a passerby, so what? It's no big deal. Fong Mu, long time no see. Well, yes, let us get in the car first. Fong Mu smiled politely, then took Yu Wanchuang's hand and walked towards the bus. Yu Wanchuang and Fong Mu's seats were double beds. She was on the inside and Fong Mu was next to the aisle. Coincidentally, Luo Lingmei was sitting on Fong Mu's right, which was the other side of the aisle. Seeing this, Fong Mu whispered in Yu Wanchuang's ear, "Wife, let's change positions." Yu Wanchuang thought Fong Mu was afraid that she would get jealous and misunderstand, so she shook her head. She didn't care about that. But the fact is that Fong Mu didn't want to talk to Luo Lingmei and wanted to avoid her. Since his wife refused to change, he had no choice but to take the seat. Sure enough, when the shuttle bus was waiting to depart, Luo Lingmei sat directly facing Fong Mu and asked him all kinds of questions. "Fong Mu, that is your girlfriend, so beautiful." Luo Lingmei looked at Yu Wanchuang's praise, but she felt resentful and envious in her heart, especially because the latter's temperament was so extraordinary. Hearing Luo Lingmei praising herself, Yu Wanchuang leaned forward and smiled at her. That smile made Luo Lingmei, who was also a woman, a little dazed. "This square wood is so lucky." "Yes, my fiancé." Fong Mu corrected her. Now he prefers to introduce Yu Wanchuang as his fiancé, and the latter also likes it better. Luo Lingmei was stunned when she heard this, "Fiancé? Wow, Fong Mu, you are getting married soon, that is great. Unlike me, my job is still unstable, so I don't even dare to think about getting married. By the way, Fong Mu, where are you going on the bus? Let us go back to the Magic City." "Hey, I'm in Shanghai too, so we're just on the same route." Hearing this, Fong Mu nodded, but he was speechless in his heart and couldn't get rid of it. In Luo Lingmei's opinion, Fong Mu was very different from the male colleagues working in the company. Maybe he is doing very differently? So she wanted to strike up a conversation, thinking that maybe something might happen when they were in the Magic City in the future. This is Luo Lingmei, the woman who could easily get along with multiple men when she was in high school. Even though she now knew that Yu Wanchuang was Fong Mu's fiancé, she would still want to poach her. No wonder Fong Mu avoided her. The shuttle bus started off. If most of the passengers on the bus were not trying to kill time by sleeping, Luo Lingmei would definitely continue chattering. But even so, she would still harass Fong Mu from time to time. Halfway through the journey, the shuttle bus pulled into the service area, giving passengers time to use the restroom. Yu Wanchuang also wanted to go, so Fong Mu stood up and followed her. When he turned around, he heard Luo Lingmei say in a deep voice, "You need my company to go to the toilet." Although it was not stated explicitly, Fong Mu knew that they were talking about Yu Wanchuang, and he immediately felt unhappy. On the contrary, Yu Wanchuang didn't care at all, because in her opinion, she and Luo Lingmei were just chance acquaintances, just passers-by on a journey, so there was no need to take it seriously with her. However, Yu Wanchuang is still very naughty. On the way to the bathroom, he teased Fong Mu a lot. "Husband, it seems you are very popular with women." Fong Mu's forehead darkened when he heard this. "Okay, let us go to the bathroom quickly. The road is slippery, so be careful." "Hee, I know, brother." Yu Wanchuang's clear laughter lingered in my ears, and she had already walked into the bathroom. While waiting, Fong Mu went to the supermarket next door and bought 2 boiled corns. It's really expensive, $10 per stick. Soon Yu Wanchuang came out, shaking her washed little hands and splashing them all over Fong Mu's face. Fong Mu lovingly took her little hand and helped her wipe it clean, then blew on it to warm it up. Yu Wanchuang enjoyed it very much and would tease with her pink fingertips from time to time. Back in the car, Yu Wanchuang sat back in her seat and prepared to eat corn. Then I heard Luo Lingmei saying thank you? Fong Mu swore that he definitely didn't say he would buy Luo Lingmei a corn, but when this woman saw him holding the corn, she actually took it from him. By the time Fong Mu reacted, Luo Lingmei had already started eating. This. Thank you, Luo Lingmei thanked while eating corn. Fong Mu pulled the corner of his mouth but said nothing. Yi Wanchuang was speechless. Is there such a shameless woman? How shameless? Yi Wanchuang complained directly. I don't know if Luo Lingmei didn't hear it, but she didn't care at all. Husband, eat. You eat it. Fong Mu shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, and was filled with disgust. Fortunately, the bus arrived at the station and reached its destination. Everyone in the car was in a hurry to get off, but Fong Mu held Yi Wanchuang down and prevented her from moving. There are so many people here now, it would be bad if we get squeezed in, but there is no rush anyway. On the contrary, Luo Lingmei didn't show any intention of getting out of the car, as if she was waiting for something. After everyone got off, Fong Mu took Yi Wanchuang out from the back. As soon as I got off the car, I heard the driver shouting. Whose urea bag is this? Don't forget to take it. Ours, it's ours, Yi Wanchuang shouted as she walked forward. Originally, Luo Lingmei wanted to add Fong Mu on WeChat so that they could contact each other in the future. But when I saw Fong Mu actually carrying a urea bag to pack his luggage, all the good impression I had accumulated along the way was instantly gone. Fong Mu no longer looks handsome, and instead looks like a loser. Especially when she thought about Fong Mu's reluctance to invite her to eat corn, Luo Lingmei felt even more disgusted. After picking up the suitcase and urea bag, Fong Mu and his partner prepared to take a taxi to the airport. But Yi Wanchuang was actually looking around as if looking for something. Wife, what are you looking for? Fong Mu asked doubtfully. He also looked around and found nothing wrong. Yi Wanchuang looked around with a serious expression and then said, looking for that female classmate, eh? Why didn't she go with us? Didn't we say we would go together? Brother, why don't you go look for her? She said she wants to go with you. Fong Mu's forehead darkened when he heard this. If Yi Wanchuang hadn't been in a good mood, he would have thought she was jealous and sulking. My brother doesn't like her. Be good and stop looking for her. Let us take a taxi to the airport. Brother, are you really not looking for it anymore? Fong Mu was helpless. He raised his hand and tapped Yi Wanchuang's fair forehead. His force was not very strong at all, but something still happened. Whoa, brother, you hit me? Is it because of your delicate sister? Yi Wanchuang rubbed her eyes like a child and lowered her head with a sly smile on her lips. Sure enough, women are born with the ability to act. Chapter 39, the mature and reliable one in silk stockings, the petite one in white. When boarding the plane to Shanghai, Luo Lingmei was still looking around. As expected, Fong Mu and her fiancé were nowhere to be found. Therefore, Luo Lingmei became even more certain that Fong Mu was not doing well at all, otherwise how could he not even be able to afford to take a plane? In her opinion, since she didn't see Fong Mu and the other person, they must have gone to take the high-speed train. Little did they know that Fong Mu and Yi Wanchuang were also on the plane, but in the first-class cabin. First class. Yi Wanchuang wanted to sleep as soon as she got on the plane. To be precise, I was dazed the entire way on the bus, but fortunately, I didn't get motion sickness. Yi Wanchuang only felt that she had just closed her eyes, but the next second Fong Mu called her to wake up. I checked the time and it was almost time to get to the Magic City. It felt like I had traveled through time. My dear husband. Yi Wanchuang came forward and kissed Fong Mu on the corner of his mouth. Fortunately, no one saw it, otherwise he would have escaped the airplane meal but not the dog food. It would have been really annoying. It's really not easy to go back home. Taxis, shuttle buses, and airplanes, all in turn. Fortunately, I can drive myself after returning to Shanghai. Although the Ferrari is not comfortable to sit in, at least you don't have to waste time waiting for the car. After leaving the airport and paying the parking fee, Fong Mu drove away. After picking up Yi Wanchuang, the two of them left. After the two left, a figure ran breathlessly to the place where Yi Wanchuang got on the car. That person was Luo Lingmei. As soon as she left the airport, Luo Lingmei saw Fong Mu and Yi Wanchuang. Before she could figure out how the two of them came to the Magic City with her, she saw Fong Mu driving a luxury car past right under her nose. In an instant, Luo Lingmei realized that she had made a wrong judgment. I also figured out why I didn't see Fong Mu and Yi Wanchuang when boarding the plane. First class, first class. How much she wanted to ride in a luxury car and ask Fong Mu to give her a ride, but no matter how fast she ran, it was not as fast as 4 wheels. Looking at the friend list again, there was no Fong Mu's contact information. Luo Lingmei regretted it deeply. Although it had nothing to do with her, when Fang Mu drove past her in a luxury car, she still felt like she had missed out on $1 billion. On the other side, Yi Wanchuang smiled teasingly. Okay, honey, we can't see anyone anymore, drive slower. Yi Wanchuang was a little amused and helpless. She knew that the reason why Fang Mu stepped on the accelerator and accelerated was entirely because he saw Luo Lingmei. He looked so anxious that if you didn't know, you would think he was hiding from his creditors. Hey wife, you don't know, that woman had 2 nicknames when we were in school. Nickname? What's that? Tender Candy and Bone Scraper. What's that? Yi Wanchuang became interested and turned to look at Fang Mu. She is called Tender Sticky Candy because once she sticks to you, you can't get rid of her, and she is called Bone Scraper because she will find ways to cut a piece of flesh off your body. She is very powerful. Fang Mu laughed dumbly. Luo Lingmei reminded him of many of his high school memories. It turns out that high school is not just about heavy academic workload, there are also so many fun things to do. Yi Wanchuang also understood how powerful Luo Lingmei was. She thought for a long time before asking Fang Mu. Husband, what about you? Do you like a gentle, cuddly girl or a cool, mature and reliable older sister? Laugh. Fang Mu pulled the car over to the side of the road, then turned his head and looked at Yi Wanchuang thoughtfully. Don't say, as long as it's me, you like me, Yi Wanchuang interrupted and directly passed the universal formula. I like them all. Honey, you are greedy. Well, I like the petite look in white stockings, and I also like the mature and reliable look in black stockings. Wife, will you satisfy your husband's wish? Husband, just tell me you like stockings. Not really. Fang Mu shook his head. I don't like the ones that are too dark. Yi Wanchuang? Honey, you really picked it. Drive and go home. Go home, Silk? Husband, please be serious. I'm afraid. Yi Wanchuang held her forehead and smiled bitterly. It turned out that her husband had such a secret and sultry side. This kind of conversation was really abnormal. Fang Mu smiled. I couldn't help but think, let you tease me. Yes, from the time he got on the bus to work to the time he returned to Shanghai, Yi Wanchuang teased him a lot along the way. Now, just consider it as revenge. When she got home, Yi Wanchuang felt exhausted and curled up on the sofa, not wanting to move at all. But I have no choice but to move. I have to go back to the Yi family in the evening. Whether she thought about it or told others, she was used to calling her home his family. It seems that I am not a member of the Yi family at all. In fact, it is true. Apart from one's surname being Yi, who else would consider themselves a member of the Yi family? My mother is gone, my grandfather is gone too, and now the Yi family only consists of a group of people who have nothing to do with me. Yi Wanchuang felt a headache when she thought about meeting them in the evening. But fortunately, Fang Mu was here. Hubby, would you like to dress up for the evening? Yi Wanchuang asked. Her idea was simple, that is to let her husband dress more handsomely and dazzle the eyes of the Yi family. Okay, I'll listen to my wife. Fang Mu naturally understood what Yi Wanchuang was thinking. Besides, I'm meeting my father-in-law. Yi family villa. Yi Ru was sitting on the sofa smoking a cigar, while Yi Wanchuang's stepmother, Zhou Xiuyun, was sitting beside him. At first glance, he seems like a nice guy. But once he opened his mouth, he was undoubtedly a bad guy. Old Yi, Wenwei and Wenji are about to graduate from university. You must arrange a good job for our children. Upon hearing this, Yi Ru said nothing. He continued smoking his cigar, but felt extremely depressed. It sounds nice to say that he is the general manager of Yi Group, but he has no real power. He just holds an empty title and receives a monthly salary. All major affairs of the huge Yi Group are managed by her good daughter Yi Wanchuang. When he thought of this, Yi Ru was filled with anger. Seeing that Yi Ru didn't say anything, Zhou Xiuyun immediately began to attack him. I don't know what my dad was thinking, actually handing over such a big listed company to a little girl in her 20s. If the Yi Group is destroyed by Wanchuang, she will be the sinner of our Yi family. Husband, Wanchuang is your daughter. Is there any example in the world where a father has to make a living under the control of his daughter? We have to find a way to take the Yi Group back. Yi Ru's expression became increasingly ugly. It was obvious that Zhou Xiuyun's words had touched his heart. Humph. Yi Wanchuang, my good daughter. Isn't it time to return the Yi Group? Chapter 40 The intelligence is wrong. Is Yi Ru a moron? Yi Ru felt that this forcing the emperor to abdicate would definitely succeed. In his opinion, the preparations made this time were completely sufficient and would definitely make it impossible for his darling daughter to cope with it. Time flies and it is evening. The Yi family's dinner started 2 hours earlier. The reason for having dinner before it gets dark was the idea of Yi Ru's current wife Jo Shoyun, simply to discuss Yi Wanchuang. Yi Wanchuang worked hard to run the Yi group, and it looked glamorous on the outside, but the Yi family never thought about how much hardship and suffering she had endured in secret. From top to bottom, from old to young, the only thing they thought about was that Yi Wanchuang had taken over the Yi group, which should have belonged to them. With such a twisted mentality, both Yi Ru and Jo Shoyun and her son hated Yi Wanchuang very much. This was also something Yi Wanchuang could not have imagined. Yi Wanchuang was too lazy to explain because she knew it wouldn't make sense. Instead of wasting her time, she might as well talk to one more client. After dinner, Yi Ru and Jo Shoyun dressed up specially. Then I met with the guests. The so-called guests were actually Yi Ru's creation, but next to one of the elderly men there was a fat ball-like man lying down, and it seemed that the man was not very smart. But the strange thing is that both the servants of the Yi family and Yi Ru himself are very respectful to that fool. As the sky gradually darkened, the leaf frost arrived as expected. Even though the bodyguards outside the door informed them in advance, Yi Ru and Jo Shoyun ignored them and just chatted with the guests. It was not until Yi Wanchuang stepped into the living room that their eyes shifted over. Looking at the glamorous Yi Wanchuang, Jo Shoyun's eyes became more and more unfriendly. In her opinion, all these should belong to her and her children, but now they were enjoyed by Yi Wanchuang alone. She was so angry that she wanted to die. Looking at his own daughter, Yi Ru didn't say a word and just snorted coldly. It seems like he wants to show his power to Yi Wanchuang. However, Yi Wanchuang had already anticipated this and didn't take it to heart at all. Seeing that it was useless, Yi Ru turned his attention to Fong Mu, who was accompanying him, and later even scolded him directly. "Who are you? This is our Yi family's family gathering, get out, get out." Unexpectedly, Yi Wanchuang directly grabbed Fong Mu's arm, scared away the servants with a look, and then looked at Yi Ru with a cold expression. "Let me introduce myself, this is my husband, Fong Mu." It was obvious that Yi Ru didn't understand why Yi Wanchuang emphasized the word husband. He just thought that Fong Mu was his daughter's boyfriend. Yi Ru didn't have time to care about these things, because in his mind, nothing was more important than controlling the Yi group. Seeing Yi Wanchuang coming, he winked at the man opposite. The man's name is Zheng Tianyu, a top-notch lawyer hired by Yi Ru at a high price. He is a well-known figure in the entire legal community of Shanghai. When his eyes swept over Yi Wanchuang, Zheng Tianyu couldn't help but be amazed. Not long ago, I had only heard that the Yi group had a gorgeous alpine snow lotus, but now that I have seen it in person, I know that it is true. Yi Ru had spoken, so Zheng Tianyu had no choice but to act according to the plan. "Miss Yi, Uncle Yi, I don't think you two have reached the point of splitting up the family. It is neither moral nor logical to divide the family. The separation will not only affect the foundation of the Yi group, but also the relationship between you two." Hearing this, Yi Wanchuang's expression became gloomy. It was not that she thought Zheng Tianyu was right, but she felt sad. Does the Yi family still have feelings? Fong Mu on the side also understood that this guy was the bad guy. Of course, this was also Yi Ru's arrangement. After all, if he could ensure that the Yi group fell into his hands without any loss, that would be what he would like to see most. After Zheng Tianyu finished speaking, another old man with a crutch also spoke with a smile. Yi Wanchuang knew Xuehui because he was an old friend of her grandfather. The two used to have a very good relationship. But now it seems that he has been bought off and is an enemy rather than a friend. "Xiao Xuan, do you still remember me?" Yi Wanchuang nodded, but didn't say anything. Seeing this, Yi Ru shouted angrily, "Call someone. Where is your manners?" "Ah, okay, we are all family, no need to be so polite," Xuehui said with a laugh. Without waiting for Yi Wanchuang to think about the meaning of these words, he continued acting. "The Yi group is a whole. It belongs to Xiaoshuan and your father. You are all family. There is no need to make such an ugly scene. Otherwise, for my sake, don't mention the matter of dividing the family today. It is better to resolve a feud than to create one, especially since you are father and daughter." After Xuehui finished speaking, Yi Ru stood up and actually wanted to agree on behalf of Yi Wanchuang. Schreiber is right. Fortunately, Yi Wanchuang was not that slow-witted. Seeing that something was wrong, she immediately retorted. "Mr. Xue, are you confused because of your age? You also said that this is our Yi family's business. Why are you pretending to be a good person here? Is it your turn to interfere in the affairs between our Yi family? Yi Wanchuan's temper was immediately triggered and she said some very unpleasant words. Shui Hui's face immediately turned extremely ugly, and he was muttering in his heart that he had not been able to trap this girl Yi Wanchuan. But no matter what, his age is there. Now that Yi Wanchuan was confronting him in front of so many people, he was very angry. However, just as he was about to scold with a sullen face, Shui Zihua, who was lying beside him, actually clapped his hands and giggled out loud. When he stood up, the servants of the Yi family who were waiting on the side couldn't help but feel a sense of oppression. Because Shui Zihua is 2 meters tall and so fat, an adult standing next to him looks like a primary school student. Shui Hui was invited by Yi Ru. He was humiliated and Yi Ru's face was not very good. Relying on the fact that he was Yi Wanchuan's father, he cursed at Yi Wanchuan. Yi Wanchuan. You are getting more and more rude as you grow older. According to seniority, you have to call Shui Bo grandpa. Okay, Yi Ru, let us get down to business. I still say the same thing, we are all family, so don't hurt the harmony. Shui Hui, who was originally very angry, actually stood up to smooth things over because he saw that his grandson Shui Zihua seemed to like Yi Wanchuan very much. Hearing this, Yi Ru nodded. With the preparations of top lawyers Zheng Tianyu and Shui Hui, Yi Ru also got down to business. Schwanger, come and sit down. Yi Wanchuan ignored him and sat down opposite him. When Yi Ru saw this, veins bulged on his forehead. Schwanger, if the family is divided, it will have a huge impact on the Yi group. You don't want your grandfather's hard work to be destroyed. I agree with the split. Yi Wanchuan suddenly interrupted Yi Ru. Yi Ru was stunned for a moment and didn't react. Because in his opinion, his daughter Yi Wanchuan would definitely attach great importance to the Yi group. After all, it was the old man's hard work. And Yi Wanchuan's performance in recent years has indeed been just that, doing her utmost to protect the Yi group. It was so fast and so difficult, but we managed to get through it. Originally, he was sure that Yi Wanchuan would not allow the separation to harm the Yi group, but now it seems that this is not the case. Schwanger, are you sure? Yi Wanchuan nodded without hesitation. Zhou Shouyun was delighted when she heard that, but what she wanted was still the complete Yi group, so she stepped forward in a pretentious manner to smooth things over. Old Yi, why divide it? Don't divide it. There are better solutions. Yi Wanchuan turned her head when she heard this. She also wanted to see what her stepmother had to say and what kind of better solution she could come up with. Anyway, Yi Wanchuan believed that a dog could not spit out ivory. Until now, Yi Ru still doesn't believe that Yi Wanchuan will really agree to split up the Yi group. So I just thought she was just venting her anger. Schwanger, actually Dad, don't want things to turn out like this. How about this, from now on I will be the chairman of the board and you will still be the CEO, but you need to give up all your shares. You see, your younger brothers and sisters are about to graduate from college. When they start working, you can help them grow so that they can work for our Yi group in the future. Don't worry, I will give you more salary every month. Yi Ru became more and more excited as he spoke, and a bright smile appeared on his healthy and rosy face, as if his inner desires had been satisfied. But, this is all his fantasy, who would agree? Anyone who agrees is a fool. But Yi Ru didn't allow anyone to interrupt him and just kept on arranging things. Not only did he get more and more excited as he spoke, but Zhou Shouyun beside him also got excited. I thought these requests were excessive. Who would have thought that something even more outrageous was yet to come? At the end of his speech, Yi Ru looked at Shui Hui. Schwanger, Uncle Shui and your grandfather have been friends for many years, and the Shui group will also be a strategic partner for the future development of the Yi group. Your grandfather Shui's grandson, Shui Zihua, is also a handsome man. Although he is honest, he is a rare and perfect match for you. Even an idiot knew what Yi Ru would say next. Yi Wanchuan almost rolled her eyes in anger and interrupted him immediately. Stop talking. Do you want to say that although Shui Zihua is a fool? I will say what you didn't finish. Moreover, Zhou Shouyun, since he is a good match, why don't you marry your daughter to him? When Zhou Shouyun heard this, she felt like her tail was stepped on. She was so angry that she stood up and pointed at Yi Wanchuan and started cursing. She also said that her daughter would never marry a fool. After these words were spoken, even though Yi Wanchuan was angry, he couldn't help but hold his forehead. I thought to myself that my grandfather's words, your father and stepmother are brainless, are becoming more and more valuable. Isn't Zhou Shouyun's words intended to offend the foreign-age Shui Hui to death? As expected, after hearing Zhou Shouyun's words, Xuehui slammed the table heavily, and only with a cold snort did he pull Zhou Shouyun back from the brink of losing her composure. I just don't know whether Xuehui's grandson Xuezihua is really stupid or just pretending. After hearing Yi Ru's words, he actually got up from the ground, rubbed his hands, and walked towards Zhou Shouyun. This fool likes young women? Zhou Shouyun, who was beside Yi Ru, changed her expression drastically. She really wanted to avoid this fool. The most hateful one is Yi Ru. When he saw Xuezihua walking towards Zhou Shouyun, he actually pointed directly at Yi Wanchuang, trying to divert the blame. It's hard to imagine that this is something a biological father would do. Even though Yi Wanchuan was used to the ruthlessness of the Yi family, she still couldn't help feeling a little upset. Xuezihua stumbled towards Yi Wanchuan in the direction Yi Ru pointed. Just as he got closer, Fang Mu blocked Yi Wanchuan behind him and kicked her out. The kick was so powerful that the obese Xuezihua was knocked over by Fang Mu. He lay on his back and it was extremely difficult for him to stand up. Not only that, Fang Mu, with an expressionless face but emitting cold air all over his body, took a big step and stepped on Xuezihua, then punched him one after another. By the time Xuehui and Yi Ru reacted, Xuezihua had been beaten into a pig's head. Fang Mu had no intention of showing any mercy. Every punch hit the flesh, every punch was a critical hit. At that moment, he wanted to beat Xuezihua to death. How outrageous you are! Someone come! Yi Ru cursed angrily, and Xuehui called the Xue family bodyguards outside the door. Soon, 7 or 8 bodyguards ran in from outside the door. When they saw their young master being beaten into a real pig, they felt relieved, but they were bodyguards of the Xue family after all and had to work for their master. However, just when Zhou Shouyun thought that Fang Mu would be beaten up and thrown out by the Xue family's bodyguards, a series of footsteps sounded from outside the door. Immediately afterwards, more than 20 strong men walked in, and in front of them was Zhuo Jinghe. The moment he saw Zhuo Jinghe, Zheng Tianyu, the top lawyer who was originally sitting upright on the sofa, suddenly felt his legs and feet go weak. Who are you? Yi Ru asked Zhuo Jinghe loudly. But the one who answered him was the foreign aide Zheng Tianyu. Left, Zhuo Zong. Mr. Zhuo? Yi Ru and Xuehui were both puzzled. The latter sounded somewhat familiar, but he just couldn't remember where he had heard it. It was not until Zheng Tianyu said Fang Yuan Investment that Xuehui suddenly woke up. Zhuo. It's you. Upon hearing that Zhuo Jinghe actually came from Fang Yuan Investment, Yi Ru's face was immediately filled with smiles. He had also heard about the good care that Fang Yuan Investment had been taking for the Yi Group during this period, so he expressed his loyalty directly to Zhuo Jinghe. Mr. Zhuo, I am Yi Wanchuan's father. When I take charge of Yi Group, I will definitely give the profits to Fang Yuan Investment. What happened today is our Yi family's family affair. Please, Mr. Zhuo, please do us a favor and don't interfere. Hearing this, Zhuo Jinghe was stunned. Is Yi Ru's intelligence different from what was reported in the intelligence? Why does he look so idiotic? Zhuo Jinghe ignored Xuehui and Yi Ru. He came directly in front of Fang Mu and Yi Wanchuang, then bowed his head and called out respectfully. Boss, ma am. The bodyguard behind him also shouted respectfully. Naturally, Fang Mu called these people here to prevent any accidents. Such a sudden change made Yi Ru and Zhou Shouyun unable to react. Xuehui's face also changed drastically. He vaguely guessed something and quickly waved his hand, asking the bodyguard to take his precious grandson away. Chapter 41 Xuehui, FKU. Fang Yuan Investment is very famous in Shanghai. Yi Ru and Zhou Shouyun both knew about it. However, when they heard that the official person in charge of Fang Yuan Investment was so respectful to Fang Mu and Yi Wanchuang, they felt incredible. No, it's impossible. He is just a poor boy. How could he be the boss of Fang Yuan Investment? Zhou Shouyun felt a huge gap in her heart and was unwilling to believe it. She pointed at Fang Mu and started to expose him. Zhuo Jinghe was speechless and couldn't help but turn his head away. What a mentally retarded woman. Yi Ru, who had never shouted at Zhou Shouyun before, slapped her for the first time. Shut up. You. Yi Ru. You have become so powerful. How dare you hit me? In response to Zhou Shouyun, there was another slap in the face. Obviously, although the couple are equally capable, Yi Ru is clearly a little smarter than Zhou Shouyun. Schwanger, is your boyfriend really the boss of Fang Yuan Investment? At this time, Zhuo Jinghe had also arrived, but Yi Ru was still confirming his identity, which made Fang Mu laugh. Of course I am not the boss of Fang Yuan Investment, you are. Fang Mu retorted with a helpless smile. As he said this, a thought flashed through his mind: Yi Ru wouldn't take it seriously? Wife, whatever you want to do, just do it. Fang Mu still remembered that he came to the Yi family to divide the family and to cut ties with the Yi family. It's better not to have this kind of family. Yi Ru was shocked. With his little brain, he could not imagine what Yi Wanchuan would do. Mr. Yi was wise throughout his life. Yi Wanchuan is also extremely intelligent. Only Yi Ru of the middle generation is unable to shoulder the heavy responsibility. It turns out that skipping generations really does exist. It turns out that intergenerational inheritance also applies to IQ. Yi Wanchuan nodded, walked forward, and immediately took out an envelope from her hand. Inside the envelope was naturally the will left by old man Yi. This is the will left by my grandfather. I have always thought it was a wise decision for Grandpa not to let you touch the decisions of the Yi group. But Grandpa also anticipated that you would not be reconciled after his death, so he left this will. Yi Wanchuan read the will in front of everyone in a cold voice. Yi Ru could naturally recognize his father's tone and manner. As he listened to the old man's rebuke and scolding in the will, his expression became increasingly ugly. After the will was read, Yi Wanchuan was mentally prepared for her father to never acknowledge it. But who would have thought that Yi Ru suddenly stared at Yi Wanchuan, and after a long time asked, "Schwanger, are you pregnant?" For a moment, everyone in the room was numb. What's that look? You just realized it? No, it's already this late, why are you still concerned about this? As a father, when have you ever cared about your daughter? Why are you pretending? Yi Wanchuan understood very well her grandfather's feeling of being disappointed with his child. I just don't understand how my grandfather managed to resist slapping my father to death for so many years. Zhou Xiaoyun poked Yi Ru from behind, and the latter realized that what they were talking about was will. What will? I don't recognize it. Yi Ru shook his head in denial. Zhou Xiaoyun, whose face was swollen, also hurriedly shouted, "Yi Wanchuan, you are so capable now, right? You dare to fabricate a will? Aren't you afraid that your grandfather will scold you in your dreams at night?" Upon hearing this, Yi Ru subconsciously shrank his head. Although he didn't know whether Yi Wanchuan had been visited by the old man in his dreams, Yi Ru knew that he was often visited by the old man in his dreams. In his dreams, the old man always beat him up. Yi Wanchuan knew this would happen, and immediately looked up at the top lawyer Zhang Tianyu. You can ask the top lawyer to verify the authenticity of the handwriting. I have the recordings and videos left by my grandfather. Although there were audio and video recordings, Yi Wanchuan had never opened them because she was afraid that she would not be able to help but miss her grandfather. Fang Mu looked at Yi Wanchuan slightly depressed back and couldn't help feeling distressed. At the same time, I also admire Mr. Yi. He really has given a lot for Yi Wanchuan. Mr. Zhang, thank you for your help, Yi Ru said to Zhang Tianyu. But Zhang Tianyu just stood there not daring to move, his eyes always wandering between Zhuo Jinghe and Fang Mu. Mr. Zhang? No matter how Yi Ru shouted, Zhang Tianyu did not move until Zhuo Jinghe spoke in a cold voice. How dare you disobey the madam's words? The next second, Zhang Tianyu slid to his knees and came to Yi Wanchuan, then took the will with trembling hands. As if for the sake of performance, Zhang Tianyu just took a look and announced the result. Yes, it's true. Such a dramatic scene left Yi Ru confused. Although he also knew that the old man's will in his daughter's hand must be authentic, why couldn't Zhang Tianyu, the gold medal lawyer he hired, understand his expression? Tear up the will. Otherwise, why would you deny it? Little did he know that in Zhang Tianyu's eyes, among all the people present, the one he dared to disobey the most was his Yi Ru family. Looking at Yi Ru, who was winking at Zhang Tianyu, Zhuo Jinghe kindly reminded him. Mr. Yi, forget it. Zhang Tianyu is a member of our Fang Yuan Investment legal department. But you can rest assured, he is not a spy arranged by us. Because we, Fang Yuan Investment, have clear regulations that if any of our employees take private work, they will be fired and banned from the entire industry. Although we are in the investment business, it is not difficult to ban a lawyer, even if he is a top lawyer. Zhuo Jinghe was reminding Yi Ru, and by the way, announcing Zhang Tianyu's death penalty. Yi Ru was shocked. Is there no way to help Zhang Tianyu? As if in desperation, Yi Ru turned his attention to aide number 2 Shuehui. Shuebo, you must help me make the decision. From that moment on, Shuehui quietly moved his butt, trying to sneak away. The person has also moved from the main seat on the sofa in the living room to the bench. He was about to slip away, but that idiot Yi Ru actually directed his firepower towards him. At this moment, Xuehui wanted to curse. Fang Yuan investment, Yi Ru can't afford to offend. We can't afford to offend the Xue family. If the Xue group were to get in trouble by Fang Yuan investment, it would be the end of the game. Seeing that everyone's eyes were on him, Xuehui cursed without hesitation, FKU. Miss Zhua. Mr. Zhua. I don't know Yi Ru well. Really not. Zhua Jinghe didn't say anything, and Xuehui looked at Fang Mu again. Boss, brother. I'm really not familiar with Yi Ru. I hope today's incident will not affect the relationship between our two families. Hearing this, Fang Mu turned his head and looked at Zhua Jinghe. So, our family is still cooperating with the Xue family? Then let us withdraw. The word's retreat broke Xue Hui's heart. But then Fang Mu asked Xuehui to go home, wash up and wait. Because Fang Yuan investment is going to conquer the Xue group. This is Fang Mu's personality. If you respect me 1 foot, I will give you 1 yard. If you offend me once, I will make you pay. If I don't show my power, people would think I'm Hello Kitty. Chapter 42 Senior Management. We suspect that the father and daughter had planned this. Xuehui left with his men cursing. He didn't want to get involved in the Yi family's affairs at all, and he extremely regretted coming here today. Aide number 1 Zheng Tianyu was scared out of his wits. The second aide Xuehui fled in panic. Instead, Yi Ru himself remained silent. But in fact, although he looked calm, he was extremely panicked inside and had even lost the most basic judgment. Although the final outcome is determined once the will is made. But Yi Ru, who no longer had much thinking ability, still came up with a trick of sexy operation. He was seen trotting to a house, and opened the door with a whoosh, revealing several trembling people inside. The moment he saw them, Yi Wanchuan was stunned, because these people were all senior executives of the Yi group. The purpose of their appearance here at this time is self-evident. Has it been planned out? Yi Wanchuan. I am your father. I deserve to be in charge of the Yi group more than you. They are all my people. So many senior executives are on my side. Are you still qualified to be in charge of Yi group? Seeing this, Yi Wanchuan shook her head, opened her red lips and cursed harshly. There is no cure. But I still want to thank you for helping me find so many traitors. Just as Yi Wanchuan said, the top management of the Yi group is not united, so it will not be easy to find the traitors in the future. But now, his father also helped him and took the initiative to find out the traitor. Now it's good, just remove the faces one by one. The people in the room never imagined that the new boss they were optimistic about was so stupid. For a moment, some people even wondered whether Yi Ru and Yi Wanchuan, father and daughter, had colluded with each other. This bullshit fight for the Yi group, this is fake, right? The real purpose is to find a reason to get rid of them. Yi Ru's absurd behavior makes people laugh and cry. Zhou Shouyun's legs were so weak that she could not stand steadily. She had already anticipated that after today, she would lose everything. Do you still want the branch company that your grandfather mentioned in his will? Yi Wanchuan asked Yi Ru with an indifferent expression. Yi Ru nodded when he heard this, but then shook his head. After working mysteriously all night, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration and realized that the branch the old man wanted to give him would be of no use at all and would become a burden instead. Rather than being dragged down by those things, it's better not to have them. No, I don't want it anymore. Shuang'er. I won't compete with you for the Yi group anymore. Calm down, calm down. Yi Ru put on a flattering face and apologized to Yi Wanchuan. Anyone who sees this scene will find it funny. Yi Wanchuan didn't feel relieved. Looking at her biological father in front of her, she only felt sad. Since you don't want it, forget it. In the will, Grandpa asked me to pay you a salary every month, and I listened to him very much. Yi Ru was overjoyed. Because he doesn't dare to ask for anything now, he just hopes to get money every month, that's enough. However, Yi Wanchuan changed the subject and looked at her stepmother, Zhou Shouyun, with a cold expression. Dad, Grandpa told me to pay you a salary, but he didn't tell me to pay her a salary. I'll give you a salary every month, but it's only enough for you to spend. As for others, go and work to earn money. As Zhou Shouyun collapsed to the ground, Yi Wanchuan returned to Fang Mu. Husband, let us go home. Good. Fang Mu then picked up Princess Yi Wanchuan. He knew that this fool was not feeling as well as he looked. Before leaving, Yi Wanchuan left a message, asking Yi Ru to take good care of the Yi family house, because there was still a faint shadow of his grandfather here. On the way home, Yi Wanchuan lay in Fang Mu's arms, feeling dazed. "Husband, from now on, you are the only one for me." "Silly boy, you not only have me, but also the baby, our parents," Fang Mu said softly. The next second, Yi Wanchuan's eyes lit up slightly. Yes, he still had them. Yi Wanchuan was just depressed for the whole night. The next morning, I felt refreshed, as if nothing had happened yesterday. After breakfast, the couple went out and headed for Yi Group. Although the issue of the Yi family has been resolved, but the affairs of the Yi Group have not been dealt with yet. All the senior executives of the Yi Group who were won over by Yi Ru became the targets of Yi Wanchuan. Dismissal and accountability are the outcomes they will inevitably face. Yi Wanchuan took drastic measures to reorganize the Yi Group. Although there were many things to do, she felt so relaxed for the first time, and the burden on her shoulders seemed to have been lightened a lot. Not only that, she also took advantage of this momentum to directly shut down many industries that were dragging down the Yi Group, because she knew that quality was better than quantity. Restructuring takes time, but now that all internal and external troubles have been eliminated, what Yi Wanchuan has the most is time. From then on, the Yi Group has been completely renewed and will get better and better under the leadership of Yi Wanchuan. Here Yi Wanchuan is busy with the affairs of the Yi Group. Fang Mu's Fangyuan investment was also not idle. Zhuo Jing had dealt with Zhang Tianyu yesterday, and this name will no longer appear in the entire legal profession. Zhang Tianyu is just a small fry. What Fang Yuan investment really wants to deal with is the Shui Group. The founder of the Yi Group is Mr. Yi. Although Shui Hui is an old acquaintance of Mr. Yi, he is not the founder of the Shui Group. Looking around Shanghai, the Shui Group is an old company, but each generation is getting worse and worse, and it is barely surviving by relying on its old capital. This is also the main reason why Shui Hui dare not provoke Fang Yuan investment. But Shui Group is an old enterprise after all. Fang Yuan investment, although it is entirely possible to take it on one's own, it will still take some effort. So at Fang Mu's suggestion, Zhuo Jinghe began to unite a number of companies to start the siege and attack on Shui's Group, including some of Shui's Group's rivals. Business wars are terrifying, so terrifying that they can wipe out an established company overnight. Business wars are also very interesting. You can strengthen yourself by cannibalizing and annexing others. Fang Mu is the one who benefits from this. The Shui Group has been able to survive for many years thanks to the Shui family's battery and power supply technology. However, Shui Hui in 2 generations lacked the spirit of advancement, which resulted in the Shui Group not being able to develop well even though it had a favorable advantage. Under the encirclement and suppression led by Fang Yuan investment, the Shui family had no choice but to sacrifice the car to save the driver, and handed over the power technology, battery patents and market share that the Shui family did not favor. As luck would have it, when Fang Mu signed in for 15 consecutive days, he obtained the perfect solid-state battery mature technology. It seems that we can move higher and broader by relying on the Shui Group. Chapter 43. Oh my god, can you add an off button to girls' imagination? In order to deal with matters related to the Yi Group, Yi Wanchuan went to the company every day for a week. With the help of Fang Mu and Fang Yuan investment, Yi Wanchuan made all the arrangements. I believe that in the near future, Yi Group will appear in front of everyone with a brand new look. The burden on Yi Wanchuan's shoulders was lightened. But his body became heavy. It's almost 17 weeks of pregnancy. For safety reasons, Yi Wanchuan temporarily bid farewell to the Yi Group and was imprisoned at home by Fang Mu. All matters of the Yi Group are directly handled by Yi Wanchuan's secretary Song Xiwan, and she also directly contacts Fang Mu. In this way, Fang Mu's day was arranged to be fulfilling. Fang Yuan investment, Yi Group and home are all connected in a straight line. With Zhuo Jinghe around, even if Fang Mu doesn't go to the company, Fang Yuan investment can still be operated and maintained well. But the recent factory construction cannot be taken lightly, so Fang Mu will still make a trip every now and then. The purpose of building the factory is to prepare for the mass production of solid-state batteries, and then to build cars, new energy vehicles. This can be considered as responding to the call, right? Prior to this, Fang Mu specifically verified the performance of the solid-state battery in his hand. Compared with traditional power batteries, his solid-state battery technology has a higher energy density. With the same volume, its battery life will be longer, 3 times higher than ordinary batteries, which is more than enough. Moreover, the solid-state battery in Fong Mu's hand is resistant to high and low temperatures, and the cruising range is hardly reduced in cold and hot areas. The most important issue is safety. No fire, no explosion, it is completely a product of technological innovation. Unfortunately, Fong Mu is not good at naming, so he gave such a high-end product the title of Fong's solid-state battery. It's not bad, but it's definitely not great. The factory for producing Fong's solid-state battery is under construction. Various certificates are also processed simultaneously. Industrial and commercial business licenses, environmental protection licenses, production safety licenses, special equipment operating licenses, and other certificates are applied for almost simultaneously. Since Fong Mu is the boss of Fong Yuan Investment, he had some convenience in applying for these certificates. It is estimated that it won't take long before the necessary conditions such as the factory site and certificates can be completed. The next thing to tackle is the many areas involved in car manufacturing, which requires a professional design team and technicians. Fortunately, Fong Yuan Investment has invested in more than 300 companies of all sizes, covering various fields and even all over the world. It can be said that Fong Yuan Investment has a very wide network of contacts. At Fong Mu's suggestion, Zhou Jinghe began to help recruit various talents. At worst, you can poach people directly from foreign automobile companies. As the old saying goes, if you use the hoe well, you can dig down any corner. So, as long as it is something that can be done with money, it is not a problem. Maybach walked slowly on the prosperous streets of Magic City. Fong Mu, who was sitting in the back row, rubbed his temples. I was thinking about a lot just now, and I was a little tired during this period, so it is inevitable that my head is a little dizzy. Quan, go home. Yes, boss. Both the Maybach and the driver and security guard Quan were obtained by Fong Mu by signing in. The power of the system is far beyond imagination. After all, if you dare to call yourself a winner in life, the benefits and functions must be very impressive. Quan, a retired soldier, is absolutely loyal. Fong Mu feels relieved to have him in charge of security. The Maybach under the butt is a specially customized model. It has only one advantage: it is sturdy and durable. It is really an interesting gadget that you get for free when you sign in. Soon the car stopped at the door of the house. Fong Mu felt his pocket and realized he had forgotten his key, so he had to ring the doorbell. Soon the door opened. Fong Mu opened his arms out of habit, but suddenly realized that something was wrong. The girl in front of him is not his wife, she is a head shorter than Yi Wanchuang. Fortunately, Fong Mu tried his best to brake, and finally fell straight to the ground, brushing against the girl's arm. Boom! The noise attracted Yi Wanchuan, who was making dumplings, to come over quickly. She saw Fong Mu lying on the ground with a depressed look on his face. Husband? What's wrong? Is there a coin on the ground? Yi Wanchuan came over in small steps, her two small hands covered with white flour, and then she smeared them on Fong Mu's face. It can only be said that Yi Wanchuan is pregnant and can't make trouble, otherwise she will have a place on this ground. With the help of Yi Wanchuan, Fong Mu stood up and looked at the girl next to him, who was covering her mouth and laughing, feeling a little confused. Husband, let me introduce Wang Bo, a good sister of mine. Yi Wanchuan introduced Wang Bo to Fong Mu with her back to him, and when she finished speaking she used her mouth to gesture to the Wang family. Fong Mu nodded secretly. Another name for the Wang family in Shanghai is Sea Shipping King. The power of Wang's Sea Blue transport at sea cannot be underestimated. Zhao Yuanchuang meant that if it was possible to make friends with the Wang family, they should do so. After all, if they wanted to sell their cars overseas in the future, they would inevitably have to cooperate with the Wang family. This is the power of Yi Wanchuang. After learning about Fong Mu's future plans, he helped to make arrangements, and making friends with the Wang family was one of them. The Wang family also wanted to make friends with Fong Mu, because an ocean shipping company under Fong Yuan Investment was developing very rapidly and was really chasing the Wang family. Fortunately, Wang Hainan, the head of the Wang family and Wang Bo's father, was very sensible and did not choose to confront Fong Yuan Investment head-on. After all, it is not a good thing for one company to dominate the market. We all know that a big tree attracts the wind. But if the two strong forces join forces, the benefits that can be obtained will be maximized. The era of competing for the first is long gone. In a flash, many thoughts flashed through Fong Mu's mind, and then he extended his hand to Wang Bo enthusiastically. Hello, Wang Bo, please sit anywhere and don't be so formal. Fong Mu gently squeezed Wang Bo's fingertips and then began to entertain him warmly. When Wang Bo saw this, a light flashed in his eyes, and he had a deeper impression of Fong Mu in his heart. Not only is she beautiful, she is also the daughter of the Wang family. There are so many people trying to get close to her, they are swarming around her like flies. But there are not many people who can treat her as an ordinary girl like Fang Mu and maintain enough distance and respect. Therefore, in Wang Bo's mind, Fang Mu's evaluation was that he was very cunning. No wonder he can be in charge of Fang Yuan investment at such a young age. It turns out he is an expert. Wang Bo thought so. If Fang Mu knew about this, he would definitely feel helpless. It would be great if there was a button to turn off girls' imagination. The reason why I want to keep a distance from Wang Bo is that I don't want my wife to misunderstand me. Although Yi Wanchuang wouldn't care. Chapter 44, Footbath is good, feet are good. Although Wang Bo looks careless on the outside, she is actually very tactful and polite in her dealings with others. It's hard not to think that, worthy of being the children of a wealthy family, they have done very well in terms of their upbringing. Even Wang Bo spoke frankly. I was sent here by my father and grandfather to establish a relationship with Sister Schwanger. Oh, by the way, I also have to get close to my brother-in-law. You won't unwelcome me, will you? Although I know what it means, it's not so easy to be offended if I say it directly. Yi Wanchuang smiled and shook her head. Don't think too much about adult matters. Studying hard is the important thing. If you want to come again in the future, just let me know in advance. Really? Thank you, Sister Schwanger. Thank you, brother-in-law too. Sure enough, what this girl said was impeccable. Apart from anything else, her little mouth was really sweet. Even Yi Wanchuang, such a cold goddess, was made to laugh continuously by her. In this case, Fang Mu also hopes that this girl can come home more often to accompany Yi Wanchuang. Wang Bo is a sincere and unpretentious person. After dinner she rubbed her hands, as if she was too embarrassed to speak. Shabo, what's wrong? Sister Schwanger, your dumplings are so delicious. Can I take some back? I'll bring you some delicious food from abroad next time I come. So that's why. Without waiting for Yi Wanchuang to speak, Fang Mu went to the kitchen to get lunchboxes and brought a full box for Wang Bo. Wow! Thanks, brother-in-law. Wang Bo, who was holding the lunchbox, smiled with her eyes turned into crescent moons. Looking at her, Fang Mu couldn't help but look at Yi Wanchuang's belly. Is it a small cotton jacket or a leather jacket? Soon Wang Bo was going home, and when they parted, she became unusually serious. He looked at Yi Wanchuang, then at Fang Mu, hesitated for a moment, and then chuckled. Sister Schwanger, brother-in-law, I really enjoy playing with you. If you need anything in the future, you can always come to me. She then added, I am a high school student. If you are not at home because of school, you can also contact my father Wang Hainan directly. After saying that, Wang Bo dived into the Audi. Before the car drove away, she did not forget to roll down the window and wave goodbye to Yi Wanchuang. Yi Wanchuang and Fang Mu conducted an analysis of Wang Bo and the Wang family. The conclusions reached are consistent and good. Wang Hainan had a good idea. He sent his daughter over first to get the ball rolling. If he came alone, he might not be as effective as Wang Bo. Yi Wanchuang also agreed with this. I have known this little girl Wang Bo for a long time, and I have a pretty good impression of the Wang family. Indeed, if I am not at home in the future, you can often call Wang Bo to come over and play with you. Fang Mu suddenly said. Hearing this, Yi Wanchuang couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. Husband, I'm not a child. Can I treat you as a child? Of course, husband, I want a hug. It is common for pregnant women to not feel like moving after eating and drinking. Fang Mu picked up Yi Wanchuang without saying a word, and held her high up, turning the cold and beautiful woman of the Yi group into a little girl. On the other side, Wang Bo returned home. Wang Hainan, the head of the Wang family and Wang Bo's father, waited for a long time. Just as Fang Mu and Yi Wanchuang said, Wang Bo was sent by Wang Hainan to get information, so he had been waiting. After coming back, Wang Bo first stuffed a dumpling into Wang Hainan's mouth. Dad! Is it delicious? Hainan, the doting devil, actually tasted it seriously, and then ate another one, and then another one. Soon Wang Hainan had eaten 1/3 of it, causing Wang Bo's eyes to be filled with resentment. Delicious, really good. How do you feel? Wang Hainan asked, this time asking not others but Fang Mu and Yi Wanchuang. Wang Bo pondered for a moment, and a hint of intelligence flashed in his beautiful eyes. I feel like a very nice person. Poof. Ahem, you little girl, I'm afraid you were bribed by Jiaozi, right? Wang Hainan sighed in a helpless manner. Wang Bo hurriedly explained. No way, I really feel that Sister Shuangren and Sister Fangmu are nice people and worth making friends with. Also, my brother-in-law is very capable and scheming, but he doesn't have any bad intentions. Besides, Dad, Fangmu's brother-in-law's Fang Yuan Investment is a small company down there that can compete with our family. Therefore, there is no harm in making friends with Sister Shuangren and brother-in-law Fangmu. Maybe they can help us in the future. Wang Hainan didn't say anything, but was thinking about what his daughter said. Although my daughter is still young, only a high school student, her intelligence is known to everyone, so her proposal can still be considered. What's more, Wang Hainan originally planned to make friends with Fang Yuan Investment. Thinking of the end, Wang Hainan slapped his forehead and said self-deprecatingly, I am really an idiot. The older I get, the more timid I become. Okay, Dad knows, you go and have fun. Okay. Seeing that Wang Hainan was about to make dumplings again, Wang Bo dodged and then slipped away with the lunchbox. This greedy girl. While talking about Wang Bo, Wang Hainan also took out his mobile phone and instructed the senior management of Hailan Transport not only not to go against the shipping company of Fang Yuan Investment, but also to provide help if there is a chance. The senior executives responded with received immediately. The Wang family's prosperous development is inseparable from Wang Hainan's correct leadership. Since returning to the Magic City, Fangmu would boil water for Yi Wanchuang to soak her feet every night. The water temperature was not too high and the soaking time was not too long, but a soak could always help her get rid of her fatigue. Yi Wanchuang couldn't wash Fangmu's feet because of her belly. But she would give Fangmu a considerate massage. The little hands were white and slender, and massaging his shoulders and neck always made Fangmu feel like he was getting an electric shock. Sometimes Fangmu couldn't help but wonder, no wonder people like to go to massage parlors. But he forgot one thing. Who goes to a massage parlor just for massage? It's too small, too small. Yi Wanchuang fell asleep. When he was massaging Fangmu, his head drooped down. The hair that suddenly fell down also scared Fangmu, like a horror movie. I could see that Yi Wanchuang didn't take a nap. Fangmu lovingly carried Yi Wanchuang to the bed, and then held her feet. Fortunately, they were not cold. After turning off the lights, Fangmu also lay down next to Yi Wanchuang. But even though Yi Wanchuang had fallen asleep, she would still automatically navigate to Fangmu's side, as if because his arms were warm. Fortunately, Yi Wanchuang subconsciously knew that she could not face Fangmu, otherwise the baby in her belly would be squeezed. But the fact is, when she had her back to him and was pressed against the square wood, it was just one word, torture. Crystal clear earlobes, white neck, rich breasts, and faint fragrance. Oh my god, this is so torturous. Chapter 45, Stupid Wife, just act like a baby and I'll give in. Yi Wanchuang was dreaming. In her dream, she dreamed of a little snake. Yi Wanchuang, who was naturally afraid of snakes, was frightened. She is afraid of snakes, and even if someone just tells her so, she's scared. While she was sleeping, Yi Wanchuang didn't know she was dreaming, so when the little snake swam towards her, she quickly retreated until there was no way to retreat. She wanted to scream, but found that no sound came out. So I could only watch the little snake swimming towards me. Just when Yi Wanchuang was about to be scared to the extreme, the little snake that was approaching suddenly changed and turned into a little dragon. Then, clouds and mist rose, and the little dragon turned into a little girl again. Yi Wanchuang's eyes widened, as if she had seen a magic trick, and she also felt genuinely close to the little girl. When she reacted again, the little girl had already held her hand. The surrounding scenery changed, becoming green and beautiful. Yi Wanchuang played with the little girl in this environment all night long. I don't know how much time passed, the little girl waved to her and seemed to be leaving. Just when Yi Wanchuang was reluctant to leave, the little girl turned her head again and gestured to her on her left chest, where her heart was. The next second, Yi Wanchuang woke up. The bright sunlight shone through the curtains. Yi Wanchuang glanced at the clock on the wall. It was already 7:30. Rubbing his head, Yi Wanchuang carefully turned over and got out of bed. As soon as he left the bedroom, he smelled the scent of fried dumplings. Before going to bed last night, she told Fangmu that she wanted to eat fried dumplings this morning, so Fangmu made them. When Fangmu came out of the kitchen, Yi Wanchuang was already sitting at the dining table, her pair of jade feet swinging back and forth like a little girl. She is obviously a tall girl, but she has a hint of girlish playfulness. She is worthy of being Yi Wanchuang, and Fangmu is completely obsessed with her. Good morning, husband. Good morning. Fangmu leaned forward and kissed Yi Wanchuang lightly on the forehead, but the latter hugged him around the waist. Husband. I had a dream last night. Please sit down quickly and I will tell you. Otherwise I will forget it in a while and won't be able to remember it clearly. Fangmu sat down next to Yi Wanchuan without spoiling the fun. She took Fangmu's hand and described her dream with great joy. But Fangmu still interrupted. Are you having a nightmare? I heard you screaming last night, and you even bit me. Fangmu said, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Hearing this, Yi Wanchuan blushed. She really didn't know what she had done. Is it a nightmare? It doesn't seem to be. Husband, listen to me, don't say anything for now. Fangmu nodded cooperatively. Yi Wanchuan's description was so vivid that Fangmu had an image of the little girl in his mind. And just after she finished speaking, Fangmu and she thought of the same thing. Pregnancy dream. It's a pregnancy dream. The couple said in unison. Husband, do you also think it was a pregnancy dream? Maybe. Oh. I think it is. Honey, you eat first, I will check it online. Yi Wanchuan happily picked up her phone to check, but the answers to the pregnancy dreams were really varied. Husband, some people say that dreaming about a dragon means giving birth to a boy, but in my dream, the dragon was a little girl. What do I do? It's a girl, Fangmu said, and then added, a boy is also good. He hubby, you tend to favor girls over boys. Is there? No. Yes. But it's also okay to have a girl, we can have a second child later. Yi Wanchuan said with great interest. Fangmu was also amused by her. Nowadays, many people don't want to have children. Some even think that having a child means that I can have children. But my wife is already thinking about having a second child even though the first one hasn't even been born yet. My dear wife, since you can have such an idea, I feel that the relevant departments owe you a banner. Yi Wanchuan was amused. Perhaps because she wanted a family so much, she even thought about giving Fangmu a few more babies. But Fangmu would never allow it, because he knew that giving birth is very harmful to the body. As for Yi Wanchuan, Fangmu only cared for her and didn't want her to suffer too much. Yi Wanchuan had no right to tell the other party what she was thinking. If she said it out loud, she would definitely get a smack on the head. Fangmu did not tell Yi Wanchuan his thoughts, otherwise the silly girl would definitely be moved to tears. After dinner, Fangmu washed the dishes, and Yi Wanchuan followed behind him holding an apple. Husband, aren't you going to the company today? Hey, husband, take a bite. Fangmu took a bite of the apple and shook his head. It's the weekend today and there's nothing to do at the company, so I'm staying at home with my wife. My husband is so nice. Fangmu caught a glimpse of Yi Wanchuan's sly smile from the corner of his eye, and immediately knew that something was wrong, so he asked casually. Want to go out? Bingo husband, you answered correctly, I will give you a kiss as a reward. Yi Wanchuan stood on tiptoe and kissed Fangmu on the corner of his mouth, and licked him teasingly, like a clinging kitten. In fact, Fangmu also had such a plan, and took advantage of the weekend to take his wife out to relax. But teasing his wife is a very interesting thing, so he pretended to be embarrassed. Oh no, it's finally the weekend, what should I do if I don't want to go out? Of course I want to go out, Yi Wanchuan answered without blinking. In her opinion, although she really wanted to go out and play, Fangmu's rest was the most important thing. In order to comfort Fangmu, she counted on her fingers the things she could do at home if she didn't go out. We can watch TV series, do housework, and then think about what to eat in the afternoon, which is also very interesting. In the past, Yi Wanchuan didn't have any extra time to rest even on weekends, and she was completely tied to the Yi group. Now that I can finally relax and take a break, everything I do feels really interesting. Especially when you do it with your loved ones. There is no other idea. Yi Wanchuan's sensible attitude made Fangmu's heart twitch. This idiot didn't even know how to act like a spoiled child. Silly wife, if you act coquettishly a little, I will take you out. Hearing this, Yi Wanchuan shook her head. That would be nonsense. What if I want to see you being unreasonable? Then I won't show it to you. Yi Wanchuan laughed and said, being unreasonable will wear away the relationship between husband and wife, I don't want that. Stupid boy, the affection between ordinary couples is only a little bit, but the affection I have for you is infinite, and it's okay for you to waste it however you want. Oh, how corny. Yi Wanchuan shrank back deliberately, as if she felt it was corny enough. But she insisted, unyieldingly, my love for you, my husband, is a little greater than infinity. How big is that? It's just that big. To be continued. Chapter 46 Yuanshuang. Most of the time, I am a smart person. While waiting for Feng Mu, Yuanshuang went out with a broom and wanted to sweep the floor. It's just sweeping the floor, the easiest housework. But Yuanshuang still couldn't do it well. Yuanshuang came out of the kitchen with a broom and walked into the living room. The next second, what am I doing in the living room? I stood there for a moment, thinking, and even turned around in front of the mirror on the wall and looked at my stomach. I couldn't remember what I was going to do in the living room. So she went back to the kitchen with the broom. Feng Mu was also a little surprised. How could they finish sweeping the floor so quickly? It just so happens that I have packed up, changed my clothes, and let us go out. Okay, husband. Yuanshuang turned around happily, and seeing that she was about to leave with the broom in her hand, Feng Mu suddenly realized that this idiot couldn't have forgotten that she was still holding the broom. I was wondering how it could be scanned so quickly. While Yuanshuang wasn't paying attention, Feng Mu pulled the broom out from her. The key point was that idiot hadn't noticed it yet. When I came to the living room, I saw that there was no sign of sweeping. For a moment, Feng Mu couldn't help but wonder, is this the legendary saying that a woman becomes stupid for 3 years after pregnancy? Until she changed her clothes and went out, she passed by the living room again, but she didn't remember that the living room floor was not cleaned. After going out, the couple went straight to the nearest and largest pharmacy. After hearing this, Feng Mu laughed and said, "Go buy 2 boxes of melatonin to replenish your body." Yuanshuang didn't understand and didn't think much about it, because what she was thinking about now was the Doppler fetal heart rate monitor. Husband, was the dream I had last night a message from our baby? And when we said goodbye, she touched the area where her heart was. Was she saying, "Let me listen to the fetal heartbeat"? It must be like this. Yuanshuang analyzed the situation in an orderly manner, and there was no trace of the saying "pregnancy makes people stupid for 3 years" on her face. When I had my prenatal checkup at the hospital, I asked the doctor if I could use a non-professional fetal heart monitor to hear the fetal heartbeat, which was probably around 17 or 18 weeks. I am in this period right now, maybe I can really hear our baby's fetal heartbeat. It would be great if I could hear it, so I can know the baby's development more clearly. Yuanshuang's little mouth was like popcorn, making a d-d-d sound non-stop. The key point is that Feng Mu thought it made sense, so he stepped on the accelerator and drove straight to the pharmacy. When the drugstore clerk heard that Feng Mu and Yuanshuang wanted to buy a Doppler fetal heart monitor, he actually looked embarrassed. "Sorry miss, the basic model has been sold out, only the high-end model is left, and the high-end Doppler fetal heart monitor is a bit more expensive." "Oh, we don't want it then. Thank you." Yuanshuang turned around and was about to leave. On the contrary, Feng Mu did not become suspicious when he heard the other party say that only high-end models were left. He even thought that as long as he could hear the baby's fetal heartbeat, it didn't matter if it was a little more expensive. However, the daughter-in-law turned around and left. What happened? The clerk didn't expect Yuanshuang to be so straightforward and not even ask the price. In fact, she did say that on purpose, saying that only the high-end models were left, with the purpose of getting more commissions. The first time the clerk saw Feng Mu and Yuanshuang, he knew they were not an ordinary family. With such a great opportunity, how could he not rip them off? But who would have thought that Yuanshuang would not fall into the trap at all? The commission for selling a high-end Doppler fetal heart monitor is very high. The commission for ordinary models is much less, after all, the price is there. But if Yuanshuang left, the ordinary models would not be able to be sold, and there would be no commission at all, so the clerk became anxious. "Miss. Wait a minute." Hearing this, Yuanshuang turned around with a smile and asked, "What's wrong, sister?" "Miss, we may have regular models in other stores." "Why don't you wait and I'll call and ask for you?" "You look, it's inconvenient to walk around with a big belly." At the end of the conversation, the clerk felt a little guilty, because she felt that Yuanshuang had seen through her thoughts, especially that gentle smile, which made her feel uneasy. Yuanshuang also went along with it and nodded in agreement immediately. "Okay, thank you for your hard work." As she spoke, Yuanshuang found a bench and sat down, looking at the vehicles coming and going outside the window, waiting patiently. Feng Mu now understood that his wife had just had a game of chess with the shop assistant. "Hiss, this doesn't seem like the saying that pregnancy makes women stupid for 3 years, right?" The clerk went inside to make a phone call, but I didn't know if he was really calling or just pretending. Yuanshuang saw the strange look on Feng Mu's face and couldn't help but ask with a smile. "Husband, what's wrong?" My wife, you were so smart, but do you still remember what you do when you leave the kitchen when you are at home? When I left the kitchen? Yi Wanchuang repeated Fong Mu's words, then fell into deep thought, and finally remembered it after Fong Mu reminded her. Oh no! I was going to sweep the floor. But when I got to the living room, I forgot what I was doing. Where is my broom? Yi Wanchuang hurriedly lowered her head to look for it, and even looked under her arm, but it was already too late. How could she have clamped it there? It doesn't look like he's pretending. Fong Mu was even happier. It seems that this one pregnancy makes people stupid for 3 years appears randomly, sometimes. Yi Wanchuang was also amused by her own brain. She supported Fong Mu and said with a smile, "Husband, let's wait until we get home. I will sweep the floor when I find a broom. Why is my brain so useless?" This happened to be heard by the clerk who just came out. He immediately pulled the corner of his mouth helplessly, thinking in his heart, "This is it, it's not easy to use? It's simply too easy to use, okay. Miss, I will go get the goods for you. Please wait for a while." It's okay, go ahead." Yi Wanchuang waved her hand nonchalantly. The clerk also rushed out on an electric bike. Fong Mu also asked the doubts in his heart. "Wife, shouldn't the high-end model be more practical?" "Of course not, husband. The doctor said that except for the sophisticated instruments in the hospital, those sold outside are all similar and far inferior to those in the hospital. So there is no difference at all between buying the regular version and the high-end version. The only difference is that the packaging may be better, it looks more upscale, and the price may be more expensive. But in fact, the functions are exactly the same, you just spend more money in vain." Yi Wanchuang seemed to be possessed by Detective Conan, and her analysis was very logical. Seeing Fong Mu's face full of enlightenment, she even raised her swan neck proudly. "Husband, even though we have money, we should save when we can and spend when we can. We can't be taken advantage of, right? With that money, it would be better to save it to buy diapers for our baby. Most of the time, I am a smart person. Yes or no?" Chapter 47. The breeze blows across my crotch, and I look for a toilet on the street. Soon the drugstore clerk who went to the branch to pick up the Doppler fetal heart rate monitor came back. In her hand was a square box, the packaging of which looked quite ordinary. "Sister, how much is it?" Yi Wanchuang turned on the camera, scanned the code, and asked. 150. Okay. After transferring the money, Yi Wanchuan suddenly asked, "How much is that high-end model?" 1,500. Thank you. The couple walked out of the drugstore with the Doppler fetal heart rate monitor. When returning to the car, Yi Wanchuan took another look at the pharmacy and blocked it in her heart. Really black. If I hadn't been so impatient to hear the baby's heartbeat, I would have bought it online. Yi Wanchuang pouted and muttered softly. Fong Mu couldn't help but think that with Yi Wanchuang as his wife, he would be able to keep the money. "Okay, my dear, stop thinking too much. Is there any place you want to go? The weather is pretty good today. How about we go shopping? Walk." They set off immediately. Fong Mu handed the phone to Yi Wanchuang and asked her to navigate. In fact, for Yi Wanchuang, it doesn't make much difference where she goes shopping. The main thing is to relax, and then she has Fong Mu to accompany her. It can be said that even if you just take a stroll on the lawn in front of your home, there will be no problem as long as Fong Mu is with you. However, in order not to spoil the fun, Yi Wanchuan chose a nearby shopping pedestrian street. The reason why she chose that place was because Yi Wanchuang saw 3 or 5 children's clothing stores and maternal and baby stores on the map navigation at a glance. It wasn't a big deal before, but now that she is pregnant, Yi Wanchuang has become more sensitive to shops in this area. Whenever I come across a maternity and baby store, I always want to go in and take a look. Not to mention the children's clothing store, she even wanted to pack up all the pretty little clothes and take them away. They soon arrived at their destination, but when Fong Mu parked the car in the underground parking lot, Yi Wanchuang stayed there. The reason was that she actually thought the smell in the underground parking lot was pleasant. The taste can only be described as complex. Even if it doesn't irritate your nose, it definitely doesn't smell good. But Yi Wanchuan walked with her head down for several more minutes before coming out of the underground parking lot. "Husband, don't make a fuss. Many pregnant women, like me, have this problem. I also saw on the internet that some pregnant women like the smell of secondhand smoke." Fong Mu tried his best to get used to this weird hobby. As long as it was not harmful to the body, there was no problem. On the contrary, second-hand smoke was the one that was truly harmful, right? After being cooped up at home for several days, Yu Wanchuang is in a good mood now that she is out. Even if her little white shoes were stepped on by children on the street, she didn't care, but instead told the children to be careful. Fong Mu, who was following beside her, only felt that Yu Wanchuang was full of maternal radiance. She looked like a good wife and loving mother at first glance. However, when a pregnant woman goes out, the most important thing is to know clearly where there is a toilet nearby. Although the sun is shining. But if there is wind blowing, it will still feel a bit cold. For example, Yi Wanchuang. They didn't even visit any shops. When a breeze blew by, the smile on Yi Wanchuang's little face froze. The ambition I had just now to walk down the entire street in one breath was forgotten, and now all I can do is laugh. Hey, honey, come with me to the bathroom. Yi Wanchuang's pretty face was filled with helplessness. No wonder she would not say that she had to go out even if she had to stay at home for a week. It turns out that going out is good, but finding the bathroom is really embarrassing. I can't go out anymore from now on. When the baby grows up a little, every time he kicks me, I will want to go to the toilet, and that will be a headache. Yi Wanchuang grumbled softly, her two fists clenched tightly, not because she was angry, but because she was trying hard to hold back her anger. Outside the toilet, Fong Mu waited patiently. Not long after, Yi Wanchuang came out, but before Fong Mu could go over to greet her, she turned back and looked back again. When Yi Wanchuang finished solving the problem and came out, her face was a little red. After all, she was a pregnant woman, and it was really inconvenient for her to carry her belly. Going back and forth twice, the amount of exercise is quite considerable. Just when Yi Wanchuang felt that she could go shopping without worry, two men in white shirts and holding folders in their hands suddenly walked towards them. I thought it was to promote some product. However, the first thing the other party asked was whether I wanted to donate. Donate? Hearing these two words, Yi Wanchuang couldn't help but wonder, have the scammers become so blatant now? Until the two of them said again, beauty, with only $1, you can save a child. For these children, $1 can save them. When Yi Wanchuang heard that $1 could save a child, she was moved. Children had become her weak spot. Because in her opinion, this should be a charity activity in the poor mountainous areas? So Yi Wanchuang began to grope in her pockets. Unfortunately, only 6 yuan was found, and we still don't know what the 6 yuan was left for. Excuse me, I only have $6. Can I scan the code? Upon hearing this, Fong Mu subconsciously wanted to stop him. He didn't even know if it was a scam, so how could he scan the code to pay? But the two men shook their heads at this time. No, we only want cash. This person doesn't look like a scam at first glance, because in this era of fast and convenient payment, as long as cash is accepted, the scammer will starve to death. Forget it, $6 is $6. Come over. One of them suddenly shouted towards the roadside, and then a Wuling van drove over. $6, 6 kids, unloading. As the van door opened, Yi Wanchuang saw that there were more than 20 children inside. Just when Yi Wanchuang was in a mess, the driver unloaded 6 children from the van and said, "You 6 are free." Upon hearing these words, which sounded like a typical gangster's tone, Yi Wanchuang immediately became anxious. No. Give me all the children. All of them. Sorry, beautiful lady, $6 can only save 6 children. Goodbye. As he was about to close the car door, Yi Wanchuang was quick-witted and pulled a child out of the car while the door was closing. Yi Wanchuang never expected that what she thought was just an ordinary charitable donation would actually turn into a ransom. At this moment, she just wanted to save one more child, otherwise she dared not imagine the consequences. After all, human traffickers are rampant nowadays, and organ trafficking cannot be completely avoided. Husband. Beat them. Seeing that neither man was as strong as Fong Mu, Yi Wanchuang suddenly shouted. Fong Mu, who had been protecting Yi Wanchuang, also took action. With an over-the-shoulder throw, one of the men fell flat on the ground. The companion next to him didn't react to what happened. Chapter 48 Yi Wanchuang, be a good wife and bring honor to your husband. Stop it, brother. Stop it. Don't scratch it, sister. Another person tried to stop him, but Fong Mu was quicker and he was thrown to the ground as well. Hello, brothers. 666. Let's lie together. Just when Fong Mu was thinking about carrying all the children down from the van, a group of people suddenly surrounded him. Among that group of people, some were holding cameras, some were holding microphones, and they looked like a filming crew. Seeing this, Fong Mu was also stunned. What was going on? A group of people first helped the two people on the ground up, and then hurriedly explained to Fong Mu and Yi Wanchuang, fearing that if they were too late, Yi Wanchuang would start scratching his face. Ladies and gentlemen, please stop, we are from the TV station. TV station? Yes, this is our work ID. After the TV program crew finished explaining, Fong Mu and Yi Wanchuang realized that there was a big misunderstanding. The intention was obviously to capture the reactions of passers-by in this situation, but who would have thought that when it came to Yi Wanchuang and Fong Mu, what was captured was their angry expressions. Especially Square Wood. The big and wide posture is just like an angry bull. The misunderstanding was resolved, and Fong Mu looked slightly embarrassed. Later, the program crew even presented the gifts that the TV station had prepared for the passerby guests. Yi Wanchuang held the gift and looked at the two people who were knocked down by her husband. Well, let us go to the hospital for a checkup. I'll pay for the medical expenses. Miss, we are going to blackmail you. One of them laughed and the other waved his hands, saying that it was not a big problem. It's okay, it's not a big problem, it just hurts my butt. To be honest, the two were mentally prepared to be beaten at the beginning of the filming, but who would have thought that they would be beaten right at the beginning? But both of them and the program crew were very happy. That's right, I was happy even when I got beaten. At least it can prove that the Chinese are not that heartless. The program crew will continue filming. But Yi Wanchuang did not leave in a hurry with the gift. Instead, she hid where the director was, ready to see what would happen next. Whether it is eating melons or joining in the fun, these are genes imprinted in the DNA of the Chinese people. However, what the program crew, Yi Wanchuang and Fong Mu, did not expect was that the two men who used the same trick again got beaten up. The two brothers were also good at choosing people. They actually chose an older brother who looked like he had just come out of the gym. Even though the weather was a little cool, Big Brother didn't wear thick clothes, and you could even see his muscles. You can tell at first glance that he is someone who is not easy to mess with. But the two good brothers in the program group still provoked each other. The result was the same as the first time. When Big Brother saw the children in the van, he didn't even have a second to react and attacked them recklessly. Same position, same two good brothers, lying neatly. If the director and the program crew had shown up 1 minute later, the two of them would have been picked up by Big Brother like little chickens. After the explanation was clear, the program team once again presented a gift prepared by the TV station. 2 gifts in exchange for 2 beatings from 2 employees, this deal is not worth it. Regardless of anything else, the duo that got beaten up backed down. Following the director, I get beaten twice a day. I really don't want to do this anymore. There was no other choice but for the director to do it himself. It's just embarrassing to say that the director was more like a bad guy. He tried several times but no one paid any attention to him. In the end, this street test had to be abandoned halfway. However, it can still be seen that Chinese people still hate human traffickers very much. After parting with the crew, Yi Wanchuang seemed to have no intention of going shopping anymore. Just when the two were about to go back empty-handed without buying anything, Fong Mu's cell phone rang. It's a WeChat video call. The remarks show, rebellious son Liang Yun. College roommate. After saying something to Yi Wanchuang, Fong Mu pressed the answer button, and soon a handsome face appeared on the phone screen. But the sly smile on this face kind of lowers the rating. Son. Fong Mu and Liang Yun spoke at the same time, and as soon as they spoke they took advantage of the other. Such tacit behavior made Yi Wanchuang cover her mouth and laugh. Although I often see videos on TikTok saying how good the relationship between boys is, I have never seen it with my own eyes. Although I don't know what kind of person the other person is at the moment, I can still feel that Liang Yun and Fong Mu should have a very good relationship. What are you doing? Liang Yun asked with a smile. Fong Mu pulled up Yi Wanchuang's tender little hand without thinking, put it to his mouth and kissed it, then asked, guess. Liang Yun on the other end of the phone was stunned after seeing this scene. How could he be fed dog food even through the phone line? No. Lao Fong, you are so disloyal. You have a girlfriend, but you didn't even tell us? How can I have a girlfriend? Fong Mu shook his head to defend himself, but it was not convincing. Fuck you. You've already kissed me, and you still say I'm not your girlfriend? No, that was my wife's hand. Liang Yun was stunned when he heard this. Is there any difference? Of course, a girlfriend is a girlfriend, but a wife has obtained a marriage certificate, and she can only work with a certificate, do you understand? Liang Yun just felt that his brain was a little bit not working properly, but before he could figure out what Fong Mu said, he heard what Fong Mu said to Yi Wanchuang. Wife, come and meet Liang Yun, my college roommate. The next second, a face comparable to that of a big star appeared on Liang Yun's mobile phone screen. If Yu Wanchuang hadn't waved her hand to greet him, Liang Yun would have thought that this was created by Fong Mu using AI. Hello. Hello, sister-in-law. Seeing that Fong Mu was actually serious, Liang Yun quickly changed his words. His attitude and tone were extremely humble, far from the arrogance he had shown when talking to Fong Mu. After saying hello, Fong Mu took the phone over, with a playful smile on his face that was particularly eye-catching. Yu Wanchuang stood aside with a faint smile on her lips. She felt that Fong Mu was having a bit of a childish temper at this moment. However, Yu Wanchuang still has the insights of a wife, which is to be a good wife and help her husband and bring honor to him. In that case, it is easy to grab a man's heart. Lao Fong, when is this happening? You didn't even tell us in advance. You have to wait until the wedding to inform us, right? Alas, the feelings have faded. Come on, when we really get married, you two will come and do the hard labor for me? Fong Mu said with a smile, almost swearing that he would leave the dirtiest, most tiring and most difficult work to you. How about getting together tonight? After Liang Yun asked, Fong Mu turned his head and looked at Yu Wanchuang. I thought Yu Wanchuang would be embarrassed, and I also thought she would refuse, but who would have thought that the first thing Yu Wanchuang asked about was what to eat? Looking at Yu Wanchuang's silly and cute face, Fong Mu smiled. Liang Yun will treat you to whatever you want to eat. Yu Wanchuang nodded when she heard this, but then shook her head. Forget it, husband. Since this is our first meeting, I'll treat you. Hearing this, Liang Yun on the other end of the phone became unhappy and quickly refused. That won't do. How can I let my sister-in-law treat me? Sister-in-law, it's not easy for you in Laofang in Shanghai, right? It's so hard to make money. I'll treat you. I just paid out my quarterly bonus today. Upon hearing this, Yu Wanchuang's mouth curled up slightly, as if she and Fong Mu had not yet reached such a difficult situation. Husband, what do you think? Yu Wanchuang was used to letting Fong Mu make the decision. Then let us listen to Liang Yun and follow his arrangements. If we're not full, we can just go home and eat. Fong Mu said this on purpose. Liang Yun was fooled. She started cursing as if her self-esteem was hurt. Lao Fong, what you said is really disrespectful. I'm treating you to a meal, how can I let my sister-in-law go hungry? Fong Mu smiled and said, I've been waiting for you to ask. Fong Mu pretended to be disappointed and said, your sister-in-law eats a lot, one person eats, and two mouths have to feed. What do you mean? Hiss, I shouldn't have asked so much. Liang Yun suddenly realized, but it was too late. Chapter 49, 50 billion cash reserves. Even after the call was over, Fong Mu was still grinning. Seeing this, Yu Wanchuang smiled with her beautiful eyes and muttered in her heart, idiot. Honey, should I put on some makeup tonight? It's the first time I'm meeting your friends, so I should pay attention to my image. Wife, you are so insecure about your face that you can even go without makeup. Fong Mu spread his hands and pretended to be helpless. Mainly, he didn't want Yu Wanchuang to wear makeup. Cosmetics are chemical products, so using less will definitely not make a difference. Really? He. Yu Wanchuang smiled happily. Girls love to hear nice words. The time agreed with Liang Yun is in the evening. It was only noon now, and Yu Wanchuang had no intention of going shopping, so she wanted to go home first. Go home and use the Doppler fetal heart rate monitor to listen to your baby's fetal heart rate. Maybe you can already hear your baby's fetal heart rate at home. Good. Fong Mu was also looking forward to it. On the way home, Fong Mu drove while Yu Wanchuang opened the fetal heart monitor and read the instructions. She quickly figured out how to use it. Got it? Well, it's exactly the same as what the doctors do in the hospital. Just apply the coupling agent on the belly and then use the stethoscope probe to find the fetal heartbeat. As she spoke, Yu Wanchuang squeezed some coupling agent on the back of Fong Mu's hand, and then took the probe and drew circles on it. It's not that Yu Wanchuang is too naughty, but Fong Mu is a big pig's hoof. He should just drive properly, but he refused and insisted on touching someone's thigh. Humph. For now, forget about the beating, it's just right for practicing using the fetal heart monitor. After returning home and changing her shoes, Yu Wanchuang opened her arms and ran back to the room in small steps. Fong Mu followed closely behind, and when he entered the room, Yu Wanchuang was already half lying down, and had lifted up her clothes, revealing her bulging belly. Husband, come quickly. Hearing Yi Wanchuang's tingling voice, Fang Mu was greatly moved, but the obstetrician's doctor's instructions were still lingering in his ears. For a moment, he didn't even dare to have any evil thoughts about having a baby. Husband, please take a look at the instructions first. There is a picture on it that marks the possible location of the baby's fetal heart rate. Fang Mu nodded, then pulled down Yi Wanchuang's pants. Ahem, wife, there are a few places that are relatively low. I need to pull them up again. Aha! Yi Wanchuang's face turned slightly red, but she did not stop Fang Mu. Fang Mu quickly understood the possible locations of the fetal heart rate based on the instructions. Wife, it's time to start. Yeah, okay. Husband, let us apply the coupling agent first. Fang Mu picked up the coupling agent and was about to squeeze it onto the probe of the fetal heart monitor, but Yi Wanchuang interrupted him. No, husband, just squeeze on my belly. Ha? Are you sure? Fang Mu made a puzzled sound, because the manual clearly said to squeeze it on the probe. Honey, I'm sure this probe is too small. It will be very difficult to find the fetal heartbeat. It would be easier to just squeeze the coupling agent onto my belly. If you squeeze on the probe, find a position, squeeze a little, then change position, and squeeze a little more. It's very strenuous and it's very cold. What Yi Wanchuang said made a lot of sense, and it was the operating procedure that she had silently memorized during her prenatal checkup in the hospital. Okay, then I'm going to squeeze the lubricant. It's a coupling agent, Yi Wanchuang corrected. Fang Mu didn't understand why he suddenly mentioned lubricant. The coupling agent was very cool, and when it touched her skin, Yi Wanchuang let out a cry. The next second, her face turned red with embarrassment, which was very tempting. Fang Mu could only helplessly chant Ba silently. Husband, that's enough, it's too crowded. Yi Wanchuang looked at the coupling agent on her stomach and quickly called for a stop. She estimated that Fang Mu had squeezed out more than 1/3 of it. Ahem, then what? Then use the probe to search for the fetal heart rate. Do not draw circles, but search by picking it up and putting it down. Good. The probe is really good. Fang Mu pinched it, picking it up and putting it down, as if he was giving it an acupuncture needle. And the baby's fetal heart rate is really not easy to find. Fang Mu had planned it well. He started looking from the first position on the instruction manual and searched all the way to the last one, but he still couldn't find the fetal heart rate. The instruction manual isn't very reliable either. Later, the two of them discussed it together and started a thorough search. Search from the top down, little by little. Fang Mu was fine, he felt fresh and not tired. But Yi Wanchuang was very worried. When Fang Mu was looking for the fetal heartbeat, she was also trying hard to look over here. After a long time, I feel so tired. In the end, he simply lay down and left the task of finding the fetal heartbeat to Fang Mu alone. The square wood is like a robot, picking up and putting down, picking up and putting down, picking up and putting down. The initial expectations have been completely exhausted, and I can't help but wonder if it's not the right time yet? Just when both of them were about to give up, a diss sound came from the loudspeaker. Fang Mu was delighted, and he started to search from this point. Finally, the clearest sound was found right above Yi Wanchuang's belly button. Fang Mu was filled with joy, and Yi Wanchuang was also flapping her arms and legs with joy, trying to sit up. Is it here? It seemed like a lass, a bit like the sound I heard in the ultrasound room of the hospital. Hush, listen again. Yi Wanchuang nodded and quietly turned on the recording function on her mobile phone. She wanted to record the baby's fetal heart rate. As if the little guy sensed that his parents were eavesdropping on him, he was very considerate and the click sound from the loudspeaker became louder and clearer. Fang Mu and Yi Wanchuang listened for a long time as if they had found a treasure. Later, Fang Mu was worried that he would catch a cold if he kept his belly lit, so he put away the Doppler fetal heart monitor. Afterwards, Yi Wanchuang raised her hand and placed it on the baby's heartbeat to feel it carefully. She was very happy. Later, she lay on Fang Mu's thighs again, counting on her fingers when the baby would be born. Well, it will take a while before I can meet the baby. However, we still hope that the baby can be born after full term. I saw on TikTok that some babies who were born prematurely were so small and had to live in incubators. It was so miserable for them. Yi Wanchuang pursed her lips and muttered softly. Everything was for the baby, so she would immediately hand over the Yi group to Fang Mu and Song Shiwan, and she would go home to take care of the baby. During the break, Zhuo Jinghe called Fang Mu. Because building a car is a very expensive project, Fang Mu sent Zhuo Jinghe to raise funds as soon as he decided to build a car. Now that the task is completed, it is natural to report to the boss. But what Fong Mu never expected was that just the initial collection would bring him a cash reserve of over 50 billion. Preliminary. 50 billion. Cash reserves. When Yu Wanchuang heard this, she was stunned. The banana in her mouth fell quietly. 3 updates a day, asking for support, gifts, and free gifts. Chapter 50, Hubby, you are the best. Stop bragging. Let me kiss you, okay? What made Yu Wanchuang even more speechless was that when Zhuo Jinghe didn't hear Fong Mu speaking, she actually thought he was angry. Sorry, boss, I have only collected this much at the moment. Subsequent dividends and the stocks you requested to sell will also be liquidated gradually. It's okay, don't worry, thank you for your hard work. Fong Mu said with a smile, the starting capital is enough. The reason why he didn't say anything just now was because he didn't expect that after the initial collection, he could come up with 50 billion in cash reserves. It seems that the reason why Fong Yuan Investment is so famous is because of its strong strength. After finishing the call, Fong Mu noticed that Yu Wanchuang was distracted, and he couldn't help but want to laugh, and even dropped the banana. What's wrong? What are you thinking about? Husband, you are a pervert. Ha? How can you say that to your husband? Come here and spank me. Yu Wanchuang fled very quickly. The reason why she called Fong Mu a pervert was because of the horror of Fong Yuan Investment. Compared with it, her own Yi Group was nothing. Fong Mu smiled proudly at Yu Wanchuang's shock. The chosen one was so unreasonable and terrifying. Am I handsome, honey? Handsome. Am I awesome, husband? Sharp. My husband? Okay, husband, you are the best. Stop bragging. Let me kiss you. Yu Wanchuang giggled, threw herself into Fong Mu's arms and gave him a sweet kiss. Although I really want to know how Fong Mu managed to develop Fong Yuan Investment to such a large scale, but what is the point of knowing it? In the blink of an eye, it was night. Fong Mu and Yu Wanchuang are going to meet Liang Yun and Su Xinghe. Like Su Xinghe and Liang Yun, they were both Fong Mu's college roommates, and the 3 of them had a very good relationship. Since they all work in Shanghai, the 3 of them get together from time to time. However, even if they are all in Shanghai, it is still quite difficult to see each other, since they are in 3 different directions. In order to make it convenient for Fong Mu and Su Xinghe, Liang Yun chose a compromise location, the Xintiandi Shopping Plaza. Xintiandi is located in a bustling area and there are many universities nearby, so there are many college students who come here to shop, eat, and drink. When crossing the traffic lights, the zebra crossing was crowded with college students. After getting off the car, Fong Mu said to Aquan with a smile, Aquan, go take a look around, it may take me a while to finish here. Yes, boss. Although Aquan responded, Fong Mu knew that he would definitely wait here for him to come out. Why was he so stubborn? Many people around saw Fong Mu and Yu Wanchuang getting out of the Maybach, and many of them had envy in their eyes. In their opinion, the 2 men are so young, have a luxury car and a driver, they are definitely rich second generation. If only I could get to know someone like this. As expected, the bright lights of the Magic City are for the rich. The place Liang Yun chose to entertain the guests was a local restaurant. I spent a lot of time thinking about where to eat. The 3 of them didn't meet often, and Fong Mu was going to bring his girlfriend with him, so he couldn't just deal with them casually. So Liang Yun didn't work in the afternoon and slacked off the whole time just to find a good place. Fong Mu came over according to the message Liang Yun sent. Before entering the door, I heard Liang Yun teasing Su Xinghe. Fong Mu pushed open the door, Liang Yun and Su Xinghe looked up at the same time, and smiled after seeing who was coming. If it were Fong Mu alone, the 2 of them wouldn't move at all. But this time it was different. Yu Wanchuang, Liang Yun and Su Xinghe all hurriedly stood up to greet them. Sister-in-law. Hello sister-in-law. Liang Yun and Su Xinghe shouted enthusiastically. Liang Yun and Yu Wanchuang met when he was having a video call with Fong Mu. But I had only heard of Su Xinghe, who was said to be a computer genius, or a hacker. The 3 of them lived in the same dormitory in college and had a good relationship. They could be said to have been together all day long. Liang Yun hurriedly invited Fong Mu and Yu Wanchuang to sit down, and then took paper and pen from the waiter outside the door. Sister-in-law, order the food first. You order and I will write. Wow. Xiao Yunzi has good eyesight. Fong Mu laughed and joked that he and Liang Yun were like this to each other. When they met, they would feel uncomfortable if they didn't ridicule each other. Because of Yi Wanchuang's presence, Liang Yun could only glare at Fong Mu fiercely, otherwise he would definitely punch or kick him. The food here is not cheap. Yi Wanchuang looked at the menu and shook her head. It's not that she was reluctant to do so, but she was afraid that Hua Liang Yun had too much money. It's not easy for someone to make a living alone in Shanghai. However, her words made Liang Yun unhappy. Sister-in-law, what you said is true. I said I'm treating you, so just order whatever you want to eat. If you don't want anything, just look at the photos and order whatever you like. Liang Yun is full of heroic spirit, and what he says is very pleasant to listen to. Although Su Xingha on the side seemed to be taciturn, according to Fong Mu, he was still quite introverted. When Liang Yun patted his chest and said, "I'm not short of money," he also quietly came over. Sister-in-law, please pick the most expensive one. At worst we can ask Lao Liang to wash dishes here to pay off the debt. Lao Su, you are right. Pucci Yi Wanchuang covered her mouth and laughed. This is a good idea. After all, Yi Wanchuang is the head of the Yi group, and he was once a so-called rich kid, so he has unique insights when it comes to eating. Even if you have never eaten here before, you can still roughly know what you can order and what is not recommended by comparing the menu. Then, one dish after another flew out of her mouth. Liang Yun wrote them down one by one. The only embarrassing thing was that he knew some of the words and could read them, but he couldn't write them. He had to copy them down according to the menu. It's so embarrassing. Yi Wanchuang didn't order too much, just enough to eat. When Yi Wanchuang went to the bathroom, Fong Mu took the opportunity to order some food and asked the waiter to send it to a Quan who was waiting in the car. Fong Mu couldn't bear to let him wait there boredly. In the box, Liang Yun and Su Xingha were teasing Fong Mu. Whenever my sister-in-law goes to the bathroom, Lao Fong has to follow her. It's so annoying. If you have a girlfriend, you'll be even more annoying. Su Xingha hit the nail on the head. Liang Yun glared at him unhappily but did not argue. Soon Fong Mu and Yi Wanchuang came back hand in hand. Although they separated when they reached the door of the box, they were still seen by Liang Yun and Su Xingha. It looks like I won't be able to eat much tonight. Liang Yun muttered quietly, and Su Xingha nodded in agreement. What are you two talking about? Tell me, how are you doing recently? Fong Mu asked with a smile, and then looked at Liang Yun. However, when asked this question, Liang Yun's face suddenly changed. He looked strange and helpless, and it was hard to put into words. I said, there is a rich woman chasing me, do you believe it? Liang Yun sighed. Chapter 51, Reject the Rich Woman for the Sake of Child Marriage. Based on Liang Yun's understanding of Fong Mu and Su Xingha, they should have burst into laughter when he said this. After all, how could such a good thing be so easy to come across? But who would have thought that both Fong Mu and Su Xingha actually nodded? Lao Su, do you believe it? Lao Fong, do you believe it too? The performance of the two made Liang Yun lose confidence. Fong Mu nodded calmly, then glanced at his wife beside him without leaving a trace. Yi Wanchuang had a feeling and guessed what he was thinking, so she put her little hand under the table and pinched his thigh directly. Who are you pointing at? Why not believe this? But coincidentally, I am also pursued by a rich woman. Fong Mu said cheerfully, and under the table he grabbed Yi Wanchuang's restless little hand. The latter couldn't break free, so he had to tickle him. What do you mean? You? The rich woman is chasing you too? Liang Yun shook his head in disbelief. Lao Fong, you have to be careful with your words. My sister-in-law is still here. If she misunderstands, she will kick you out of the house, huh? Before he could finish his words, Liang Yun suddenly reacted, then looked at Fong Mu, and then at his sister-in-law Yi Wanchuang. No, brother, it's your sister-in-law who was pursuing you? I guess so, but we are in love with each other. Fong Mu said this, but Yi Wanchuang actually started to defend herself. That's right, I was the one who pursued him and had been plotting against him for a long time. As she spoke, Yi Wanchuang bared her teeth and grinned at Fong Mu, causing Liang Yun and Su Xingha on the opposite side to roll their eyes. Through their conversation, Liang Yun and Su Xingha extracted many key words. Girl chasing man, rich woman. Their sister-in-law is a rich woman. Oh my god, that's unfair. God is so unfair. Liang Yun raised his head and screamed. Su Xingha cursed angrily, come on, aren't you also pursued by a rich woman? But who would have thought that these words made Liang Yun scream even louder? Okay, stop howling. What's going on? Fong Mu interrupted. His intuition told him that something was wrong. Sure enough, the sadness on Liang Yun's face was not fake, but real. You guys should at least listen to me. The rich woman I'm talking about is really rich, and also really a rich woman. She is in her 40s and twice as heavy as me. Liang Yun didn't continue talking, but everyone present understood that there was a rich woman who wanted to support him. She is our boss and always harasses me. It's a headache. It can be seen that Liang Yun is really having a headache. No wonder I wanted to call Fong Mu and Su Xinghe to get together today. If you ask me, just give in, and save yourself many years of detours. Su Xinghe was indeed very reserved, and he patted Liang Yun's shoulder to comfort him. If the rich woman knew about this, she would probably give Su Xinghe a big red envelope. Liang Yun's face turned pale, and he became even more envious of Fong Mu. Soon, all the dishes were served. Liang Yun invited everyone to eat, but he drank a can of beer first, looking really depressed. Later I learned that Liang Yun had been doing well in recent years. With his eloquence and humorous personality, he quickly became the company's gold medal salesperson. But on the day he became a gold medal salesperson, his photo was hung on the wall, and then he was targeted by the boss. It can only be said that the words widowed, middle-aged, rich put together would have made him a very scary existence. The other party started pursuing Liang Yun. If he was willing, he would have had a luxury car and a house long ago. But I have an engagement as a child, and I will never obey you even if I die. Liang Yun held the beer bottle angrily, tilted his head back and took another big sip. Yi Wanchuan was somewhat surprised when she heard this. After all, in this era, there was still child marriage. At the same time, he couldn't help but look at Liang Yun with some admiration. Now, I can't bear to give up this job, but I'm always thinking about escaping. It's a headache. Just when Liang Yun was about to drink again, Fong Mu snatched the beer bottle away, then looked at the two of them and asked, Lao Liang, Xiaoyi, do you want to come and work with me? Fong Mu was not doing this without a purpose. On the one hand, he wanted to help Liang Yun and Su Xinghe, and on the other hand, he really needed talents. As a top salesperson, Liang Yun's ability is unquestionable, although he studied programming in college. But you can rest assured when your own people use it. Not to mention Su Xinghe, a true computer genius who participated in many competitions when he was in college and won the first prize every time. Many companies offered to hire him before he graduated, but he didn't go because he wanted to have fun. It's so easy for a genius to make money. Su Xinghe was a foreigner in Shanghai. He didn't work and never lacked money. He even lent money to Liang Yun to get a circumcision. Now Fong Mu took advantage of the gathering to speak out what was on his mind. Liang Yun and Su Xinghe misunderstood and thought they were asked to work at Yi Wanchuan's company. After all, she was a rich woman. Lao Fong, when I really can't stay in our company anymore, I will come to you, okay? Su Xinghe pondered for a moment and said, I want to play for a while longer, and I will go whenever Lao Liang goes. Fong Mu was not disappointed, but agreed with a smile. Everyone has their own pursuits, so how can I interfere too much? But deep down, I really want them to come over. Liang Yun complained a lot, but later his mood recovered and he laughed awkwardly. Su Xinghe always makes jokes about Fong Mu and Liang Yun. He either doesn't say anything or shocks people when he opens his mouth. The thing Fong Mu did most was to help Yi Wanchuan pick up food and remove fish bones. Even when he was chatting with the two of them, he never neglected his wife. Yi Wanchuan was still very happy. Not only did I get to know Fong Mu's good friends, but I also heard a lot of gossip and Fong Mu's embarrassing stories. It is no exaggeration to say that if girls were to joke like this between each other, they would have probably flipped the table. But boys don't do that. Instead, they joke with each other. This kind of atmosphere is really enviable to girls. Time flies. Liang Yun was depressed and drank too much. His face was red and he spoke with a slurred voice. Not to mention paying for the meal, he even had difficulty walking in a straight line. Just when Yi Wanchuan went to pay the bill, Su Xinghe got there first. Although he was not as lively as Fong Mu and Liang Yun, he was still enthusiastic and righteous. Brother Fong, how about I take Lao Liang home? Su Xinghe said. Fong Mu shook his head and let him go first. You go now, I'll take care of Lao Liang. Be careful on the road and call me when you arrive. Okay then. After watching Su Xinghe leave, Fong Mu helped Liang Yun back to the front of the car. With the help of a quan, Liang Yun was tied to the passenger seat. On the way to Liang Yun's residence, this guy woke up. Looking at the extraordinary decoration inside the car, I can't help but think, Fangmu is really kept by a rich woman, and he always takes a luxury car when taking a taxi. Chapter 52 Wife, I think you have a misunderstanding about fat. You are plump, okay? It was already late at night when Liang Yun was settled and returned home. Yu Wanchuang was so sleepy on the way that before she reached home, she leaned her head against Fangmu and fell asleep. It was not until Fangmu carried her into the house that Yu Wanchuang sat up drowsily and looked around, her head dizzy. She lay down again only after she saw the familiar bedroom, her cherry lips mumbling something as if she was talking in her sleep. Fangmu couldn't help but laugh and cry when he saw this, but he still climbed onto the bed and helped change clothes. When taking care of Yu Wanchuang, Fangmu's hands were obviously much lighter. You know, when Fangmu was helping Liang Yun to get on the bed, he almost threw him over his head. If he had used a little more strength, Liang Yun would have been thrown off the bed. But now, whether he was taking off his shirt or putting on his pajamas, Fangmu's movements were as gentle as possible, as if he was afraid of hurting Yu Wanchuang. Even if it didn't hurt, it would be bad if it woke her up. Only after finishing all the work did Fangmu have time to lie down on the bed and rest for a while. Unexpectedly, Yu Wanchuang approached quietly, got closer, and even took Fangmu's hand and put it on her body. Yu Wanchuang curled up like a cat. Fangmu liked this feeling very much, but he still moved back cautiously to avoid accidentally touching his wife's belly when he fell asleep at night. In the second half of the night, Yu Wanchuang woke up and wanted to go to the bathroom. When she came back, she didn't forget to pull Fangmu's arm again, and then got into his arms, feeling warm and comfortable. The next day, Fangmu woke up slowly. The first thing he did after opening his eyes was to look for his wife, and then he looked at Yu Wanchuang, who was staring at him eagerly. There was no sleepiness in Yu Wanchuang's eyes, and it was obvious that she had not just woken up. In other words, after waking up, Yu Wanchuang did not play with her phone or do anything else. She just stared at Fangmu. What, is there a flower on my face? No, I just want to take a look. Yu Wanchuang shook his head and chuckled. Charge. Bore. Yu Wanchuang kissed her directly. Husband, is that enough? Fangmu smiled wickedly and kissed Yu Wanchuang back, saying, that's enough. There's more. I'll give you the change. Neither of them was in a hurry to get up, but played around in bed for a while. Later, Yu Wanchuang's stomach growled and the couple got up. Since becoming pregnant, Yu Wanchuang's appetite has changed many times, from normal to 1/2, and now to 1.5 times. It is no exaggeration to say that Yu Wanchuang's appetite is even bigger than Fangmu's. Husband, I eat a lot now. Do you think I have gained weight? As she spoke, Yu Wanchuang turned around in front of Fangmu. Except for the stomach, there is no change anywhere else. How is that possible? I feel like my thighs and but have grown fat. Yu Wanchuang wrinkled her nose, feeling somewhat helpless. After all, she was a girl, so she always cared about her figure. But in Fangmu's opinion, isn't that plump and full? It has nothing to do with fat. Ahem, my dear, I feel pretty good, really. Forget it, husband, don't comfort me, but I also know the severity of the situation. I won't lose weight at this critical moment. I have to be responsible for the baby. Yu Wanchuang waved her little fist, then picked up a steamed bun and put it into her mouth. In her opinion, even if you are fat, you still have to eat well. After all, you have to provide nutrition for the baby. This is indeed the case. If one person consumes and two people consume, they will get hungry very quickly even if they eat a lot. Not to mention losing weight, Yu Wanchuang would feel empty in her stomach if she ate one bite less. Diet? No way. Fangmu is going out. However, you must be well prepared before going out. I helped my wife to the bed, then turned on the projector and found a show. Then you have to prepare snacks, fruits, and drinking water, and place them all next to Yu Wanchuang so that she can take them easily. Fangmu also thought about hiring some nannies to take care of her. But Yu Wanchuang said that it was not the right time yet and postponed the plan. Then I'll leave first? Goodbye, husband, be safe. Okay, call me if you have anything, and also call me if you want to eat something. Well, don't worry, husband. When I'm hungry, I'll find food. When I'm thirsty, I'll find something to drink. Just go ahead and do your work, Numa. On the bed, Yu Wanchuang waved her hand and blew a kiss goodbye. Looking at his wife's playful and cute appearance, Fangmu smiled slightly. After going out, Quan drove Fangmu to Zhongshan Building. The office buildings around are all Zhongshan Building, but Fangmu is looking for Guangling Paint Industry. Since we are going to build cars later, we must find a reliable paint supplier, and Guangling Paint Industry is one of the companies with a good reputation in car repair paint. There is another reason for choosing Guangling Paint Industry. Thinking of this, Feng Mu took a Quan into the Zhongshan building and went straight to the 9th floor. An entire floor is the office area of Guangling Paint Industry. Feng Mu came to the front desk and explained his purpose, and the staff quickly led him to the general manager's office. The meeting with Guangling Paint Industry was scheduled a few days ago, so the other party was so enthusiastic after hearing about Feng Mu's identity. In the office, a middle-aged woman was looking through documents. When she heard the secretary report that Feng Mu, the boss of Feng Yuan Investment, had arrived, Gui Yanli quickly stood up to greet him. "Hello, Boss Feng, I am Gui Yanli." "Hello, Mr. Gui." The two took their seats one by one. The cooperation between Feng Yuan Investment and Lingguang Paint Industry is inevitable because the conditions proposed by the former are very attractive, not to mention that the payment will be received in 60 days. Once the time comes, the payment will be made immediately. This point alone is enough to make Gui Yanli's heart beat. Compared to some deadbeats who would rather drag their feet than give even though they have the money, Feng Yuan Investment is obviously more sincere. "Boss Feng, you could just send someone to handle this matter. Look, you came here in person." Although Gui Yanli is the boss of Lingguang Paint Industry, she doesn't think she can stand shoulder to shoulder with the boss of Feng Yuan Investment. She is still far from it. Now that the other party has come in person, Gui Yanli feels flattered. In response, Feng Mu just smiled and waved his hand. "Mr. Gui, I believe you are clear about all the cooperation matters. If there is no problem, how about signing the contract?" "Sure. As long as Mr. Feng informs us, our products will be delivered as soon as possible." "Then I wish us a pleasant cooperation. It's a pleasure working with you." Soon, a Quan and Gui Yanli's secretary behind Feng Mu took out the prepared contract. After checking and confirming that it was correct, Gui Yanli signed her name without hesitation. But when it was Feng Mu's turn to sign, he stopped. For a moment, Gui Yanli became nervous. "Boss Feng? I'm sorry, Mr. Gui, I forgot something. Liang Yun is an employee of your company, right?" After hearing this, Gui Yanli became even more panicked. Could it be that Liang Yun had offended Feng Mu? But how could she know that the reason why Feng Mu came in person to sign the contract, Liang Yun, was another reason? Chapter 53. You go be a cow and horse, I go to accompany my wife. "Boss Feng, Liang Yun is indeed an employee of my company. Has he offended you in any way? If so, I apologize to you on his behalf." As she spoke, Gui Yanli actually stood up and bowed to Feng Mu. Feng Mu didn't expect Gui Yanli to be like this, and he couldn't help feeling a little surprised. "Mr. Gui, you misunderstood. Liang Yun did not offend me. He is my good brother. I need him for my project, so I want to take him with me." Hearing this, Gui Yanli was obviously relieved. After thinking for a moment, she could only nod in agreement. Immediately she asked her secretary to call Liang Yun. Feng Mu also took the opportunity to sign his name on the contract. After closing and folding, Feng Mu and Gui Yanli shook hands. This scene happened to be seen by Liang Yun, who was brought along. When Liang Yun saw Feng Mu, his eyes widened, and his listless look, which had been caused by being drunk last night, suddenly became alert. "Mr. Gui? Square wood?" Gui Yanli was somewhat puzzled as to why Liang Yun would be surprised, but she did not say anything and just smiled. "Liang Yun, Boss Feng wants to take you away. Please pack your things now. Your bonus and salary will be settled in the afternoon." "Liang Yun, on behalf of Lingguang Paint Industry, I would like to thank you for your contribution to the company." "Thank you." Gui Yanli spoke from her heart. Even though she was somewhat reluctant, she could not disobey Feng Mu for the sake of the company. On the other hand, Liang Yun was stunned, thinking about Gui Yanli's words, and was lost in thought. It was Feng Mu who came over and patted him on the shoulder. "I'll wait for you downstairs." "Oh, okay." More than half an hour later, Liang Yun came down from the stairs carrying a few belongings. He stood at the door, looking left and right, but couldn't find Feng Mu. It was not until a Maybach pulled up beside him that he saw Feng Mu through the car window. The Maybach was driving on the wide road, and Liang Yun was confused. "Lao Feng, what is wrong with you? I told you and Su Xinghe to help me last night." Feng Mu said with a smile, "You thought I was joking? This is not a Maybach, and it also involves starting a company." "Are you serious?" Stop talking nonsense. How about I take you to play with mud and play house? Fong Mu rolled his eyes in annoyance. What's the big deal? Actually, as for. I thought they were all employees, but Fong Mu suddenly became a big boss. Who wouldn't be shocked by this? It's good enough that Liang Yun didn't hug his thigh and call him godfather on the spot. Lao Fong, I heard from Mr. Guo that you need me. What do you need me for? You'll know when you get there. Fong Mu kept the question in suspense, and then asked Quan to speed up. Soon they arrived in the suburbs and could hear the sound of construction from a long distance away. When he got closer, Liang Yun was shocked. Because even if you were sitting in the car, you can see a large industrial area through the window. Although it is still under construction, its scale is already obvious and it is huge. The most important thing is that the industrial zone is being constructed simultaneously from 4 directions. God knows how efficient it will be. Lao Fong, don't tell me that this huge industrial zone belongs to you. Liang Yun's mouth twitched, and the shock in his heart was beyond words. When Fong Mu smiled and nodded in acknowledgement, Liang Yun leaned down and tried to hug his thigh. Get lost. Fong Mu pushed Liang Yun away with disdain, then opened the door and got out of the car. What are you going to do with such a large industrial zone? Build rockets? Building a rocket? That's a good idea, but I won't consider it right now. Seeing Fong Mu thinking seriously, Liang Yun resisted the urge to go up and punch him. Let us not talk about rockets for now. I want to build cars, new energy vehicles. Fong Mu said so. He had nothing to hide from Liang Yun. Liang Yun was even more surprised when he heard that Fong Mu wanted to build a car. Looking at the industrial area that stretched as far as the eye could see, he murmured almost numbly, it turns out that building a car requires such a large space. What are you thinking? If they are manufacturing cars in such a large place, how terrifying would the production capacity have to be? As he spoke, Fong Mu gestured towards Liang Yun. Over there is the battery production factory, and this side is reserved for the intelligent automobile manufacturing park. What about over there? Liang Yun asked. Fong Mu, who hadn't thought about it so much, thought for a moment, then smiled and said, you can build a rocket. Fuck you, be serious. Okay, stop making trouble. I didn't recruit you here just to watch me show off. Tell me, do you want to work with me? Fong Mu asked with a smile. Liang Yun rolled his eyes in annoyance, turned around and hugged Fong Mu's arm. Damn. The company has fired me. If I don't work with you, what else can I do? Well, when we start building cars, you will be responsible for spraying paint, you know this aspect. Fong Mu originally wanted Liang Yun to lead the management, but who would have thought that before he could develop his vision, he stared at the huge factory in front of him, his face changed drastically. Damn. How many cars can such a large factory produce in a day? I can't finish spraying a few cars even if I die of exhaustion in a day. Hearing this, Fong Mu was almost angry to death. Idiot, this piece of land cost me 1.5 billion. You don't think I can't even set up a fully automatic production line? I asked you to spray paint manually, do you think I'm the king of hell? Oh, that's right, the production lines are all automated, very advanced. Liang Yun scratched the back of his head awkwardly. He was usually a smart person, but now his brain was short-circuited by Fong Mu's shock, so he said something like iron idiot. Well, although the industrial zone has not been built yet, you can't just sit there. Go to the headquarters tomorrow. I will have someone pick a group of people for you, and then you will lead the team. Where are you going? Liang Yun interrupted and asked. Visit seniors, learn from their experience, and have in-depth exchanges with senior people in the automotive industry. In short, it can be summed up in 2 words, learning. A good memory is not as good as a bad pen. It is always better to learn more and ask more questions than to work in isolation. After saying that, Fong Mu patted Liang Yun on the shoulder and said earnestly, I'll have to work hard for you from now on. But you have to grow up quickly, you have to help me, right? Hearing this, Liang Yun was silent for a moment. How could he not see that Fong Mu wanted to promote him? It can be said that if Fong Mu is willing, he can find ready-made talents, 100, 1,000, or even 10,000, that is no problem. Such friendship is as heavy as a mountain. Liang Yun felt moved but also felt pressured. He couldn't help but think that he must study hard, keep up with the pace, and not let Fong Mu down. Lao Fong, I'm going to study, what about you? Me? Of course I have more important things to do. Fang Mu smiled teasingly and said, "My wife is pregnant, I have to accompany her." At the same time, at home, Yi Wanchuang, who was eating a banana, sneezed. Who? Who is talking about me? Chapter 54. Yi Wanchuang opened up her Ren and Du meridians. Liang Yun knew Fang Mu was joking. He also knew that as a boss, Fang Mu would have a lot of work to do. Just keeping control of the overall situation must be quite exhausting. Thinking of this, Liang Yun felt even more urgent. After leaving the industrial zone, Fang Mu sent Liang Yun back and then went home. Yi Wanchuang, who was originally leaning on the sofa in the living room, suddenly heard some sound vaguely, then stepped on slippers and quietly came to the door. So when Fang Mu opened the door, he saw his wife opening her arms for a hug. "Husband, give me a hug." "Okay, hug." As he said that, Fang Mu walked forward and hugged Yi Wanchuang, then he picked her up like a princess. Although Yi Wanchuang was pregnant and had a bulging belly, it was not difficult for Fang Mu, whose physical fitness had been improved by genetic drugs, to hold her. He could do it with one hand without any problem. But for safety reasons, he decided not to do it. Yi Wanchuang hugged Fang Mu's neck and giggled. Sometimes she wondered why her husband was so awesome. "Honey, you are so strong." "That's right, your husband is very strong." Fang Mu was just stating the facts, but Yi Wanchuang's face still felt slightly hot because she always felt like he was driving. Back in the living room, Fang Mu sat on the sofa, and Yi Wanchuang immediately got down from his arms. "No matter how strong you are, you still need to take a break. What should you do if you are tired? What have you done this morning?" "Hey, dictionary, guess what it is?" Yi Wanchuang asked with a smile. Fang Mu also guessed as if it was a serious matter. "I guess you are naming your baby." The answer was correct, but there was no reward. Why is there no reward? Because it's so hard to pick a name. I haven't been able to come up with one in the whole morning. I'm not happy, so I won't give you the reward. Ding. Triggering time-limited task, pick a name. After completing the task, you can get the full recovery potion. Task deadline, before the baby is born. My wife doesn't give me any rewards, but the system is the one that rushes to offer me warmth. Although the mission still had a long time to go, Fang Mu couldn't help but be tempted when he saw that the complete recovery potion could improve the physical condition of Yi Wanchuang and the fetus. Thinking of this person, Fang Mu picked up the dictionary and the encyclopedia. Husband? Come on, let's work together and try to come up with a nice name. Hearing this, Yi Wanchuang smiled. My husband said, "Don't be in a hurry. It's still too early for the baby to be born, and we don't know whether it's a boy or a girl yet, so how should we name her?" That makes sense, but it's not a big problem. You can pick a few more names, both for boys and girls. Fang Mu said with a smile, but Yi Wanchuang blinked repeatedly. Husband, I haven't even decided on a name in the whole morning, and you actually want to pick a few more? Well, I suspect you are bragging. Come on, try it first. As he spoke, Fang Mu opened the dictionary, his face full of seriousness and earnestness. Don't name your child carelessly. Unlike a battery, calling it Fang is simple and clear. While Fang Mu was thinking, Yi Wanchuang tapped the paper with the pen in his hand and muttered, Fang Yi? Rely on? Fang Mu asked. Yi Wanchuang shook her head and wrote on the paper. The number 1 made Fang Mu laugh and cry. It sounds quite nice, and if you really call her Fang Yi, there will be benefits. Benefit? Well, it's easy to write. For example, during the exam, Xin Bingde was still writing his name when he finished writing several questions one by one. Yi Wanchuang smiled slyly. This is called winning at the starting line, hee hee. Fang Mu was also amused. It had to be his wife. Her train of thought was not simple. It turns out that naming is not easy. Fang Mu looked at the dictionary for more than 10 minutes but still had no clue. He just wanted to stick each word behind to compare. Husband. An old person in the family is like a treasure. Let's give Mom a call and ask her. Yi Wanchuang suddenly said. Asking for help? Good idea. The couple hit it off and called Ma Xiaochang. When Ma Xiaochang heard that his son and daughter-in-law were racking their brains over how to name their child, he couldn't help but laugh. This is easy, son, can you tell me what Fang means? Fang? Founder? Direction? And just now? Fang Mu thought for a moment before answering. After all, it was his last name and he had known it for a long time. When he was in school, he had also thought about the meaning of the word Fang. But what does it have to do with naming? After Fang Mu finished speaking, Ma Xiaochang nodded with satisfaction and then smiled and said, "Good, isn't this the idea of naming?" Seeing that Fang Mu still didn't understand, Ma Xiaochang gave an example. Think about it, if we use the meaning of Fang Zhang to name it, Fang Zhang, doesn't it give us a sense of dignity and grandeur? So, we can choose names that mean integrity and dignity. Ginger is indeed spicier with age. Ma Xiaochang just patiently advised them, and Fang Mu and Yi Wanchuang felt as if they had been enlightened. Hiss. Mom, you are so smart. Haha, okay, you two can pick a name first, and remember to send it to me when you're done. Okay, Mom, what are you doing? I didn't do anything. Your dad took me out to drink milk tea and eat hot pot. Ma Xiaochang told the truth regardless of the husband's blocking. Fang Mu also smiled. His parents were so happy, and he, as a son, was also happy. Eat well, drink well, bye. Bye, Mom, say hello to Dad for me. Okay, your dad heard it, bye. After hanging up the phone, Fang Mu and Yi Wanchuang both felt clear-headed. Especially Yi Wanchuang, she is a genuine top student and loves ancient poetry the most. Fang Yui. How is it, husband? Fang Mu repeated the name Fang Yui and nodded continuously. Not bad, better than I thought. Tell me about it, maybe it sounds good. Encouraged by Yi Wanchuang, Fang Mu spoke. Fang Qizheng, Fang Jingji, isn't that bad? Why do I think of He Qizheng? It's okay, it sounds more like a boy's name. Let's write them down first and then choose them at the end. As she spoke, Yi Wanchuang wrote down all the names on paper. Her handwriting was just like her personality, and her beautiful handwriting was as beautiful as her. Yi Wanchuang seemed to have opened up her run and do meridians. Under Ma Xiaochang's guidance, I actually learned to draw inferences about other situations. Fankai means just now, a while ago, and seems to have the beauty of encountering by chance. You only know it exists when you meet it. This person is like a rainbow, you only know it exists when you meet him. Just when I feel summer, I didn't realize spring was gone because of the continuous rain. Only when the weather clears up do I realize how deep summer is. It is about to dawn, the east is about to rise, don't say you are leaving too early. Well, they all sound nice. It would be great if the baby is a boy. These names are all very good. If it's a girl, I'll have to have another baby. In order to be able to use these names, you have to give birth to another child. It seems like trying to cook 2 more dishes for a bag of salt? Well, only Yi Wanchuan would have this idea. Chapter 55, Cashier, you're still here even though you're pregnant? I don't understand, but I respect you. Yi Wanchuan seemed to be addicted, or had an epiphany, her little mouth chattering away like a naming maniac. If you use direction to name something, I feel adding a directional word will have a good effect. Fong Dongshu. Fong Yonan. Picking chrysanthemums under the eastern fence, leisurely seeing the southern mountains. And Fang Shiza, water shines on Shiza, grass and trees rustle in autumn. Hehe, I'm awesome, right? Fang Mu nodded repeatedly and kept his thumbs up. These names sound good at first glance, and they are also good when you listen carefully, but... Hey, my wife, we have east, south, and west, but what about north? Hearing this, Yi Wanchuang rolled her eyes in annoyance. Husband, you are really bad at naming. Fong Bebe? You might as well call her Fong Bebe. His Fong Bebe, this name sounds like a pet dog. Husband, do you want to be beaten? Come here. Don't leave. Let me beat you. Just once. Yi Wanchuang waved her little fists and chased after Fong Mu. For a moment, the room was filled with the sound of the couple laughing. Such a warm scene would make people involuntarily curl up their lips. After calming down, Yi Wanchuan wrote down all the names mentioned above in the small notebook, except Bebe. After flicking the paper, she sent it to her mother-in-law Ma Xiaoshang, but received no response. According to Fong Mu, my mother must be busy with the hot pot and can't take care of it, so I have to wait until later. No one knows a mother better than her children. Ma Xiaochang was indeed busy with the hot pot, she was holding the tripe and moving it up and down. As noon approached, Yi Wanchuang's stomach made a rumbling sound. When Fang Mu looked at her, she pointed at her bulging belly and shirked responsibility as if nothing had happened. Husband, your baby is hungry. Big baby or little baby? Fang Mu asked with a smile. Looking at his wife's lovely appearance, he really had the urge to ravage her, no, to pamper her. It's the little baby who's hungry. Yi Wanchuang said stubbornly, but the big baby is also getting hungry. Fang Mu shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, and then asked, Big baby, little baby, what do you want to eat? I asked and got it. The baby said he wanted to eat braised pork. Eat braised pork with rice, sizzle so fragrant. Hearing this, Fang Mu stood up and said, Okay, let's eat braised pork. We don't have much meat at home. I'll go out for a while. Yi Wanchuan also stood up and came behind Fang Mu like a little tail. Husband, I want to go too. Well, it's good to go out and get some fresh air. Yes. Thank you, husband Muma. That alone made Yi Wanchuang happy like a child. She hugged Fang Mu's arm and rubbed it, looking like a little cat. If you didn't know, you would think she was using Fang Mu's arm to tickle him. After changing their clothes and going out, the couple came to the nearest supermarket. Originally, Fang Mu was going to go straight to the meat area, but Yi Wanchuan wanted to go around from the beginning, one shelf after another. Especially when I walked to the snack area, I couldn't move for a while. Whether it was potato chips, spicy strips, or instant noodles, Yi Wanchuan was envious of them all. You can eat it when you are not pregnant. But now that she is pregnant, even if the doctor says she can eat a little to satisfy her cravings, Yi Wanchuan doesn't dare to do anything rash. Looking at the food additives that look like a short essay on the back of the spicy strips packaging bag, Yi Wanchuan gave up. After pushing the spicy strips into the shelf, she pulled Fang Mu and hurried away. I'm afraid that if I take a step slower, my rationality will be eaten away by the gluttony. Soon we arrived at the meat area. While Fang Mu was selecting the 5-flour 3-layer stew suitable for making braised pork, Yi Wanchuang ran to the fresh food area nearby, either making eye contact with the turtle in the fish tank or watching the clams in the pond blowing bubbles. If the top executives of Yi Group saw Yi Wanchuang, who looked like a little girl, they would be shocked, and would be extremely curious about one thing: how Fang Mu trained her. In fact, Fang Mu sometimes feels fresh when seeing Yi Wanchuang's playful and cute side. But if you think about it carefully, it is not difficult to understand. Everyone has a childish side, and Yi Wanchuang is no exception. It's just that she would only show her defenselessness in front of Fang Mu. Therefore, except for Fang Mu, it is really not easy for others to see this side. After choosing the meat, Fang Mu called Yi Wanchuang and went to buy a lot of fresh ingredients. These are all used to feed the daughter-in-law. Looking at Yi Wanchuang, Fang Mu suddenly felt a sense of accomplishment in his cultivation, as well as a slight sense of guilt. What a damn sense of guilt. After walking around and making sure there was nothing they needed to buy, Fang Mu pushed the shopping cart and Yi Wanchuang pushed Fang Mu, and they walked towards the checkout counter together. There weren't many people waiting to check out at the several checkout counters, but they still had to queue. Bored, Yi Wanchuang looked at the shelf next to the cashier. There were Snickers, as well as surprise eggs and Wrigley gum that she had never bought before. Just as she was thinking about grabbing a box of candy, it was their turn to pay. Fang Mu took out the items in the shopping cart one by one, and the cashier was efficient and completed the scanning quickly. Just as he was about to pay, Yi Wanchuang suddenly took a box of something down from the shelf. And this. Fang Mu was busy packing things into bags and didn't look up. He didn't know what Yi Wanchuang bought. It was not until he left the supermarket and returned to the car that Fang Mu habitually checked the receipt and suddenly discovered the word Durex. What's wrong, husband? Yi Wanchuang blinked suspiciously. Fang Mu pointed at the last item on the receipt in surprise. Durex? Do what? Reese. Lace? What, husband? What are you saying? I don't understand. Fang Mu had no choice but to turn around and search in the bag. When he came back, there was an extra box in his hand. Honey, this is the candy I bought. Do you want to have one? Sugar? Wife, you think this is sugar? Ha! Isn't it? Yi Wanchuang took the box from Fang Mu suspiciously, looked it up and down, and then found out that it was not candy. But Tao. No. I was holding candy, how did it become this? For a moment, Yi Wanchuang recalled the cashier's look of not understanding, but respect. The cashier might be thinking, I'm already pregnant, why do you still want to come? Thinking of this, Yi Wanchuang blushed immediately. She had only heard of this thing and had never seen it, but now, she actually bought a box in public? Oh my god. Yi Wanchuang became a little stutterer and wanted to explain, but didn't know where to start. Finally, I just snatched it and put it in my pocket. Chapter 56, 3 No product? Husband, are you trying to murder me? Yi Wanchuang's thoughts were very simple. If I return it, they definitely won't let me, so just keep it. What to keep it for? I don't know, just pack it up first. Out of sight, out of mind. But Fang Mu's expression became strange, as if he had misunderstood. No, wifey, didn't we agree before that we can't do anything rash before the baby is born? Honey, you misunderstood me. I didn't mean that. Real? Well, really, it was a complete misunderstanding. Yi Wanchuang held her forehead with her jade hand, feeling somewhat helpless. Why did she feel as if she really wanted it? Fang Mu was a little amused and confused. His stupid wife was too naive. She actually mistook Durex for candy. Thinking of this, he smiled. But the more he laughed, the more embarrassed Yi Wanchuang became. Finally, she tilted her head, snorted, and ignored Fang Mu. Cough cough, okay, I won't laugh anymore. Humph. Smile, smile. If you don't go back to cook, the baby will start to cry again. It can be seen that Yi Wanchuang is trying hard to find other topics and doesn't want to talk about this misunderstanding anymore. After returning home, Fang Mu sorted out the ingredients, putting those that should be put in the refrigerator and those that should be put in the cabinet. Yi Wanchuang quietly slipped into the kitchen, found a secret place, and hid Du Mousy. Just like an ostrich burying its head in the sand, as if by hiding it, it can pretend that it never happened? After a long while, Yi Wanchuang came out of the bedroom and prepared to go to the kitchen to see if she could help in any way. But as soon as Yi Wanchuang stepped into the kitchen, she heard Fang Mu's teasing. Hidden? What about me? I have nothing to hide. Yi Wanchuang tilted her head to explain. Fortunately, Fang Mu did not continue to tease her, otherwise, she would blush again. You go to the living room and watch TV. I'll stew the braised pork first. Yi Wanchuang nodded, walked out of the kitchen, but turned back and said, Honey, let me steam the rice first. When I approached the rice cooker, I found that the wood was already steaming. Honey, you're so fast. Hearing this, Fang Mu's forehead darkened. If he didn't know that his wife was as innocent as a blank sheet of paper when it came to matters between men and women, he would have thought that Yi Wanchuang was teasing her on purpose. Go watch TV. I'm leaving now, husband, thank you for your hard work. After Yi Wanchuang left the kitchen, Fang Mu also started making it. Braised pork is a very classic dish, and there are many different ways to cook it, as many as 20 or 30. Fang Mu wants to try Su Shi's method of slow fire and less water. Cook over low heat with a little water, and it will be delicious when cooked to perfection. This is also the authentic cooking method for Dompa pork. It is said that to conquer a woman, you must conquer her stomach. It can be seen how important the role of food is. In the living room, Yi Wanchuang turned on the TV and watched Douyin. Half an hour passed in a flash. But it was quite boring to just keep scrolling through Douyin, so she would run to the outside of the kitchen from time to time, hold onto the doorframe, and quietly peek inside to see Fang Mu busy at work. Men who can cook are really handsome. Looking at Fang Mu's busy back, Yi Wanchuang stuck out her tongue. I just don't know whether she is craving for Fang Mu or braised pork. Fang Mu had already noticed it, but he ignored Yi Wanchuang and continued cooking. After taking care of everything, Fang Mu found the system. The name has been chosen, and you can use it directly when the time comes. Take the reward. The system handed over the complete recovery potion with a curse. It was a blue bottle, but the thickness of a thumb. Fang Mu did not hesitate, poured a cup of warm water, then opened the complete recovery potion and poured it into the cup. The complete recovery potion dissolved instantly when put into water. There was no difference at all. It felt like medication. But who would have thought that this scene happened to be seen by Yi Wanchuang, who climbed the doorframe? Stop peeking at me, come here and take your medicine and drink some water. The next second, Yi Wanchuang walked in. Husband, are you trying to murder me? What did you add to the water? Speak. Explain clearly. Otherwise, the baby will kick you. Yi Wanchuang's acting skills are remarkable as she playfully threatens. It would be a waste if she didn't act as an extra. It's a multivitamin. Be good and drink it. I guess you won't be willing to poison me, so I'll drink it. Cheers. Yi Wanchuang drank it in one gulp. I don't know if the full recovery potion tastes good, but after drinking it, she actually licked the edge of the cup with her tongue, which was very tempting. It's sweet, the kind of sweet, and it tastes delicious. Honey, what kind of multivitamin is this? Yi Wanchuang picked up the small blue bottle out of curiosity and checked it, only to find that it had no name, no manufacturer, and no production date. Well, it turned out to be a 3-no product. Since my husband asked me to drink a 3-no product, then it's a 3-no product. Yi Wanchuang waved her hand indifferently. Fong Mu flicked her head in annoyance. This is a good thing. If it is put out there, even if it is sold for 100 million yuan, there will be a lot of people rushing to buy it. Ha! Really? What a pity, I actually drank a small goal. When Yi Wanchuang heard Fong Mu say that this little blue bottle could improve the physical fitness of pregnant women and babies, she stood on tiptoe without thinking and put it on Fong Mu's mouth. He muttered while chewing. Husband, hurry up, let us have a bite while there is still some, and let us improve the health of our family of 3 together. Yi Wanchuang said this very seriously, but in fact, she just wanted to take advantage of Fong Mu. Look, the latter's mouth is almost bitten red. Okay, stop making trouble. You won't be full by biting me. It's time to eat. Go get the dishes and chopsticks. Okay. Yi Wanchuang ran to get the bowl and chopsticks with a smile, and Fong Mu followed behind with the rice. Looking at his wife in front of him, he couldn't help but imagine his future life. His wife and children all ran to the kitchen to help get things. The scene was extremely warm. Fong Mu went to the kitchen to get the braised pork. Yi Wanchuang was sensible and added rice to the 2 bowls. Suddenly, she felt her stomach move, but she paid no attention to it and just thought it was because she was hungry, so she made a growl. When Fong Mu brought the braised pork, Yi Wanchuang's eyes lit up. She couldn't resist it when she smelled the fragrance just now, and now she finally waited for it to come out of the pot. Husband, hurry up. Pour some soup on the rice in my bowl. Fong Mu did as he was told. While pouring soup into Yi Wanchuang's bowl, Fong Mu couldn't help but think of what he saw on Douyin, and then he laughed. Husband, what are you laughing at? It's okay, it's good, just eat oil soup. Yi Wanchuang was puzzled. Until Fong Mu's eyes stopped on her chest. Chapter 57 Fairy Wife, Naughty Baby. Husband, what do you want to do? Yi Wanchuang squinted her eyes and asked in a fierce tone. It's okay. I heard that oil soup has a certain effect in increasing milk production, so eat it. Increase milk production? Really? Then I have to eat more. As she spoke, Yi Wanchuang poured some more soup into the bowl and then mixed it with the rice. Fong Mu didn't expect his wife to eat more oily soup in order to get more breast milk, so he immediately persuaded her to stop. Okay, my dear, you'll get fed up with too much. It's okay even if you don't have breast milk. There are so many good milk powders to choose from. Unexpectedly, Yi Wanchuang shook her head and then explained seriously. Husband, breast milk is very important. I would rather suffer a little more if my baby can grow up drinking breast milk. Although milk powder is very good, there is still a gap between it and breast milk. Yi Wanchuang's beautiful face was full of maternal radiance. Fong Mu opened his mouth but didn't say anything more. In fact, what Fong Mu wanted to say to Yi Wanchuang was that before loving your children, you should love yourself. The reason why he didn't speak was because he knew that it was useless to speak. This is mother's love. The braised pork cooked by Fong Mu was delicious. The author didn't eat it, but Yi Wanchuang did. Yi Wanchuang was seen eating piece after piece, the delicious taste lingering on her lips and teeth. When seeing Fong Mu intentionally picking up only the lean meat, Yi Wanchuang smiled slightly, then picked up a piece of fat and lean meat, and then bit off the fattier meat. The remaining lean meat was placed in a square wooden bowl. Hey, honey, if you don't like fatty meat, you can give it to me. Hearing this, Fong Mu smiled, my fairy daughter-in-law. The braised pork cooked by Fong Mu is soft and tasty. Even the fat part tastes good and is slightly chewy when you take a bite. Worried that Yi Wanchuang would feel sick of it, Fong Mu specially stir-fried a dish of rapeseed to help relieve the greasiness. But in the end, neither of them took many bites. According to Yi Wanchuang, husband, although this dish of fried rapeseed is also delicious, meat is more fragrant. If it smells good, eat more. After that, Yi Wanchuang didn't have time to talk, because every time she spoke, she would eat a second slower, so it was better to wait until she had filled her stomach before saying compliments. The fragrant, glutinous and refreshing fragrant rice paired with the bright red braised pork will make everyone fall in love with it. Yi Wanchuang was so excited that she drank 3 bowls of white rice in one breath. By the time I finished eating, I felt my stomach was full, warm, and comfortable all over. When she was still a little pregnant, Yi Wanchuang still wanted to help Fong Mu wash the dishes after dinner. Although she was always rejected, she still had the intention. But as the pregnancy weeks increased, Yi Wanchuang no longer had that idea. She felt overwhelmed and could only help carry the food to the sink. Fong Mu wouldn't care. As a pregnant woman, she should just rest quietly. While the meat was stewing, Fong Mu started to clean up, so looking around the kitchen, he only needed to wash the dishes and wipe the cabinets. When Fong Mu finished packing and came out to look for his wife, he found that Yi Wanchuang was not in the living room. Young married woman? When he returned to the bedroom, he saw Yi Wanchuang leaning against the head of the bed, lifting her clothes and staring at her belly. What's wrong? Shhhhhh. Yi Wanchuang didn't let Fong Mu make a sound and continued to stare at his belly. Fong Mu found it curious, so he tiptoed over and stared at it eagerly, imitating his wife. But even though my eyes were sore, I still couldn't tell what was wrong. After several minutes, Yi Wanchuang shook her head with a slight look of disappointment and then pulled down her clothes. Honey, when I returned to the bedroom just now, I seemed to feel the baby moving. Oh? Fong Mu was surprised. The baby moved? Fetal movement? Yes. That's right, husband, it should be fetal movement, if I'm not mistaken. Before eating, Yi Wanchuang felt her stomach move and she thought it was just growling because of hunger. But after the meal, just when she wanted to take a nap, her stomach started moving again. This time, the feeling was particularly clear, so Yi Wanchuang stared at her belly eagerly, wanting to confirm it. But after looking for a long time, I didn't see it again. For a moment, I couldn't help but think it was an illusion. There will be fetal movement around 18 to 20 weeks. Calculating the time, it's about time. Maybe it's really the little one moving. Yes, husband. Yi Wanchuang nodded and gently placed her jade hands on her belly. Baby, can you hear me? If you can, move for me, okay? Yi Wanchuang's gentle voice sounded, and her palm was placed lightly on her belly. I didn't have much hope at first, after all, the baby is still young. However, as Yi Wanchuang's voice fell, the little guy inside actually responded. Oh, honey. The baby just kicked my palm. Yi Wanchuang shouted in surprise, then quickly pulled her clothes to the top, pressed them down with her chin, and wanted to see with her eyes. However, the baby seemed to have a premonition, and when her parents looked at her, she stopped moving, which seemed very naughty. Okay, wife, put your clothes down quickly, or you'll catch a cold. Fong Mu didn't know whether to laugh or cry, so he reached out to pull the clothes. But the next second, his hand was grabbed by Yi Wanchuang. Husband, talk to the baby again. You are the baby's father. Maybe she will listen to you if you talk. Okay, I'll try it then. After nodding in agreement, Fong Mu cleared his throat. I was trying to speak normally, but as soon as the words came out of my mouth, they turned into a gentle tone. Don't talk about mothers, fathers are also gentle. Baby, I'm daddy. You have to grow up healthily in your mother's belly, did you hear me? It's okay to move around a bit, but don't make too much noise, or it will disturb your mother's rest. As soon as you move, your mother wants to go to the toilet, which is very tiring. Rather than talking to the baby, it is better to say that Fong Mu is warning the little guy. The central idea is to understand mom. So, after hearing these words, a smile suddenly appeared on Yi Wanchuang's beautiful face, feeling both moved and warm. Husband, you are so nice. Come on, husband, put your hand over here. Yi Wanchuang took Fong Mu's hand and placed it on her belly. The next second, the latter felt a bounce on the palm of his hand. Seeing the surprise in Fong Mu's eyes, Yi Wanchuang smiled. Husband, right? Do you feel it? Yeah, I feel it. It's quite strong. Fong Mu subconsciously took his hand away, wanting to see how the baby moved, but the little guy didn't give him any face. Even through the belly, one can seem to imagine the naughty look of that little cutie. Suddenly, Yi Wanchuang put her hand on her belly again, and only raised her head seriously after a long while. Honey, the baby said she wants to eat ice cream. Hearing this, Fong Mu rolled his eyes. What kind of plot do you like to watch? Daily life? Business? It's better to push for more, the data is poor. Chapter 58 The first step in car manufacturing, supplier bidding. Yi Wanchuang smacked her cherry lips. It goes without saying who wants to eat ice cream. Seeing that Fong Mu didn't say anything, Yi Wanchuang had to turn her head away with a puffy face and not look at him. Yi Wanchuang's coquettishness, cuteness, and tempered tantrums are rarely seen by outsiders, but Fong Mu sees them every day and sometimes he is really amused by them. I'll give it to you if you tell me clearly. Is it Debao or Xiaobao who wants to eat it? Hearing this, Yu Wanchuang quickly turned around and corrected him. Debao. It's Debao who wants to eat. Can I eat it, husband? Husband. The tingling sound is unbearable. So Fong Mu nodded deliberately. Since Debao wanted to eat it, okay, let us make an exception. However, before Fong Mu could take a few steps, Yu Wanchuang spoke again. Hubby, forget it, I want to eat it. The weather is cooler now, not like in summer. I'm afraid I'll get diarrhea if I eat ice cream. At the end, Yu Wanchuang muttered, pregnant women are most afraid of having diarrhea. Although she was very greedy, Yu Wanchuang held back when she thought about the consequences. Ice cream, spicy bars, instant noodles, etc. After the baby is born, I must eat them to my heart's content. Yu Wanchuang was lying on the bed, mumbling non-stop. When she opened her mouth, she was talking about spicy strips, and when she closed her mouth, she was talking about instant noodles. Yu Wanchuang was really craving for those high-calorie fried snacks. It's strange, but before I got pregnant, I had no interest in these things at all. But after I got pregnant, every time I saw it on Douyin, I couldn't help but drool. Fong Mu couldn't bear it, but actually, it wouldn't be a big deal if he ate less. The doctor had already said that it should be eaten in moderation. Forget it, I won't eat it anymore. Once I eat it once, I will want to eat it a second time. It will be endless. Yu Wanchuang couldn't help but think, she is the CEO of Yi Group, how could she not even have this little self-control? Not spicy noodles. We had the braised pork left over from lunch for dinner. Although eating 2 meals in a row might make you feel sick, who can blame Yu Wanchuang for loving to eat meat? Besides, I don't eat greasy food every day, so it's not a big problem. After soaking her feet as usual in the evening, Yu Wanchuang, feeling relaxed, quietly got into bed. After the lights were turned off and both of them lay down, the problem arose. I don't know if the baby in her belly woke up, or if it was because Yu Wanchuang ate some meat and absorbed rich nutrition, so she became stronger and became unusually active at this moment. Yu Wanchuang closed her eyes slightly and put her little hands on her belly to feel it. The little one must have thought her mother was high-fiving her, so she kicked even more happily. Today was the first day that I felt the fetal movement. It was so active at night that Yu Wanchuang and Fong Mu were not confident. I don't know if it is a good thing or. Finally, the two of them discussed and listened to the fetal heart rate. The Doppler fetal heart rate monitor has been used many times, sometimes even several times a day. Whenever she feels uneasy, Yu Wanchuang will take it out and monitor it. The baby's movements were so frequent that Yu Wanchuang had already become distracted. Practice makes perfect. Now, both Fong Mu and Yu Wanchuang are very skilled in using the fetal heart monitor to find the location of the fetal heart. In just half a minute, the two found the location of the fetal heart. As the probe was aimed at the location of the fetal heart, a steady and powerful fetal heartbeat soon came out of the loudspeaker. After the collection time is over, the fetal heart rate is displayed as normal. As long as it's normal. Now the couple felt relieved and just thought that the little one was just being naughty and active. Late at night, Yu Wanchuang, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly opened her eyes because the baby in her belly started to move again. Aside, Fong Mu was still sleeping. Yu Wanchuang couldn't bear to wake him up, so she just felt it quietly by herself. Feeling her belly jumping up and down from time to time, Yu Wanchuang felt a little helpless, but mostly found it funny. This little baby has been a lively and active kid since he was young. Time flies and it is the next day. When Fong Mu learned that the little baby had moved again last night and woke Yu Wanchuang up, he felt helpless and distressed. No wonder his wife was yawning when she got up in the morning. I won't go to the company today and will accompany you. Hearing this, Yu Wanchuang quickly shook her head and gently persuaded. Husband, I know you are worried about me, but I can also rest during the day. I don't have to worry about company matters and can rest at any time. If you stay at home with me, the supplier bidding will have to be postponed. Work matters should still be put first, because delay leads to changes. Yu Wanchuang knows what's important and what's not. Although she is very attached to Fong Mu, she still has to take care of the company's affairs. In order not to worry Fong Mu, Yu Wanchuang rubbed her face and eyes to make herself look more energetic. Okay, husband, look, it's the same as usual. Fong Mu shook his head gently. This silly girl really made him feel like he didn't know how to love her well. Okay, I'll come back early after I finish my important work. Good. After breakfast, Fong Mu was about to go out, but Yu Wanchuang stopped him, helped him straighten his collar, and then gave him a kiss before letting him go. Feeling the remaining warmth at the corner of his mouth, tenderness emerged between Fong Mu's brows. Quan, who was in charge of driving, smiled knowingly when he saw his boss's expression. He understood that heroes are often reluctant to leave the land of gentleness. When they arrived at the company, Zhuo Jinghe followed behind and reported the important work content. Among them is the newcomer Liang Yun, who has already led people to study. In addition, the most important thing during this period is what Yu Wanchuang mentioned as the supplier bidding. Building a car is easy to say, but it is actually very difficult. To outsiders, it looks like just assembling various parts on an assembly line. It looks simple because you can say the word build cars just by touching the upper and lower lips. But in reality, there isn't much involved. The first step is to invite bids for suppliers. Because Fangyuan Investment is making cars for the first time, its credibility in the automotive field is equal to zero. It is not an easy task to find excellent suppliers and convince them. In the office, Fong Mu was thinking while listening to Zhuo Jinghe's report and opinions. Zhuo Jinghe is indeed an elite. He has taken care of every aspect very well and prepared the plans and programs in great detail. After seeing it, Fong Mu gave considerable affirmation and encouragement. But Xiaohe, we want to build cars, but our influence is very low, so if we want to attract excellent suppliers, the conditions must be in place. If the conditions are not met, why would others choose us? What suppliers value most is the fund settlement cycle. Please modify it here. The account period is 60 days, and all settlement is in cash. I estimate that it will take about 20 days to pay the supplier? After all, we at Fangyuan Investment are not short of money. Chapter 59, San Carlo Confinement Center, Not Resisting the Poor. The changes of Fong Mu clearly explain what wealthy and powerful means. Under Zhuo Jinghe's shocked gaze, Fong Mu grinned and said, "We have money, which is our biggest advantage, and we must know how to make use of it." Zhuo Jinghe nodded, and couldn't help thinking that her vision was much smaller than her boss's. The general matters of supplier bidding are explained clearly. After hesitating for a moment, Zhuo Jinghe reported another matter to Fong Mu. "Boss, the company's website was attacked by unknown forces, and we have organized people to resist. For a company, if its own website is targeted, it will be very uncomfortable and may cause huge losses. But for an investment company, especially Fangyuan Investment, the impact is not that great. Although some core information is stored on the server, what use is it even if it is obtained by others? I think those companies that hope to get investment from Fangyuan Investment will not be so bored as to hire hackers to attack Fangyuan Investment to obtain information about which companies Fangyuan Investment will invest in. If you confirm to invest in them, everyone will be happy. But what if you don't plan to invest? You will end up losing both the wife and the army, which is heartbreaking." Fong Mu believed that Zhuo Jinghe would handle it. But I still keep this matter in mind. Although the impact is not significant, it is still somewhat disturbing that my company's website was hacked. If you have the opportunity, you still need to hire a big shot to maintain the security of the website. Thinking of this, a face named Su Xinghe emerged in Fong Mu's mind. It was almost noon when I finished the work at hand. In order to prevent Fong Mu from worrying, Yu Wanchuang at home would send a message to report every once in a while. For example, drink water on time and eat lunch seriously. But the more well-behaved and sensible she was, the more uncomfortable Fong Mu felt. After finishing all the work, Fong Mu was ready to leave. Before leaving, he asked Zhuo Jinghe, "Xiaohe, where can I find a more reliable nanny in Shanghai?" I was just asking casually, but I never thought that I would actually ask the right person. "Boss, we have invested in a confinement center before. I can help you contact them." "Oh? No thanks, just send me the address and I'll go check it out." "Good boss." After getting the location information, Fong Mu drove there with Quan. San Carlo is a large confinement center that is deeply trusted by pregnant women. There are not only comprehensive facilities, but also many experienced baby nurses. This was on the way to San Carlo. Fong Mu searched for some information on the internet, and even took a look at the official Douyin account. It does look good in the video. I just hope I can find the right person. Soon they arrived at their destination. As soon as Fong Mu got out of the car, several people surrounded him enthusiastically. Fong Mu was originally surprised at how enthusiastic the service was. Later I learned from the other party that it was Zhuo Jinghe who had informed them in advance. The people in front of him were all senior executives of the San Carlo Postpartum Care Center, and the leader was the main person in charge. It's not surprising that several people are so enthusiastic. After all the buildings of the San Carlo Maternity Center, including the 39-story maternity center, were invested and built by Fong Yuan Investment. It is no exaggeration to say that Fong Yuan Investment is our real father. Fong Mu is the boss of Fong Yuan Investment, so he is like a real father to him. Mr. Fong, you come in. Fong Mu nodded gently. When Fong Mu walked into the confinement center, he smelled the scent of money. It costs about 300,000 yuan for a woman to stay here for 40 days after giving birth, and the daily cost is nearly 10,000 yuan. Such expenses are really outrageous. However, those who choose to come to the San Carlo Confinement Center are basically wealthy people from local and other places who are not short of money. Even some celebrities like to come here to recuperate after childbirth. It can be said that the concept of San Carlo at that time was not to cheat the poor. Of course, we can't say that we want to cheat the rich. Rich people who come here to recuperate after childbirth will definitely feel that it is worth the money. After learning about this, Fong Mu realized that it was no wonder that the dividend return that this San Carlo Confinement Center brought to Fong Yuan Investment was also an outrageous figure. Fong Mu looked at the time and politely declined the person in charge's request to take him to the office. "Deanly, please find a room. I have something else to do." "Okay, Mr. Fong." Several people took Fong Mu into a VIP room on the first floor. Then someone placed all the information of the nannies in the confinement center in front of Fong Mu. Dean Li Jiankai stood in front of Fong Mu and introduced them one by one. "President Li, please sit down. Everyone, sit down." After Fong Mu spoke, several people smiled and sat down, but even after sitting down, they only dared to sit halfway. They have a natural fear of Fong Mu, because he is their financial sponsor. The San Carlo Confinement Center has many nannies, more than 300. There are so many people that it's dizzying. Until a girl named Lu Tianshu appeared. "Is Lu Tianshu still here?" "Mr. Fong is here." "Okay, it's her. Call her over and let me take a look." "Okay, Mr. Fong." Soon, at the invitation of Dean Li Jiankai, a young girl in a blue uniform walked in. The girl is about 1.65 meters tall and has a pretty face. The reason why Fong Mu chose her was that she was only 21 years old but had 8 years of working experience. The most important thing is that Fong Mu signed in this morning and received an additional reward for signing in continuously, a practical handbook of physiognomy. The moment I received the reward, a dense array of face-reading related skills popped into my mind. After that, Fong Mu was able to put on sunglasses and hold a banner to set up a stall. However, the name Blind Fong is really not very nice. Products produced by the system must be high quality. Although the name of Practical Handbook of Physiognomy is not very good, it is really practical. With Fong Mu's current ability, it is not difficult to judge a person's character by his appearance. The girl's name is Lu Tianshu. When Fong Mu saw her for the first time, he knew that she was an honest girl. Judging from his complexion, he has a strong character. I didn't look down anymore. After all, if I kept staring at a girl, I might be mistaken for a hooligan. Anyway, he has seen what he wanted to see. Lu Tianshu is very suitable to be hired into his home to help him take care of his wife. "Lu Tianshu, you." Fong Mu interrupted Dean Li Jiankai, then stood up and walked towards the girl. "I'll have to trouble you in the future." As he spoke, Fong Mu smiled and stretched out his hand. Li Jiankai didn't even receive this treatment, and Lu Tianshu was even more flattered. Chapter 60. Call me Sister Schwanger, Sister Schwang, don't call me Madam. In Lu Tianshu's opinion, someone who could gain such respect from the dean was definitely not an ordinary person. And being able to work for such a person is undoubtedly a good thing. Lu Tianshu, who knew his own identity clearly, did not shake hands with Fong Mu, but bowed slightly to show respect. Li Jiankai was very satisfied with this performance. Fong Mu raised his eyebrows slightly. Is this a sign of vigilance? Fong Mu gave Lu Tianshu some time to pack her things. During this period of time, he needs to leave home to take care of company matters, so if he lets Lu Tianshu come to help earlier, he can feel at ease sooner. While waiting, Dean Li Jiankai kept chatting with Fong Mu. Quan was a man of good sense. He took advantage of a gap to send Li Jiankai and others away. When they came outside, the dwarf next to Li Jiankai immediately expressed his dissatisfaction, and the next second Li Jiankai covered his mouth. In his opinion, with Fong Mu's status, there is no need for him to pay attention to these minions. It's good enough that they don't make any trouble. How dare they talk nonsense? Director Fong, please watch your words. If you do it again, I may not be able to protect you. Mr. Fong is not someone you can afford to offend, and of course, I am not qualified to do so. Director Fong quickly shut up. He originally thought that the dean would join him in complaining, but who would have thought that he didn't even have the courage to complain at all? The reason for this is that the identity of the person inside is too terrifying. Thinking of this, the people around Li Jiankai no longer dared to feel dissatisfied. More than 10 minutes later, Lu Tianshu, who had gone back to the dormitory to rest, came back. The staff of the San Carlo Confinement Center are provided with staff dormitories, and Lu Tianshu has lived there since he started working there. She didn't bring much with her, and her only personal belongings were a cell phone. The rest of the things in the box were things she would need when she went to Fong Mu's house. Mr. Fong, I'm ready. Okay, let us go. After leaving the San Carlo Confinement Center, I didn't go anywhere else. As usual, when Fong Mu turned the doorknob, Yu Wanchuan, who had a keen hearing, had already come over and was standing at the door waiting. When Fong Mu pushed the door open, Yu Wanchuan took small steps and threw herself into his arms. Yu Wanchuan, who was about to ask for a kiss, suddenly noticed that there was a girl following Fong Mu, and couldn't help being a little surprised. When Lu Tianshu saw Yu Wanchuan noticed her, she hurriedly greeted her respectfully. Madam, you can just call me Xiao Shu. Fong Mu immediately took over the conversation and introduced, Lu Tianshu, I hired him to take care of you. I am busy with work and often cannot take care of you. Xiao Shu is experienced and is a gold medal nanny at the San Carlo Confinement Center. I feel more at ease with her around. Yu Wanchuan did not refuse as Fong Mu had imagined, because she knew that this was her husband's concern for her. If you refuse again, you will be immature. I see. Hello, Xiao Shu. Hello, madam. Hearing this, Yu Wanchuan waved her hand and corrected, you can call me Sister Schwanger or Sister Schwang, just don't call me madam. Oh, and remove the word, just say. We are not a wealthy family, nor are we relatives of the ancient royal family. There is no need to be so reserved. Remember? Lu Tianshu did not answer, but lowered her head slightly. In her opinion, how could Fong Mu and Yu Wanchuan not be a rich family? The San Carlo Confinement Center is so famous that many big stars and some rich and powerful people will give priority to coming here for confinement, which also makes the decision-makers extremely arrogant. Especially since Li Jiankai is the dean, his status cannot be underestimated. However, this person, who Lu Tianshu thought was very powerful, was surprisingly obedient in front of Fong Si and did not even dare to speak loudly. As expected, this is an absolute suppression of status. Right now, it may be difficult for Lu Tianshu to relax. Yu Wanchuan didn't force her to do anything and she understood. After all, they had just met each other and they would get used to it slowly. Afterwards, Yu Wanchuan and Fong Mu took Lu Tianshu to her room. There were many empty rooms in the villa, but Lu Tianshu refused the room chosen for her by the two and instead chose a small room on the side of the master bedroom. The reason is that this place is close to the master bedroom, so it is convenient to call her if there is anything. Yu Wanchuan didn't know how to refute this explanation for a moment. This is a democratic era, so there is no need to. In the end, the words were not said. I can only leave it for later, when we get along better. Lu Tianshu is responsible for his work and does his best. I just arrived at Fong Mu's house, settled my personal belongings and started working. Cleaning and clearing away debris are all done very carefully. As for Lu Tianshu, Yu Wanchuan also likes him. In her words, Lu Tianshu has a familiar smell. After much thought, Yu Wanchuan's explanation was, very much like me, like my past self. In order to manage the Yi group well, Yu Wanchuan almost abandoned all distractions. Later, faced with the targeting and harassment from the Yi family, he abandoned all feelings and became like a robot that only knew how to work like crazy. Later, she met Fong Mu and was able to come out of that state. At this moment, I actually smelled this scent again on the little nanny Lu Tianshu. In Yu Wanchuan's opinion, there is a story behind Lu Tianshu. But it doesn't matter. I can feel that this little girl is very good. I have to say that women's sixth sense is still very scary. After cleaning, Lu Tianshu came over to ask if there was anything else to do. Fong Mu shook his head and asked her to sit over. Looking at the reserved Lu Tianshu, Fong Mu took out an envelope from his arms and handed it to her. Xiao Shu, here is 50,000 yuan, which is our food allowance for this month. Take it and be responsible for buying groceries for our family. My wife is pregnant and needs a nutritional balance in her daily diet. I believe this is not difficult for you. Holding the thick envelope in his hand, Lu Tianshu was shocked. Is this a rich person? A month's food expenses cost 50,000 yuan. Mr. Fong, please rest assured. Well, okay, go and have a rest. We don't have that much housework to do at home. Looking at the clean and tidy room, Fong Mu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The floor was so clean that it was almost glistening. Yes, Mr. Fong, please call me if you need anything. Just when Lu Tianshu returned to her room to rest, the doorbell rang and she ran to open the door. The person who came was Song Shiwan. When Song Shiwan learned from Yi Wanchuan that the pretty young girl was actually the new nanny, a look of vigilance appeared in her eyes. Although I haven't seen it, I have heard that some rich men will look for a younger wife after she becomes pregnant.